A surge of sweetness flowed into his heart. The divine rain silk turned into threads of divine essence, entering Yi Yuan's four limbs and all the bones in his body. Finally, it converged in Yi Yuan's divine sea. Yi Yuan closed his eyes, sampling the divine rain silk's medicinal properties. In detail, the knowledge that Dustless narrated rolled swiftly in Yi Yuan's mind, affirming with his experiences one by one. However, after the divine rain silk's medicinal strength entered Yi Yuan's divine sea, it dissipated to nothing very quickly. Very soon, Yi Yuan's divine sea was thoroughly dried up. What did I say? You're purely wasting spirit medicines like this. Digest the things that I said more. Dustless was currently grumbling when he suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan completely ignored him. One look, Yi Yuan actually already entered a meditative state. Dustless was helpless and could only shut up. 2 days later, Yi Yuan swallowed another portion of divine rain silk. Dustless could not do anything to Yi Yuan and could only cuss him out for being a wastrel. But Yi Yuan acted arbitrarily without regard for others' opinion. It was as if he did not hear his words at all. Only at this time did Dustless notice that ever since the first time he swallowed the divine rain silk, Yi Yuan did not seem to have paid attention to him anymore. This guy he wouldn't have. Dustless sucked in a deep breath. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became odd. He shut his mouth and just kept looking at him like this. Yi Yuan already completely forgot about Dustless's existence. He was just like a puppet swallowing a portion of spirit medicines every 1 to 2 days. The spirit medicines were reducing one portion by one portion. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. In a blink, over 30 days passed. 10 sets of complete spirit medicines were only left with 4 sets now. These 30 days' time, Yi Yuan exhausted a full 6 portions of spirit medicines. When Yi Yuan opened his eyes, he discovered that Dustless's breathing became ragged, a pair of eyes staring at him like seeing ghosts. Yi Yuan asked with a curious look, "Senior, what are you doing here? Could it be that there are flowers on my face?" Dustless drew a deep breath and strove to calm his emotions down and asked Yi Yuan, "You wouldn't have grasped all of it, right?" When he asked this kind of thing, Dustless actually started feeling somewhat worried lest he should lose it.
Yi Yuan froze.
Only then did he understand that Dustless was asking him if he grasped the medicinal properties of the spirit medicines. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and went through once, and discovered to his pleasant surprise that these spirit medicines' medicinal properties he actually already grasped 70% to 80%. This discovery made Yi Yuan pleasantly surprised. This period of time he felt like he had a dream. In the dream, he was continuously comprehending these spirit medicines' medicinal properties. No idea how much time had passed either, he virtually grasped all of it. He originally thought that he was having a dream. He did not expect that after waking up from the dream, he actually really grasped the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. This kind of feeling was really like dreaming. Yi Yuan asked Dustless with a look of pleasant surprise and said, "Senior, I already grasped 70% to 80% of the medicinal properties. What's going on here?" The corners of Dustless's mouth suddenly twitched, and he asked, "Did you feel like these 30 days' time, it was like having a dream?" Yi Yuan froze and could not help saying in surprise, 30 days? 30 days already gone by. Merely just a dream. Yi Yuan felt that the time was very long in the dream. But after waking up, he also felt that not a long time passed. But hearing Dustless meaning, 30 days had actually gone by already. The more he said, the more puzzled Yi Yuan got, totally unaware of what happened. He grasped these spirit medicines' medicinal properties bafflingly. "Did you have a dream?" Dustless suddenly asked.
Yi Yuan nodded honestly.
"In the dream, did you feel like a very long time had already passed?" Yi Yuan nodded once again. "In the dream, did you continuously comprehend the medicinal properties?" Yi Yuan nodded his head repeatedly. Dustless let out a sigh and said, "You brat, Your luck is really excellent too. The extreme. In an accident arising from many causes you actually entered the selfless realm 1. Selfless realm. Yi Yuan repeated it, clearly very unfamiliar with this realm. Dustless said, "That's right. The so-called selfless realm is a kind of spirit. Wandering away state. Under this sort of state, no matter what you learn, it's incomparably fast. Since you entered the selfless realm until now, a total of 30 days' time had passed. Figuring out 70% to 80% of 5 kinds of divine rank. Spirit medicines in 30 days, this can simply be rated as a miracle. Only the selfless realm can achieve this kind of effect." Yi Yuan said in surprise. "There's still such a realm? Doesn't that mean that 100 days' time is sufficient for me to refine the divine essence pill?" "Pooh, you're really shameless. Do you think that selfless realm is so easy to enter? Being able to enter this kind of state once you already hit the jackpot. Under Divine Lord realm, among a million martial artists, there might not be one capable of entering selfless realm too. Among them includes heaven, glimpse deity realm and origin deity realm. Furthermore, even entering once, that's very lucky too. The chances of entering again are even smaller than the first time," Dustless said. Yi Yuan was also secretly dumbfounded when he heard. It looked like he seemed to have really hit the jackpot. "Senior, this selfless realm, just what kind of realm is it?" Yi Yuan said, curiously. "Since there are higher realms after deity realm, then after heaven-man unity. Heart realm, there are naturally higher realms too. Selfless realm is the heart realm after heaven-man unity. Heaven-man unity is the resonance towards heavenly Tao, while selfless is in accordance with heavenly Tao. You definitely found the correspondence point with heavenly Tao under the heavy pressure. Hence, you temporarily entered selfless realm. Cultivating by following a normal routine only after reaching Divine Lord realm, creating a world that belongs to you, can you find the correspondence with the heaven span, world's heavenly Tao, and firmly enter selfless realm," Dustless said. The meaning of these words, he said, was very simple. Yi Yuan got very lucky. That was how he entered the selfless realm. Wanting to enter again was undoubtedly a fool's ramblings. The disparity between Grotto Profound Deity Realm and Divine Lord Realm was too great. But Yi Yuan laughed open-mindedly and said, "So that's how it is. No matter what, grasping the medicinal properties is good. Senior, can we start expounding on formation Tao?" Dustless was not as accepting as Yi Yuan. He was still incredibly shocked in his heart. He did not say certain stuff. Those able to coincidentally enter selfless realm, the vast majority were all origin deity realm powerhouses. The comprehension of origin deity realms toward heavenly Tao was already very high. If lucky, one would be able to find the correspondence point with the heaven-span world's heavenly Tao. And origin deity realms capable of entering selfless realm, the majority were all able to hew open a world, achieving Divine Lord realm, truly becoming a powerhouse of a region. Those like Yi Yuan, able to enter selfless realm after just breaking through to Grotto Profound Deity realm, one might not even be able to find a few in the entire heaven-span world. This was the real reason why he was astounded. In other words, as long as Yi Yuan could cultivate to the origin deity realm, by following a normal routine, reaching Divine Lord realm was virtually a shoo-in. After entering the deity realm, even though every step was extremely difficult, there was still a massive dividing crest between realms. Divine Lord realm was the first hurdle. Hong Yin, you normally never make mistakes, but today you already slipped up quite a number of times. Did you encounter something recently? I see that you seem to be somewhat absent-minded today, an old man said to Hong Yin. Hong Yin had worked for the Myriad Treasure Tower for a very long time. Already, she had never made mistakes before, but today, her entire person seemed to be muddle-headed. It was either counting the divine essence stones wrongly or getting the wrong things for the customer. When the shopkeeper saw this, he could not refrain from coming up to remind. Hong Yin said slightly apologetically, "Manager Su, really sorry. The mistakes made today, deduct from my wages." Manager Su shook his head and said, "I didn't mean that. This old man sees with my own eyes when you do things normally, so why would I deduct your wages? For this minor thing? I see that you keep on looking around today like you're waiting for someone. Could it be that you took fancy on some families? Son?" Hong Yin's face flushed bright red, and she hurriedly shook her hand and said, "What's Manager Su thinking of? I was just somewhat curious." Curious? Manager Su wondered. Heavenly Dao nodded her head and did not have the intention of concealing it either, narrating Yi Yuan's unusual situation that day and said, "Today is just nice, the 10th day, wonder if he succeeded or not. Hence I've been restless all along." Manager Su chortled with laughter when he heard and said, "Oh, Hong Yin, you're also a veteran of the Myriad Treasure Tower already. Why would you have this kind of naive thoughts? A guy who doesn't even have divine essence, how can he possibly refine a divine pill? You also said that youth was merely 30 to 40 years old. This age one can't even accomplish learning the rudiments. In alchemy, still want to refine pills with formation Dao. What do you take those alchemy masters in the city to be?" Hong Yin could not help being stupefied when she heard that. Only then, feeling that she seemed to really be somewhat heading down a blind alley. Around 30 to 40 years old, he was merely a youngster in the Heavenspan world. Just as Manager Su said, how could this age possibly refine pills with formation Dao and refine divine pills? Hong Yin was currently in a daze when a suit of azure robes walked out from
the inner halls.
that place was precisely the direction that led to the cultivation rooms. Yi Yuan walked straight towards Hong Yin and opened his mouth and said, "Miss, you said before that the Myriad Treasure Tower takes in middle-grade divine essence pills. I wonder if it's still valid." The moment these words came out, not just Hong Yin, even Manager Su also shuddered all over, using a gaze like they had seen a ghost to look towards Yi Yuan. You really refined the divine essence pill." Hong Yin was even stammering when speaking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course I refined it, but there's only one. Wonder if the Myriad Treasure Tower will accept." Hong Yin did not answer Yi Yuan but used a strange gaze to size Yi Yuan up and down. She wanted to find a trace of divine essence undulation from Yi Yuan. But sadly, she was disappointed. No divine essence. Not even the slightest trace. Could it be that you really... Hong Yin's words did not ask finish yet and were cut off by Manager Su. He said with Yi Yuan smilingly, "Of course, our Myriad Treasure Tower never refuses cooperation with alchemists. As long as the divine essence pill you refined meets the requirements, we'll take them all." Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out a gray-black medicinal pill. Medicinal. Fragrance suffusing everywhere. Hong Yin and Manager Su's gaze turned intent. The quality of this divine essence pill was even better than they imagined. Middle-grade divine essence pill was not without any surprises at all. Good quality ones could come close to high grade. Poor quality ones would also not be too far away from low grade. This middle-grade divine essence pill that Yi Yuan took out, the quality was rather decent, although it was not at the level close to high grade compared to middle grade. Divine essence pills, the quality was much better. Manager Su said, "Little brother, our Myriad Treasure Tower is equally honest with the old and young when doing transactions. Your middle-grade divine essence pills quality is pretty good. The selling price will be a little higher than ordinary middle-grade divine essence pills. This medicinal pill, I'll give you 28 pieces of divine essence stones." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with clasped hands, "This one should be the manager, right? Then, thank you very much. However, just give me 16 pieces of divine essence stones. That will do. I still have 3 pieces of divine essence stones here. I still want to rent another day's cultivation room. The rest Help me exchange all of it for the Divine Essence Pills materials. The remaining 3 pieces of Divine Essence Stones were naturally left over from Yi Yuan developing the array formation. The array formation for refining Divine Essence Pills was called Lesser Divine Essence Formation. This was an array formation specifically created for the Divine Essence Pill. The Divine Essence Stones that it required were not many, just 8 pieces. Yi Yuan had 67 pieces left previously, which was also to say that he only had 8 chances, although the Lesser Divine Essence Formation only required 8 pieces of Divine Essence Stones. The complexity of this array formation far exceeded Yi Yuan's imagination. Lu Linfeng's formation Dao could be said to be a pinnacle existence in the immortal Grove world, so much so that he already deduced the heavenly Dao belonging to him. But those array formations were not worth mentioning at all in front of this puny little Lesser Divine Essence Formation. The two were on completely different orders of magnitude. An array formation piled up with a mere 8 pieces of Divine Essence Stones virtually depleted all of Yi Yuan's mental energy. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's formation Dao foundation was much more solid than Dustless imagined. Back then, inside the Peach Blossom Formation, Yi Yuan studied the array formation and laid down a solid foundation for Divine Dao array formations, making him infer some aspect of Divine Dao array formations from a glimpse. Under the heavy pressure, Yi Yuan erupted with limitless potential. He deduced the array formation frenziedly. In the following 55 days, Yi Yuan pushed himself to the limits. That sort of craziness, even Dustless was secretly dumbfounded when he saw it, too, exclaiming that he was sick. However, what surprised Dustless even more was that Yi Yuan actually just lacked a tiny bit more to enter the selfless realm once again. Yi Yuan at that time already entered a kind of mysterious state. But in the end, it still fell short of success by 1 step. The selfless realm was too difficult to enter. But Yi Yuan was not without harvests either. It was precisely the critical state this time that let Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments advance by leaps and bounds, finally comprehending the Lesser Divine Essence Formation. At that time, even Dustless, whose eyes were at the top of his head also, screamed out freak. He totally did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really completed an impossible task in a short 100 days' time. Formation Dao, medicinal properties, Yi Yuan comprehended all of it. It was just missing this final step of refinement. Logically speaking, once the Lesser Divine Essence Formation was completed, as long as one placed the spirit medicines in a suitable position inside the array formation, it would be able to automatically complete the refinement. But Yi Yuan's comprehension of the Lesser Divine Essence Formation was still very shallow. In the process of the pill refinement, various unexpected situations would occur. The time still had 5 days remaining. Yi Yuan still had the last 27 pieces of Divine Essence Stones remaining, which were also 3 refinement opportunities. Because once the array formation activated, the energy inside the Divine Essence Stones would be depleted, becoming barren rocks. The first chance, Yi Yuan's refinement failed without the least bit of surprise. Yi Yuan spent 3 days' time and consolidated the experiences of the first failure. The second refinement, he finally succeeded. But unfortunately, what was refined this time was merely a low-grade Divine Essence pill. Yi Yuan settled down and researched another day. Finally, at the last juncture, he refined this middle-grade Divine Essence pill. After Yi Yuan returned to the cultivation room once more, Hong Yin and manager Su exchanged a glance, both seeing astonishment from the other party's eyes. This boy's talent is truly terrifying. Hong Yin, you continue to pay attention to him. If he needs any help, do whatever it takes. In addition, the Divine Essence pills that he refines, purchase all of them at a high price. Manager Su said with a slightly solemn gaze. Damn it! That punk really stayed at the Myriad Treasure Tower.
I'm perplexed.
Where did he get Divine Essence Stones? I've already inquired before. Eldest Miss had Lan Qing send this boy quite a few Divine Essence Stones. So it's like that. But with Madame around, eldest Miss doesn't seem to have much divine essence stones in her possession either, right? And at most, it's also around 100 pieces. The myriad treasure towers. Yellow rank cultivation rooms need 10 pieces of low-grade divine essence. Stones too. He can't last past a few days. We can't afford to provoke the myriad treasure tower. Just keep watch here then. Eldest Miss had always stood aloof from the world these few years, madam. Couldn't find an excuse to mess with her either. This time she sent that boy. Divine essence stones. This finally let madam get the opportunity. Yeah, this matter concerns the Liang family's rise and fall, even family head. Has nothing to say either. Want to say eldest Miss is also really pitiful. These few years, she has been badly oppressed by that pair of mother and daughter. Isn't that so? Now she's thrown into the dungeons. That pair of mother and daughter probably won't let her off easily. Zhang Shun duo waited for 10 days outside the myriad treasure tower, filling them with burning anxiety. However, the myriad treasure tower was not what the Liang family could afford to provoke at all. They could only keep an eye on the myriad treasure tower. 2. Awaiting Yi Yuan to come out. The more they waited, the more irritated the two people got. A cripple actually wasted so much of their time. But, hearing the meaning in their words, Liang Wanru was actually thrown into the dungeons by Wang Pianran because of sending Yi Yuan divine essence stones. With Wang Pianran's methods, she naturally would not let Liang Wanru off so easily. This time, perhaps she would be put to death. At this time, 10 days had already gone by inside the world-suppressing steel. Yi Yuan left seclusion once more. When Hong Yin saw the 2 middle-grade divine essence pills in front of her, she could not help being shocked until she could not close her mouth. She knew that the divine essence stones on Yi Yuan was only sufficient to launch the lesser divine essence formation twice. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's current success rate was 100%. One had to know Yi Yuan bought 10 sets of spirit medicines previously and only took out a middle-grade divine essence pill. This improvement speed was truly a little too terrifying, right? Of course, if she knew that before entering the cultivation room Yi Yuan was still an out-and-out layman, wonder what she would feel. Hong Yin was a myriad treasure towers veteran already. She knew how great the difficulty of formation Dao pill refinement was, because nobody in Jewel Hill City could perform formation Dao pill refinement. Not only Manager Su was this myriad treasure towers head manager, but he was also a peak 1-star alchemy god. But even he could not perform this formation Dao pill refinement either. However, Yi Yuan actually already grasped formation Dao pill refinement at this time. Furthermore, he even had such a high success rate. How could this not dumbfound Hong Yin? Sir is truly an alchemy genius. Improvement speed is too quick. It has just been a day, and the quality of divine essence pill that you refined is much better than before again. In another few days, Sir will probably be able to refine high-grade divine essence pills. Hong Yin exclaimed. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Mrs. Too kind. My luck was just a little better. Not that Yi Yuan was modest, it was really that his luck was good. With only 2 chances, Yi Yuan swallowed another 2 sets of spirit medicines before refining in order to familiarize himself with the medicinal properties. Only all the way until the last 2 days did he start refining. With Yi Yuan's current strength, the assurance in refining divine essence pills was also merely around 30%. He did not expect that the 2 times actually all succeeded. Hong Yin's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Sir, just call me Hong Yin will do. I wonder what Sir's name? Yi Yuan said, So, it's Miss Hong Yin. I am Yi Yuan. Sir Yi is so talented, to actually be completely unknown previously. Hong Yin is truly ignorant and ill-informed. Hong Yin said probingly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This Yi just entered the city not long ago and is temporarily staying with the Liang family. Yi Yuan did not conceal it. He believed that with the myriad treasure towers strength, if they really wanted to check, it was very easy to find out. Hong Yin was greatly surprised when she heard that the Liang family was one of Jewel Hill City's big family clans. It was absolutely impossible to not even be able to take out this bit of divine essence stones. Looking at Yi Yuan's pedantic appearance, it seemed like his relationship with the Liang family was rather strange. But Hong Yin was also an experienced girl and did not bring it out on her face but smiled radiantly and said, "So that's how it is. Will Sir continue to exchange these 2 divine essence pills for divine essence stones and spirit medicines?" Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, "I'll have to trouble Miss Hong Yin. 2 middle-grade divine essence pills were 56 divine essence stones."
Ye Yuan's
financial situation became much better off all of a sudden. He still only rented a day's cultivation room, exchanging all of the rest to spirit medicines and divine essence stones. Time passed day by day. Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the lesser divine essence formation became deeper and deeper. The quality of the divine essence pills refined also became higher and higher. On the 7th day, Yi Yuan finally refined a high-grade divine essence pill. With this, Yi Yuan was finally considered to have leaped over the dragon gate. To him, this was not a high-grade divine essence pill, but 80 divine essence stones. What Yi Yuan needed the most right now were divine essence stones. Roughly the cost of 10 pieces of divine essence stones and refining a high-grade divine essence pill worth 80 pieces of divine essence stones. This kind of incremental effect was what Yi Yuan was most willing to see. When Hong Yin saw this high-grade divine essence pill, she was shocked until she could not close her mouth once more. Although the divine essence pill was the most basic divine pill, Yi Yuan's improvement speed could simply use horrifying to describe. However, what she was surprised by was still about that thing. Following Yi Yuan's financial situation becoming more and more well-off, he had even more chances to refine medicinal pills. The understanding of medicinal properties and lesser divine essence formation also become deeper and deeper. Hence, his success rate got higher and higher. The quality also became more and more stable. In between this, Hong Yin arbitrarily made a decision, limitlessly providing Yi Yuan divine essence stones and spirit medicines, as long as Yi Yuan handed the refined medicinal pills to the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation. What he needed the most right now was practice. With the support of a colossal titan like the myriad treasure tower, he could finally go all out to refine divine essence pills. On the 10th day, the divine essence pills that Yi Yuan refined were already stabilized at high grade. On the 18th day, the 280th day, inside the world-suppressing steel, inside the array formation, light faded away. 8 divine essence stones became barren rocks, but a bright glint flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes, revealing an excited expression. "Haha! Finally formed." Looking at the superior-grade divine essence pill in his hand, Yi Yuan also felt inexplicably excited. Divine pills were too hard to refine. In these 250 days, he refined pills, refined pills, deliberated over and over like this, no idea how many times he repeated it, all the way until today, refining his first superior-grade divine essence pill. Just superior grade, is there a need to be happy until like this? Refining a superior-grade divine essence pill is merely just the beginning. Dustless struck down without any mercy. Although his words were said like that, Yi Yuan's improvement, Dustless took it into his sights every day and was long deeply convinced by Yi Yuan's talent. Already, he felt that Yi Yuan was simply a genius born to refine pills. Yi Yuan used the greater part of a year and reached a height that others could only attain using 100 years. This kind of improvement speed already could not be said to be fast to describe it. But Yi Yuan was not beaten down at all and said excitedly, "Senior doesn't know that in the past, my lifelong pursuit was to refine a divine pill. Now that I refined a superior-grade divine essence pill, it can also be regarded as attaining a higher level in divine pills. Junior is naturally happy." Dustless's requirement toward Yi Yuan was not superior grade, but divine grade. The grades of divine pills were not identical to mortal-grade medicinal pills. Above superior grade was heaven grade, and above heaven grade was divine grade. Just take the divine essence pill for instance, refining an ordinary low grade. Divine essence pill could match a month's bitter cultivation. Reaching high grade, it could match a year of bitter cultivation, while divine grade was sufficient to match 10 years of bitter cultivation. 10 years of bitter cultivation was nothing in the cultivation of this deity realm. But the grades below divine grade, if a person kept on taking them, the medicinal effects would continue to weaken. But divine grade would not. This was also to say that if you could refine enough divine grade divine essence pills, your cultivation speed could reach 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 times of others. This way, the ordinary to the extreme divine essence pill became extremely extraordinary. However, mortal-grade, transcendent-grade medicinal pills were not worth mentioning at all in front of divine-grade divine essence pills. Could not even compare to heaven-grade. And in the various major shops, they would never sell heaven-grade divine essence pills. As for divine-grade, that was just a grade in the legends. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan refined a superior-grade divine essence pill, Dustless was still pessimistic about him. Divine essence pill was just a kind of basic medicinal pill. It was still far from the one-star heavenly mark pill. One-star heavenly mark pill was a divine pill even harder to refine than the profound essence pill. In this regard, it was very in line with Yi Yuan's cultivation mentality. That was that the foundation must be solidified. Refining the divine essence pill to divine essence was precisely in order to solidify the foundation. Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. The last time you gave Hong Yin quite a few high-grade divine essence pills, it gave Hong Yin a fright. I wonder this time, will Sir Yi give Hong Yin a pleasant surprise once again? When Hong Yin saw that Yi Yuan came out, she went forward to greet him with a wide grin, cracking a joke with him. Interacting a few times, Yi Yuan also became much more familiar with Hong Yin, especially after limitlessly providing Yi Yuan's spirit medicines and divine essence stones. Recently, these few days, Yi Yuan exhausted large quantities of spirit medicines and divine essence stones. Even Hong Yin felt a bit overwhelmed too. Especially in the last 2 days, there were already quite a few people gossiping. Fortunately, after Manager Su knew about this matter, not only did he not blame her, he notified the warehouse side instead. Only then did it suppress those gossips. However, if Yi Yuan really only ate and not vomited, it would make things difficult for her. Hong Yin was also wagering. She was eyeing on Yi Yuan's potential. If she could attract a future alchemy genius for the Myriad Treasure Tower, her position in the Myriad Treasure Tower would rise like the boat rising with the tide. Yi Yuan had read countless people. How could he not perceive that hint of nervousness in the depths of Hong Yin's eyes? I wonder if this is considered a pleasant surprise or not. Yi Yuan placed the superior grade divine essence pill in front of Hong Yin. With a smile, Hong Yin's pupils constricted, her eyes full of incredulity. Sir Yi, this is too amazing. Hong Yin was agitated until she was almost incoherent. No matter what grade of divine pill, the raw materials required were all the same. Hence, the higher the grade, the higher the added value of the medicinal pill. Similarly, materials worth 10 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. Once it reached superior grade, then it was worth 500 low-grade divine essence stones. This was a 50-fold increment. How could Hong Yin expect that Yi Yuan actually refined a superior grade divine essence pill so quickly? Yi Yuan smiled and handed a storage ring to Hong Yin, saying with a smile, "The fruits in this period of time are all here. The divine essence pill is useless to me. I didn't take a single one. It's all for the Myriad Treasure Tower." Hong Yin received the storage ring and examined, and was immediately stunned. Inside the storage ring there were actually quite a dozen divine essence pills. Furthermore, among them 60% and above were high-grade, only 40% was low-grade. She looked at Yi Yuan like she saw a ghost, her eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, Backtracking from Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, Hong Yin estimated that Yi Yuan's pill refinement success rate was around 30% to 40%. Truthfully speaking, it was already rather high, but now, Yi Yuan's success rate was actually as high as 70%. This kind of success rate could be rated as frightening. Even Manager Su probably could not reach such a terrifying success rate. Either. Sir Yi, you wait a moment. I have to report this matter to Manager Su. The pleasant surprise that you gave me was seriously a little too huge, Hong Yin said and disappeared with a whoosh. Yi Yuan smiled and found a place himself to sit down. With Yi Yuan's personality, he did not like to be so high profile. But if he did not reveal some strength, it was impossible for him to receive the myriad treasure tower's high regard. What he had to face currently was the powerful Liang family. Furthermore, his divine sea was damaged. If he did not find a backstage supporter, it was very hard to beat the Liang family. And the myriad treasure tower was clearly the best supporter. He believed that it was impossible for the myriad treasure tower's upper echelons to sit by idly and remain indifferent towards such a rising alchemy. New star. Yi Yuan was clear about this in his heart. His improvement in this period of time, even dustless, was dumbfounded. It was impossible for the myriad treasure tower to remain indifferent. One superior grade divine essence pill was enough. You're saying that youth called Yi Yuan refined a superior grade divine essence pill with formation Dao pill refinement. A man in opulent clothing was also shocked when he heard Manager Su's report. Manager Su nodded and said, with this old man's experience, it absolutely won't be wrong. From the divine essence stones as well as the amount of spirit medicines that he consumed, it's not hard to determine these divine essence pills all originated from the lesser divine essence formation. The man in fine clothing mused for a moment and said, if this is really the case, our myriad treasure tower is in a favorable position. Investigated the background clearly? Myriad treasure tower said. Investigated clearly. He was saved by the Liang family's eldest miss in the wilderness. His origins unknown. Now the Liang family seems to be hostile and wanted to harm him. That's why he would hide in our myriad treasure tower and not dare to go out. Manager Su rattled on. He actually already turned Yi Yuan inside out. The man in fine clothing was slightly surprised as he said, in that case he had the intention of exposing his alchemy talent to us and seeking our protection. Manager Su said with a smile. Looking at it now, it seems so. The man in fine clothing mused briefly and seemed to be muttering to himself. According to what you all said, this boy has clearly just came into contact with alchemy not long. Such talent is truly terrifying. His future prospects are bound to be limitless. This kind of talent once learned by Jewel Hill City's other forces. He'll surely be seized openly, unless we kill him now. Otherwise, it's establishing a strong enemy for ourselves. We have no reason to refuse. Manager Su, you come forward on behalf of this tower lord and hire Yi Yuan to be the myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist. All of the expenses that his pill refinement needs, count it all in my myriad treasure towers books. Also, he's completely without the power to protect himself right now. Send Luo Jian to protect him. Manager Su bowed and said, Tower Lord is wise. Manager Su knew that Tower Lord Yang Rui was a person with tremendous foresight and could definitely see Yi Yuan's potential. Yang Rui scolded laughingly. You old punk, stop sucking up. Oh right, Hong Yin did very well this time. Promote her a grade and bestow her a heaven grade. Divine Essence Pill. Manager Su said smilingly. Then this old man will thank Tower Lord on behalf of Hong Yin. Upon exiting the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yi Yuan was blocked by Zhang Shun and another person. Sir Yi, you've made us search for you bitterly. This disappearance is a month's time, Zhang Shun said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart, but pretended to be puzzled and said, Find me. For I heard that the Myriad Treasure Tower's cultivation rooms were pretty good. So I came here to cultivate for some time. Zhang Shun was stupefied and said, Cultivate? You, a fellow with a damaged divine C, cultivate what? Bullshitting wasn't done like this, alright? Yi Yuan smiled but said nothing. Was cultivating alchemy not considered? Cultivation. Zhang Shun laughed dryly and said, Ha! It's like this eldest miss became seriously ill and has no appetite for food and drinks. Second miss said that, You're the closest to her, so we're asking you to return. Maybe it can make eldest miss take a turn for the better a bit. The two of them kept watch for so long and felt that Yi Yuan might have perceived a little something. Hence, that was why they made up a lie to trick Yi Yuan back before talking. There were too many people on the streets, it was hard to make a move. Actually, it was not considered a lie either, because Liang Wanru was really almost dying. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, What's going on? Zhang Shun revealed an upset expression on his face and said, This Zhang doesn't know what's going on either. It's just that this period of time, her mood became more and more dejected, and she had less and less appetite for food and drinks. Now, she already can't get down the bed. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and said, Go, return to the Liang family. Yi Yuan walked in front. Zhang Shun and the other person exchanged a glance, secretly ecstatic. But Zhang Shun discovered that a guy in worn-out clothes and bristly stubble was currently hugging a sword and following them unhurriedly. Zhang Shun's heart sank. This guy, he actually could not fathom him. The Myriad Treasure Tower was not far from the Liang family. Yi Yuan sped up and entered the Liang family very soon. Zhang Shun discovered that that sword-hugging man actually wanted to enter, too, and could not help stepping forward to stop the other party. This brother. This place is the Liang family's manor. Please stop. The sword-hugging man seemingly did not hear his words at all, walking over, straight towards him. Zhang Shun's face fell, and was about to make a move with another person. But when the two of them just had this thought only to see two gusts of strong wind arrive with a howl, the two people's gaze turned intent, their bodies abruptly stopping. Two strands of broken hair floated down. The two people's backs were instantly matted in cold sweat. Such a quick sword. The two of them did not see how this gruff man attacked at all. They did not doubt in the slightest that as long as that sword earlier was somewhat deeper, the two of their heads would definitely be gone already. In the time where they were dazed, the sword-hugging man already followed Yi Yuan in. Senior, where's Wanru? Yi Yuan asked in a solemn voice. Inside the dungeon at the backyard. I'll lead you over, Dustless said. Under Dustless's guidance, Yi Yuan found the dungeon's entrance very soon. The ones watching the dungeon were all mortals. Yi Yuan sent them flying with a punch. Inside the dungeon, Yi Yuan found the gaunt and thin Liang Wanru. Her two eyes were sunken, her lips purple. Clearly, she was already deeply poisoned. However, when she saw Yi Yuan, that dead gray eyes finally glowed with a trace of light. Yi Yuan felt his heart ached. Such a kind-hearted girl, why did she have to suffer such unfair treatment? He squatted down by the bed and said softly, Come with me, all right? This place already has nothing worth for you to look back anymore. Liang Wanru's eyes revealed a look of struggle. Finally, she still nodded her head. Yi Yuan let out a deep sigh. At this point, this girl still had a hint of sentimental attachment. He reached his hands out and carried Liang Wanru, walking straight outside. Luo Jian was just like a shadow, following behind Yi Yuan unhurriedly. Today, I, Yi Yuan, owe you a favor, Yi Yuan said when he passed by Luo Jian. Luo Jian did not speak and did not indicate anything either. He still followed Yi Yuan just like that. Upon exiting, the dungeon's entrance was already surrounded by a large group of people. The two people in front were precisely Liang Mingyu husband and wife. Yi Yuan, you ungrateful and despicable villain. My daughter saved you, but you actually repaid kindness with ingratitude and injured our Liang families. Guards! Liang Mingyu shouted. Yi Yuan looked at him. A hint of cold light flashed across in his eyes. It was said that even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. This Liang Mingyu was simply worse than a beast. Hey, what did I say? That beast tied that time was probably done by this boy himself. He coveted that whore's beauty. That's why he would deliberately draw the beast tied to play out a hero rescuing the beauty. Wang Pianran fanned the flames at one side. Liang Mingyu's brows furrowed. He was rather sensitive to the word whore. His daughter was a whore. Then what was he? But at this time it was clearly not the time to fuss over these. Yi Yuan discovered that this family was simply unreasonable. Liang Wanru being born in this kind of family and was actually able to maintain her original nature was truly not easy. Repaying kindness with ingratitude? Or is it having diabolical ambitions? Miss Wanru saving me, that's what I owe her. This young master will naturally repay her. As for you guys, what has it got to do with me? Yi Yuan said coolly. What a joke. Wanru is my daughter, her saving you is naturally the Liang family saving you. You didn't think to pay and actually even abducted Wanru. Today you can forget about walking out of the Liang family's gates. Liang, Mingyu said coldly. Yi Yuan smiled and opened his mouth to say, repay? I wonder if I hand over the beast taming art, would you all be satisfied? When Liang Mingyu and Wang Pianran heard beast taming art, the three words, their eyes all lit up, their emotions becoming agitated. But Liang Mingyu was rather shrewd. How could he display his own greed so easily? Humph! Boy, don't give me that. You barged into the Liang Wanru and abducted Wanru. This is an unforgivable crime. Put down Wanru right now and surrender. Obediently without putting up resistance. Perhaps this family head can still spare your life. Liang Mingyu said with insidious plans. Yi Yuan gave him a glance with a smile that was not a smile and said, family head Liang, you really want to lead the life of a whore and also expect a monument to your chastity. However, not only does this young master want to go out today, I even want to bring Miss Wanru along with me. If you have the capabilities, come and try stopping. Finished talking, Yi Yuan carried Liang Wanru and walked straight out. Heh! A crippled boy actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Do you think that, by relying on that fellow behind you, you can break out of our Liang family? You're also looking down on the Liang family's strength too much. Liang Mingyu gave a cold laugh. Instantly, over a dozen figures surrounded Yi Yuan and Luo Jian. Looking from these people's auras, they were actually all initial stage grotto. Profound powerhouses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over a dozen figures assaulted Yi Yuan at the same time, not giving Luo Jian the slightest opportunity to save people. But right at this time, everyone felt a blur before their eyes. Over a dozen gusts of fierce wind abruptly howled past. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blood light suffused. The dozen over figures were directly sent flying out by these dozen over gusts of strong wind. Liang Mingyu's pupils constricted and looked at Luo Jian in disbelief as he cried out in shock. Gale sword, you're the myriad treasure towers. Luo Jian. Luo Jian rarely showed face in public, but his Gale sword was very renowned. The moment he attacked, Liang Mingyu finally recognized him. Such a swift sword, who else could it be apart from Luo Jian? Yi Yuan is my myriad treasure towers guest alchemist. Whoever touches him shall be the enemy of the sword in my hand. Luo Jian spoke for the first time. G guest alchemist? Be brother Luo, you wouldn't be mistaken, right? He, cripple, how to refine pills. Liang Mingyu felt that this reason was not funny at all. Yi Yuan did not even have a trace of divine essence on his body. What would he use to refine pills? However, Luo Jian was the myriad treasure towers #1 expert, a late-stage grotto profound deity realm powerhouse. This guy was a sword fanatic. His sword arts had reached the highest level of attainments, his strength pushing straight for grand completion grotto heaven. Powerhouse. This guy could not be provoked. Therefore, even though Luo Jian's reason was off the mark, Liang Mingyu was secretly startled in his heart. No matter what this reason was, Yi Yuan had a very deep relationship with the Myriad Treasure Tower right now. This was beyond all doubt. Luo Jian, this person, was not what a cripple like Yi Yuan could command. Who knew that, after Luo Jian said finish this sentence, he became a mute again, and did not make any more sound. That appearance was really cool to the extreme. Family head Liang, it's still that sentence. If you have the capabilities, come and try stopping.
Ye Yuan mocked.
Liang Mingyu could not help choking up when he heard that, but he really became cautious in taking action. Luo Jian was someone that they could not afford to provoke. Wang Pianran said anxiously by the side, Mingyu, what are you scared of him for? Jewel Hill City isn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain either. With our Wang family backing you up, still scared of him, a Myriad Treasure Tower? Call second uncle out. I want to see if this whatever Luo Jian is really as formidable as in the legends. Wang Pianran winked at Liang Mingyu vigorously, signaling how great the value on Yi Yuan was. In the end, it was still greed and overwhelmed reason. Only to see his expression turn cold, and he said, go and invite second elder over. Just say that the Liang family has encountered a powerful foe and request for his elderly self to assist. Then the others attack together. Don't believe that he can protect that boy's safety alone. Under Liang Mingyu's command, all of the deity realm powerhouses all gathered together, surrounding Yi Yuan trio. With this, it was a life and death struggle. Yi Yuan and Luo Jian behaved like there was nobody around them, walking straight towards the gate. Those family guards were all afraid of Luo Jian and just surrounded the three people, but no one dared to make a move. All attack for me. Those who defy will be opposing the Liang family and Wang family. Wang Pianran's shrill scream sounded out. Everyone could not help shuddering. A martial artist finally could not resist making a move. But the blade in his hand had just raised up, and a gust of force wind assailed. Arg! A tragic scream echoed. That martial artist's arm directly flew out along with his weapon. Everyone did not see clearly how Luo Jian attacked. That person's arm was directly severed at the wrist. Everyone just felt a cold wind swoosh. With this, there was really no one who dared to take action anymore. No matter how Wang Pianran shouted, they did not dare to make a move anymore. Either could not even see how he made his move, how to fight still. Yi Yuan and Luo Jian strolled idly and walked towards the outside unhurriedly, as if nothing happened at all. That appearance was truly condescending. However, the Liang family's people had no temper. Liang Mingyu himself was merely middle-stage grotto profound deity realm, even a notch inferior to Luo Jian. How could he dare to make a move? He was aware that Luo Jian, this person, would never care about the strength of his opponent. The moment he made his move, it must draw blood. Even if your strength was greater than his, he would also fight to the end. Either you die or he perishes. Looking as the two people were about to leave the Liang family, Liang Mingyu and Wang Pianran were very panicky. Right at this time, everyone just felt a blur before their eyes. An old man already appeared at the gate. Second uncle. When Liang Mingyu saw the old man, he was immediately overjoyed. This old man was Liang Mingyu's second uncle, also the person with the strongest combat power at present in the Liang family. Late-stage grotto.
Profonde d'éthyrilme powerhouse, Liang Gui.
Mingyu, what's going on here? Hearing the mournful cries in the courtyard, Liang Hui said with a frown. Second uncle Wanru saved that boy, but who knew that that kid was a wolf, with wild ambitions to actually covet Wanru's beauty, breaking into the Liang family to abduct her away, Liang Mingyu said. The moment Liang Hui heard this, he could not help flying into a great rage, and glared at Yi Yuan as he said, a cripple actually dares to be so insolent. At my Liang family? Liang Mingyu hurriedly said. This boy used no idea what kind of trick to actually obtain the Myriad Treasure Tower's protection. They actually sent Luo Jian out to protect him. In our powerlessness, that's why we interrupted second uncle's peaceful cultivation. Liang Hui was startled and could not help looking towards that burly man. Behind Yi Yuan, Liang Mingyu continued when he saw the situation. Second uncle, you just have to hold Luo Jian back. When we take down that crippled boy, he won't dare to be insolent anymore. Liang Hui's face fell, and he said with a nod, no problem. This Luo Jian's strength is strong, but this old man can still hold him for a while. The rest will be left to you all. Liang Mingyu was thrilled the moment he heard it and said, rest assured, second uncle. That kid is merely a cripple. I'll take it upon myself later. Liang Hui nodded his head and said to Luo Jian, Luo Jian, you're the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, but today you broke into my Liang family and injured people. Is truly bullying people too far. This old man will come and face off with you. See if you, this Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, has an undeserved reputation or not. Luo Jian was still silent, giving people the feeling that there was only him alone in the whole world. Liang Hui's face fell and his figure shot forth. His hand already had an additional treasure sword at goodness knows when charging over towards Luo Jian. Deity realm powerhouses, even just a minor realm apart, the disparity was very huge too. Late-stage Grotto Profound compared to middle-stage Grotto Profound was God knows how many times stronger. Wanting to leap realms and battle was virtually something impossible. Many martial artists expended as long as 10,000 years and were only able to break through a minor realm too. Liang Hui's strength already infinitely approached Grotto Profound Grand completion. This opening move was truly earth-shattering. At the same time he made his move, Liang Mingyu moved too. His target was Yi Yuan. Although Luo Jian was known as the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, his strength was merely around on par with Liang Hui. Wanting to shake off Liang Hui absolutely could not be done within a short time. Therefore, that was why he would set his mind at ease and attack boldly. But right at this time, a fierce gale swept up. Clank! A light ringing sound echoed out. This time, everyone finally saw Luo Jian unleash his sword. No berserk sword energy, no outrageous divine essence undulations. Just stabbing out a sword plainly. Clank! A crisp metal clashing sound echoed out. Pucci! Luo Jian's long sword stabbed into Liang Hui's chest viciously. However, the remnant momentum did not diminish. Liang Mingyu's figure had just reached midair when Luo Jian's sword carried along Liang Hui, directly stringing them up together. The two sounds of a long sword entering the flesh made everyone shudder with fear. This? How could he be so strong? Second Elder is only one last step away from Grotto Profound Grand completion to actually fail to last one exchange. Under Luo Jian's hands. What to do? The Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman is actually so strong. This time, the Liang family really kicked a steel plate. The Myriad Treasure Tower is what we can provoke at all. The Liang family's guards were all deeply astounded by this scene. This Luo Jian was truly too strong. By the side, Yi Yuan was apathetic to this scene and carried Liang Wanru, slowly walking out of the Liang family's gate. Elder Feng, how is it? Inside a box room of the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yi Yuan, being anxious and fretful, was asking Feng Ping, who was currently taking Liang Wanru's pulse. Feng Ping was Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist. Under Manager Su's recommendation, he agreed to diagnose Liang Wanru's pulse. Yi Yuan was currently a so-called alchemy god, but he could only refine divine essence pills. Regarding Liang Wanru's situation, there was nothing he could do about it at all. Feng Ping shook his head and said with a sigh, Miss Wanru's body is that of a mortal, but she's suffering from a divine rank slow-acting poison. How can her body endure it? Right now, the poison has already entered the viscera and is about to reach the heart. Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing when he heard that. He did not have divine essence currently and was unable to help Liang Wanru diagnose her pulse. But this poison entering the heart He, as an experienced alchemist, naturally knew how dangerous it was. No matter how weak the poison, as long as it entered the heart, then it was difficult for even immortals to save. Elder Feng, could it be that there's no other way? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Feng Ping shook his head and said, to detoxify this poison, it must be a 1-star divine-grade detoxification pill. In this Jewel Hill city there's still no one capable of refining a 1-star divine-grade detoxification pill. A divine-grade detoxification pill that was truly a godlike existence. Forget about being in Jewel Hill City, even a 2-star alchemy god might not be able to refine it either. Divine-grade medicinal pills required absolute strength plus heaven-defying luck before one could refine successfully. By the side, Manager Su also sighed and said, I know this girl. Although she can't talk, her disposition is very pure. I didn't expect that Liang Mingyu actually did this kind of tiger eating its own cubs thing, truly utterly devoid of conscience. Elder Feng revealed a disdainful look and said, Liang Mingyu, this person is too snobbish. Back then, in order to draw close to the Wang family, he married Wang Pianran before his wife's corpse was cold. It has always been passed down as a joke in this Jewel Hill city. Manager Su suddenly had a look of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back, but it drew Yi Yuan's attention. Manager Su, do you have any way that can save Wanru?
Ye Yuan hurriedly
Asked. Feng Ping gave Manager Su a glance and said, don't think about it. It won't work. Manager Su said, yeah, Yi Yuan, this path truly can't work. Better not say, in case you are troubled by it. Yi Yuan said curiously, where did this come from? Manager Su, Miss Wanru is this Ye's benefactor. No matter how difficult the matter, this Yi is willing to go do it too. Feng Ping smiled and said, this matter, you probably really can't do it. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look. Manager Su let out a sigh and said, the poison that Miss Wanru is inflicted with is called Poison Feather Thousand Night. The Wang family's non-transmissible secret. This kind of poison, as long as it doesn't enter the heart, the Wang family's Wang Lingbo can treat it. That Wang Pianran is precisely Wang Lingbo's biological sister. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. Feng Ping and Manager Su's meaning was already very obvious. This was the Wang family's poison. Only the Wang family could cure it. And the Wang family was precisely Wang Pianran's maiden family. Have Yi Yuan go and beg the Wang family? Yi Yuan going to the Liang family this time to abduct people, and even had Luo Jian seriously injure the second elder and Liang Mingyu. The grudge was already set in stone. With Wang Pianran, that woman's ruthlessness, how could she possibly let her own brother save Liang Wanru? Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and asked Feng Ping, Elder Feng, how long can Miss Wanru still last? Feng Ping thought about it and said, that's hard to say. Probably the latest is also tomorrow. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he asked again, Elder Feng, Yi Yuan wants to request a 1-star heaven-grade detoxification pill from you. Is it allowed? Of course, this Yi don't want it for free either. This Yi can use 100 heaven-grade divine essence pills to compensate. Feng Ping gave Yi Yuan a glance and said smilingly, according to what I know, you seem to only know how to refine divine essence pills currently, right? Do you plan to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill yourself? Give up. There's absolutely no way. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'll go to the Wang family, if they agree to hand over the antidote. It's naturally a happy ending. If they don't agree, then there's only this Yi taking action myself. Yi Yuan's words made everyone greatly astonished. They had already discerned that he was an extremely proud person from this incident of Yi Yuan forcefully breaking into the Liang family. This matter of lowering his head to people, it should be that he absolutely would not do it. Moreover, everyone had a score in their hearts that even if Yi Yuan deigned himself, the possibility of the Wang family agreeing was virtually zero. For the sake of Liang Wanru, this last, Yi Yuan was actually willing to suffer Such humiliation. Yi Yuan, have you thought clearly? Manager Su was visibly moved as he said. But Yi Yuan smiled broadly and said, Miss Wanru suffered such a tribulation. Because of me. She had a life-saving grace to me. Why would I, Yi Yuan, not throw this face out? Even if there's only a feeble ray of hope, this ye have. To give it a try too. Everyone was visibly moved. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually such a loyal and sentimental person. Elder Feng and Elder Su were both extremely shrewd people. They had long seen through that Yi Yuan's gaze when looking at Liang Wanru was without the slightest lust, indicating that he did not have presumptuous ideas towards Liang Wanru. Then Yi Yuan was doing this just in order to repay the kindness. At this time, Yi Yuan felt the corners of his sleeves more. Turned out that it was Liang Wanru who pulled it. Lowering his head to take a look, he saw that two clear streams of tears were flowing down Liang Wanru's eyes. Even though she was very weak at this time, her mind was still clear. Yi Yuan was actually willing to suffer such humiliation for her. She was very upset in her heart. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Miss Wanru, you don't have to be like this. He has a score in my heart. You rest assured, this ye will definitely save. You. Liang Wanru nodded slightly, but her emotions were somewhat agitated. Brother, you have to stand up for me this time. You don't know how arrogant. That brat whose surnamed Yi was at that time. He didn't place our Wang family in his sights at all. At the Wang family's residence, Wang Pianran was just like a machine gun, besmirching Yi Yuan in front of Wang Lingbo. Wang Lingbo stood with his hands behind his back, quietly listening to his sister's complaints, but did not express anything. He knew this younger sister's temperament. It was already pretty good to have 10% of everything she said to be credible. Furthermore, how could the Liang family's matters need Wang Pianran to sow discord? He knew long ago. Pianran, you tell me honestly, just what secret is there on that Yi Yuan's boy's body? Wang Lingbo said with a heated gaze. Wang Pianran was stunned when she heard that. Her gaze started becoming evasive. Brother, what do you mean? Wang Lingbo said with a smile. Pianran, a married woman should stand by her man. This is correct. But don't you forget who was the one who gave you your position in the Liang family. The Liang family can be pulled but also have to be struck. Do you think that Liang Mingyu obeying you in every way is really because you have power over major issues? Wang Pianran was suddenly startled. Only then did she realize that elder brother definitely executed many means behind her back these few years. Liang Mingyu was hesitant to take action in fear of damages, and that was why. He would please her in every way. Brother, I. Wang Lingbo's one sentence made Wang Pianran completely flustered. In terms of schemes, she was far too lacking. The more stable the Wang family's position in Jewel Hill City, the more pleasant your little days will be. Wouldn't you say so? Wang Lingbo still said with a smile. Wang Pianran nodded her head woodenly. So, just what secret is there on that boy's body? Hey kid, the family head isn't free today. You go back first. If you want to meet him, wait here tomorrow morning. A steward-like middle-aged man was currently shouting at Yi Yuan rudely. 3 days had already passed since Yi Yuan entered the Liang family to rescue someone. During these 3 days' time, Yi Yuan waited at the Wang family's gatehouse. Every day early in the morning. All the way until the sun set, what he got was all the same sentence. Yi Yuan knew that this was Wang Lingbo deliberately hanging him out to dry. But Yi Yuan did not reveal the slightest hint of unhappiness. He just clasped his hands slightly at that doorman and bade his farewell. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, the doorman also felt somewhat surprised. This kid is really tenacious. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to take it long ago. The doorman muttered to himself. These few days they changed ways to make things difficult for Yi Yuan. Various kinds of suddenly turning hostile, even pouring tea on Yi Yuan's face. But Yi Yuan did not have any complaints. After smiling slightly, he stood at one side and waited again. Just today, a Wang family's descendant came to the gatehouse and gave Yi Yuan a beating with blocking the way as the reason. Yi Yuan still did not fight back when beaten and did not talk back when scolded. Honestly speaking, even the doorman himself also could not quite look on anymore. If it were others, they would have long left in a rage. But Yi Yuan forcefully endured it. The time limit that Yi Yuan set for himself was 5 days. After 5 days, if Wang Lingbo was still not willing to meet, he would cultivate himself and refine a divine-grade detoxification pill. Yi Yuan had sought a heaven-grade detoxification pill from Fengping. After Liang Wanru consumed it, it temporarily suppressed the spread of the poison feather Thousand Nights poison. Fortunately, the heaven-grade detoxification pill was effective enough and was able to delay the poison feather Thousand Nights poison for 40 days before flaring up again. This way, Yi Yuan would have 40 days of buffer time. The refining difficulty of the detoxification pill was much greater than the divine essence pill. But to Yi Yuan, this was an incidental thing. According to Dustless's way of saying, the next step was to practice refining the detoxification pill. It just happened to lay down the foundation for the one-star heavenly mark pill. However, Yi Yuan had to first cultivate the divine essence pill to divine grade. This task was very difficult. Yi Yuan himself also did not know whether or not it could be completed, and he also could not bear to watch Liang Wanru suffer. Therefore, being aware that the Wang family was deliberately insulting him, he also forcefully tolerated it. Fortunes changed. There would come a day where the Wang family had to pay the price for their actions. Luo Jian followed behind Yi Yuan unhurriedly. A glimmer flashed across his eyes. This kind of look was rare on him. "Ha, brother. It's really liberating. You really don't know how arrogant. This brat was at the Liang family that day. I didn't expect that he doesn't even dare to let out a fart until now. Looks like that little girl still has some means to actually enthrall this boy until he loses his head, willingly. Suffering such humiliation for her. Getting to know the fruits of these few days." Wang Pianran laughed very delightedly. Wang Lingbo smiled faintly and said, "This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, but can suffer such humiliation. This determination isn't easy to deal with. This kind of person, if can't become friends with, then there's only making him die." But Wang Pianran was indifferent as she said, "Brother, you worry too much. Just a cripple. If not relying on the myriad treasure tower, he'd die however. I want to make him die." Wang Lingbo glanced at this foolish sister of his, shook his head and said no more. He called the doorman over and instructed, "Tomorrow morning when that boy comes, directly lead him to the Great Hall." The next day, when Yi Yuan showed up at the Wang family's Great Hall, Wang Lingbo, Wang Pianran, Liang Wanrong were already waiting in an arranged order in the solemn manner of a tri-hall joint hearing. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He just clasped his hands at Wang Lingbo and said, "Yi Yuan has seen family head Lingbo." Wang Lingbo narrowed his eyes as if he did not see Yi Yuan at all. His attitude was very haughty. "You're the Myriad Treasure Tower's newly promoted guest alchemist?" "Yes. Looks very ordinary. You're looking for me for the Poison Feather Thousand Nights antidote." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Miss Wanru is at any rate family head. Lingbo's niece. Hope that you can raise your hand in mercy and let her off." "Hoo, niece? Yi Yuan, you're telling bald-faced lies here. My brother only has one niece. That is Ronger. That whore, if she dies, she dies. To dare be mentioned in the same breath with my family's Ronger." Wang Pianran giggled. That face piled up with fats looked incomparably hideous. Wang Lingbo said coolly, "What Pianran said is right, that lass has no blood relations with me at all. On what basis should I save her? Or is it that you can take out something that can move this family head?" While talking, a glint flashed across Wang Lingbo's eyes. beast-taming arts that could command a late-stage Tier 1 divine beast. Even Wang Lingbo also had to be tempted. Yi Yuan looked at Wang Lingbo and said coolly, I know that you all want the beast-taming art, but I don't have any beast-taming arts at all. Wang Pianran immediately berated. Do you take us to be 3-year-old children? You, a cripple but can control a late-stage Tier 1 divine beast. Without beast-taming arts, how can you possibly do it? Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense. A surge of faint dragon pressure was released. Feeling this surge of dragon wave, Wang Lingbo's pupils constricted. Although this bout of pressure was not strong, it was indeed an authentic dragon race pressure. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not lying, his eyes revealing a thick look of disappointment. His face turned cold and he said, Since you don't have beast-taming arts, then what right do you have to make me save an unrelated person? Moreover, that lass's existence is a threat to Rong'er in itself. Yi Yuan said coolly, This Yi has nothing valuable, but as long as family head is willing to save Miss Rong'er, this Yi is willing to refine pills for the Wang family for 10 years, and not take a single cent. Wang Lingbo smiled disdainfully and said, Do you really think that I'll believe that you're some guest alchemist? An alchemist would go and seek help from Feng Ping. Just a cripple, what medicinal pills can you refine? However, I can give you a chance. If you accomplish it, it's not that I can't save that girl. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, Family head, please say. Wang Lingbo smiled coldly and said, Your actions, Rong'er is very upset. She has already cried about it to me several times. As long as you can make her happy, it's not impossible for this family head to save her. Liang Wanrong walked down from the hall at this time, circled around Yi Yuan twice and said smugly, Boy, didn't think that you'd land in this young lady's hands one day, right? Weren't you very cocky? Didn't you look down on this young lady? If you have the capabilities, say it one more time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and bowed deeply to Liang Wanrong and said, It was this Yi who was rude. Hope that Miss Wanrong doesn't take offense. Liang Wanrong said delightedly, Want me to not take offense? Also can. I just have one request. Kneel down and call this young lady Grandaunt thrice. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll let Uncle give you the antidote. Behind Yi Yuan, Luo Jian involuntarily gripped his sword, truly somewhat unable to look on anymore. But all of a sudden, Liang Wanrong's gaze became hazy. Her complexion became flushed, and she pounced toward Wang Lingbo. Uncle, actually, Rong'er has already liked you for very long. Liang Wanrong sprinted all the way. While running, she even took off her clothes and headed for the Wang Lingbo sitting above. She had fallen for Yi Yuan's move last time, and now the same thing happened. She was too elated with the situation that she forgot it. She had long tossed the matter of falling for this move back then beyond the 9 clouds. Caught unaware, Yi Yuan directly made her succumb. When Wang Pianran saw this scene, she could not help jumping with fright. Why, would her daughter suddenly become like this? Wang Lingbo's brows furrowed. Waving his hand, it was a slap. Slap! A clear slapping sound echoed throughout the entire great hall, clear and audible. Liang Wanrong was directly slapped until she spun in the air. When she landed on the ground, she was already out cold.
Rong'er!
Brother, what are you doing? Wang Pianran screamed at the top of her voice, and she hurriedly went over to help up her daughter. But Wang Lingbo ignored his sister. He used a murderous gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Ocular arts. Heh! I really underestimated you. But you deserve death. Wang Lingbo's face was cold. Clearly, he had killing intent aroused towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, If we can't see eye to eye, then don't talk anymore. But don't take this Yi to be an idiot. Luo Jian, let's go. Yi Yuan turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. A flicker of surprise flashed across Luo Jian's gaze. His look when looking at Yi Yuan finally had a slight change. Wang Lingbo's brows furrowed and he said coldly, "If you dare to walk out of this front door, that girl will be dead for sure." Yi Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lingbo as he said with a faint smile, "Rest assured, even if you die, Wanru won't die. Not only won't she die, but she'll even open her mouth and speak anew. Stepping into deity realm. She will let you all, people who bullied her, have a good look." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left, and did not look back again. Wang Lingbo laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha, ignorant child. My Wang. Family's poison feather thousand night, even Feng Ping that old fart can't do anything about it. With just the likes of you, a brat who's still wet behind the ears? Dream on." As for what Yi Yuan said, making Wanru open her mouth and speak, and step into deity realm, Wang Lingbo even directly chose to ignore it. This was impossible. The reason why Yi Yuan chose to take action against Liang Wanrong was that he saw through this family and they had no good faith at all. He had been examining the words and expressions all along. When Wang Lingbo learned that he did not have beast-taming arts, he thoroughly lost interest in him. What replaced it was a look of disdain and banter. This kind of people's words Yi Yuan would not believe at all. Even if he really knelt down for Liang Wanru, it was also impossible for Wang Lingbo to give him the poison feather thousand nights antidote. The reason why he said so was entirely in order to humiliate him. If he really knelt down and begged, not only would the other party not give him the antidote, they would even go from bad to worse. Hence, he decisively chose to take action against Liang Wanrong. She wanted to humiliate him, then let her disgrace herself first. Yi Yuan walked straight out of the Wang family and never looked back. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Wang Lingbo's expression was grim to the extreme. "This Yi Yuan, what do you think of him?" Yang Rui's gaze was deep as he asked. Luo Jian. He had Luo Jian follow Yi Yuan. It was to protect Yi Yuan and also naturally, to monitor and observe Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan's origins were unknown. High morality reaching up to the clouds, wise and far-sighted, unfathomable. Luo Jian appraised. Yang Rui's gaze flickered, revealing a look of surprise, and he said in surprise, "Oh? Someone able to make you evaluate like so isn't simple. This boy is truly so impressive." Yang Yui knew that Luo Jian's experience was exceedingly vast. Ordinary people could not enter his arcane sights at all. There had never been a person who could make him appraise so highly before. High morality reaching up to the clouds, he could understand. Wise and farsighted was also barely passable. But a cripple with a damaged divine sea, no matter how formidable it was, limited to. Luo Jian actually used unfathomable to describe him. Truly, made Yang Rui very surprised. Perhaps he's a dragon wandering the shoal. A glint flashed in Luo Jian's eyes. Yang Rui's face revealed a musing look, and he said, "Then your meaning is that us roping this boy is correct." Luo Jian was silent for a moment and then said, "Maybe there will be unexpected gains." Yang Rui frowned and said, "Then do you think you can refine a divine grade detoxification pill?" Luo Jian shook his head. Clearly, he also did not think that Yi Yuan could create a miracle. After all, there were only over 30 days, and Yi Yuan seemed to only know how to refine divine essence pill currently. Wanting to refine a divine grade detoxification pill, this was simply something impossible. Returning to the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yi Yuan applied for sufficient quantities of medicinal herbs and divine essence stones from Manager Su. He then directly chose to enter close seclusion. Out of 40 days, 4 days were already spent. He still had 36 days, which was also a year's time. In this 1 year, not only did he have to cultivate the divine essence pill to divine grade, he even had to cultivate the 1-star detoxification pill to divine grade. This task was even more daunting than him cultivating the divine essence pill. Starting close seclusion, Yi Yuan began to refine day and night. Although Yi Yuan's understanding of the lesser divine essence formation became Increasingly profound, wanting to refine a divine-grade divine essence pill, it was still far too lacking. He was still a long way from heaven-grade right now. The lesser divine essence formation is the foundation of all rank 1 pill.
Refining formation.
Not training it to the acme of perfection, it's impossible for other array formations to have any accomplishments. Dustless said, Senior, rest assured. I have a score in my heart and won't rush for quick results. Yi Yuan said. And although your talent is extraordinary, wanting to cultivate the divine essence pill and detoxification pill to the divine grade realm within a year is still too forceful. Therefore, you have to be mentally prepared. No need to be mentally prepared. I'll definitely succeed, Yi Yuan said with a sharp gaze. Dustless looked at Yi Yuan and said no more. He discovered that Yi Yuan belonged to that kind of becoming stronger when encountering something stronger personality. The greater the difficulty faced, the more his fighting intent surged instead. Although pill refinement did not compare to fighting, the difficulty placed in front of Yi Yuan was even greater than fighting. Calm whenever encountering major issues. This was the feeling that Yi Yuan gave Dustless. Before failure, he would absolutely not see that sort of dispirited mood from
Ye Yuan.
It seemed like Yi Yuan would never consider the issue of what happens after failure. Dustless also had no choice but to admit that this kind of quality was extremely rare. Perhaps Yi Yuan had come along this way, relying on precisely this quality. One had to admit that entering the selfless realm at that time, the help to Yi Yuan was seriously too great. According to normal comprehension, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to comprehend the medicinal properties of those few kinds of spirit medicines to such an extent in such a short time. Through the refinement previously Yi Yuan's comprehension of the spirit medicine's medicinal properties already reached 80%. Adding on Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the lesser divine essence formation, becoming deeper and deeper, his attainments in the divine essence pill advanced by leaps and bounds. Half a month later, Yi Yuan was already able to steadily refine superior grade divine essence pills. 1.5 months later, Yi Yuan finally refined a heaven grade divine essence pill for the first time. 3 months later, Yi Yuan was already able to steadily refine heaven grade divine essence pills. Finally, Yi Yuan arrived at the threshold of refining a divine grade divine essence pill. Heaven grade, still heaven grade. Half a year already passed since Yi Yuan entered close seclusion. But no matter how Yi Yuan refined, he was also unable to break through to divine grade. Heaven grade to divine grade was like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard Yi Yuan worked, he was also unable to cross it. 3 months ago, Yi Yuan was already able to steadily refine heaven grade medicinal pills. But 3 months passed, Yi Yuan made no progress at all. Senior, I've already completely comprehended the spirit medicine's medicinal properties. The lesser divine essence formation is also thoroughly comprehended already. Why is it that I just can't refine divine grade divine essence pills?
Ye Yuan yanderet.
Dustless said, divine grade is not in the ranking in the first place. Refining heaven grade medicinal pills, as long as one worked hard, it can be achieved. But divine grade, it will depend on one's comprehension ability and
Lucky chance.
For the same type of medicinal pill, divine grade is another kind of realm. Only with repeated tempering can one have a possibility of comprehending Tao. But this to you is the hardest. 3 months' time, it is too short. One could say that divine grade was the grade that tested an alchemist's pill. Refinement talent. Insufficient talent, no matter how hard you worked, it was also not possible to refine divine grade medicinal pills. But even if ordinary alchemists were exceptionally talented, it was also not possible to refine a divine grade divine pill within 3 months. Forget about 3 months, even 3 years, 30 years, it was also impossible. A hint of understanding flashed inside Yi Yuan's mind, and he said, in this case, divine grade divine pills already belong to the domain of Tao? Just like when I refined the Tao-defying pill, it aroused the resonance of heavenly Tao the same. Dustless stroked his beard and smiled, praising, "That's right, the path of medicinal pills, the things refined are corporeal objects emphasizing skill, but slighting the Tao, therefore wanting to touch the fleeting and ephemeral. Heavenly Tao would be even more difficult." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I understand." Finished talking, Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged and no longer refined pills. In his mind, he started recalling his contact with divine pills bit by bit. From Dustless narrating the spirit medicine's medicinal properties to comprehending the lesser divine essence formation, then to forming the pill, and then to heaven-grade divine essence pill. Every detail along the way, Yi Yuan re-experienced it anew. After each time Yi Yuan refined pills, he would summarize it meticulously. Hence, towards each process, he would remember it vividly. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to that ignorant and dull novice, re-experiencing the process of refining the divine essence pill anew. Gradually, Yi Yuan entered a wondrous state. At this moment, those 5 spirit medicines' medicinal properties were seemingly shattered into countless fragments by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was situated in this vast ocean of fragments, undergoing the experiences anew. After that, Yi Yuan carried out a reorganization of these fragments. Yi Yuan was already familiar with the 5 spirit medicines' medicinal properties until he could not be any more familiar. At this moment, those fragments continuously constructed new models in his mind, constructing, overturning, constructing again, overturning again. Time passed day by day. In a twinkle, a month's time passed again. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of understanding flashed across his eyes. Dustless's gaze turned intent, and he said in amazement, "You comprehended everything?" Yi Yuan nodded with a slight smile and said, "Should be." Dustless was stunned and blurted out, How is this possible? Months' time and you comprehended it." Dustless was all too clear how difficult divine-grade divine essence pill was to comprehend. Even though the divine essence pill was just the most basic divine pill, the refining difficulty was who knows how many times greater than the Tao-defying pill. Without the accumulation of time, wanting to thoroughly comprehend the divine essence pill was impossible. However, from Yi Yuan coming into contact with the divine essence pill, merely less than 3 months' time had passed. This kind of improvement speed was too terrifying. Yi Yuan just smiled and started to set up the lesser divine essence formation. Taking action this time was totally different from any situation in the past. A measly 8 pieces of divine essence stones seemingly transformed into tens of millions of great Tao in Yi Yuan's hands, looking exceedingly profound. Dustless's eyes stared until it went wide. He was finally certain that Yi Yuan was not bragging. He really comprehended it. This kind of comprehension was different from other alchemists hitting the jackpot and refining divine-grade divine pills, but Yi Yuan really understood the Tao of the divine essence pill. In the future, when Yi Yuan refined the divine essence pill, the chances of reaching divine grade was absolutely above 1%. One should not underestimate this 1%. For ordinary alchemist, even an exceptionally powerful 1-star alchemy god, the chances of refining divine-grade divine essence pills would not surpass 1% either. Could virtually be overlooked. Furthermore, following Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao becoming deeper and deeper, this chance would even become higher and higher. The light faded away. A translucent divine essence pill appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. A divine-grade divine essence pill. You really comprehended it. Freak. Truly too monstrous. 7 months. You only used 7 months' time and comprehended the divine-grade divine essence pill, Dustless said, rather agitatedly. Only at this time did he discover that he really underestimated Yi Yuan. This guy was simply born for the sake of medicinal pills. Solid foundation skills, heaven-defying comprehension abilities, terrifying talent. Let him create a miracle. Counting in the 1 month from before, Yi Yuan spent a total of 1 year and 7 months in the world suppressing steel. He used such a short time and refined the divine-grade divine essence pill. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that when Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove achieved this step. Back then, he also used 100 years' time. The time that Yi Yuan spent was only 1% of what Immortal Grove spent. However, Yi Yuan did not have an overly surprised expression. 7 months had already gone by. He was only left with 5 months' time. Yi Yuan spent 1 year and 7 months to comprehend the divine essence pill. Then what about the detoxification pill, which was even harder than it? No time to waste anymore. Senior, please teach me the refining method of the 1-star detoxification pill, Yi Yuan said. Dustless nodded. He also knew that time was pressing. Hence, he collected his mind very quickly and started narrating to Yi Yuan the medicinal properties of the spirit medicines. The detoxification pill's divine rank spirit medicines had a total of 7 kinds. This account of Dustless was 10 days and 10 nights. The complexity of the 7 kinds of spirit medicines far exceeded Yi Yuan's imaginations. Yi Yuan finally knew why the divine essence pill was the most basic divine pill. However, Yi Yuan refining the divine essence pill already laid down a solid foundation. He was no longer an ignorant person. But the speed of Yi Yuan comprehending the detoxification pill was goodness knows how many times faster than the divine essence pill. When Dustless saw Yi Yuan's comprehension speed, he could not help being dumbfounded. He followed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and commanded the wind and clouds. In the heavenspan world for eons, the geniuses that he had seen were numerous, like schools of carps crossing the river. But he had never seen before someone's comprehension ability capable of reaching Yi Yuan's level. Yi Yuan's alchemy talent could be described using frightening, drawing parallels from inference. This kid's comprehension strength is simply inconceivable. Other people would spend even more time learning other medicinal pills after the divine essence pill. But this boy actually became faster and faster. The divine essence pill opened up the gates of divine pills. For him, now, he has already stepped onto a broad path, his future limitless. Given time, this boy's accomplishments in alchemy might not be incapable of surpassing Immortal Grove. Dustless sighed emotionally. Feng Ping and manager Su slowly walked into the box room. Hong Yin was currently taking care of Liang Wanru. How is Miss Wanru? Manager Su asked Hong Yin. Hong Yin shook her head, her expression somewhat ugly as she said, "She already can't swallow food. Probably can't hang on much longer anymore." Manager Su sighed and said, "In the end, it still can't make it. This girl. What a shame." Feng Ping said, "How can divine-grade detoxification pill be so easy to refine? This old man already has half a foot stepped into the realm of 2-star alchemy god and can't refine it too. It's not that this old man is looking down on Yi Yuan, but it's impossible for him to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill." Manager Su did not refute this. He said with a nod, "Yi Yuan is also arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. That's why he would state such proud words at the Wang family." Wang Lingbo made use of Yi Yuan's proud words to expose the myriad treasure tower's misdeeds. This period of time we are in a very passive position too. Yi Yuan let out grand words before coming out of the Wang family's residence. Not only was he going to resolve the poison feather Thousand Nights poison, but he was even going to let Liang Wanru step into divine Tao realm and treat her so that she could speak. These words were spread by the Wang family and already caused a buzz in Jewel Hill City. The poison feather Thousand Night was the Wang family's non-transmissible secret. People's faces changed when talking about it. Now, the myriad treasure tower actually provoked the Wang family like this. With this, there was really a good show to watch. If when the time came and the myriad treasure tower could not cure Liang Wanru's poison, this face would be slapped resoundingly. There would also be a tremendous impact on the myriad treasure tower's reputation. Mentioning this, Feng Ping's brows also knitted together tightly, and he said, unhappily, this child's alchemy talent is indeed not bad, but he's truly a bit too arrogant, throwing down such drivel, disregarding that he lost face. Himself, it even made the entire Myriad Treasure Tower lose face along with him. Manager Su still protected Yi Yuan and said smilingly, well, young people got to be a little young and frivolous. That Wang Lingbo also indeed bullied people a bit too much to actually have his niece humiliate Yi Yuan like so. Yi Yuan retaliating was also being infuriated by him. Heh! He spoke lightly, but putting out a boast got to have the capital too. Right now, it's not him slapping other people's faces but having his face slapped by others. He even implicated the entire Myriad Treasure Tower. Feng Ping said unhappily. The two people were currently chatting when a white silhouette swept in like a gust of wind. Hong Yin, how is Miss Wanru? Yi Yuan asked rather worriedly. Hong Yin shook her head and said, very bad. Miss Wanru has already reached the brink of death. Sir Yi, please hold back your grief. Same as Su and Feng, Hong Yin likewise did not think that Yi Yuan could refine a divine-grade detoxification pill. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, and he hurriedly helped Liang Wanru up and discovered that her lips turned blackish-purple. Her complexion was white as paper. She was already completely unconscious. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he hurriedly fished out a medicinal pill, sending it into Liang Wanru's mouth. An alluring medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire box room. Manager Su, Feng Ping, their gazes turned intent, staring fixedly at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Even though it was just a very short time, they both saw it clearly. The medicinal pill that Yi Yuan fed Liang Wanru was absolutely a 1-star. Divine-grade detoxification pill. But Yi Yuan had no time to care about the two people's astonishment and said to Hong Yin, I'll have to trouble you to use divine essence to help her refine the medicinal strength. Hong Yin was not as surprised as Su and Feng, because she had never seen before a divine-grade medicinal pill. This level of medicinal pill, no matter which faction, they all cherished it dearly and absolutely would not show it to outsiders. Oh, okay. Hong Yin voiced her assent and started using divine essence to help Liang Wanru refine the medicinal strength. Manager Su and Feng Ping, the two people, they exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of astonishment from the other party's eyes. Yi Yuan, that was a divine-grade detoxification pill? Manager, Su asked probingly. Seeing Liang Wanru's complexion take a turn for the better, Yi Yuan finally heaved a sigh of relief, his face revealing a slight smile akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, and opened his mouth to say, yeah, luckily I made it in time. Otherwise, this Yi would really have to harbor regret for all my life. How is this possible? Divine-grade detoxification pill. Feng Ping felt like his tongue almost could not be straightened up anymore. The detoxification pill was just a very ordinary 1-star divine pill. The difficulty was a little higher than the divine essence pill. But wanting to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill, that was not what the average person could accomplish. With Feng Ping's realm, even if his luck was booming, he had never refined before a divine-grade detoxification pill either. In the entire Jewel Hill City, no one had the strength. But Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, yeah, it's really as hard as ascending to heaven. For a pill to enter divine grade, these few days this Yi neglected sleep and meals, and by coincidence, I finally refined this detoxification pill. Manager Su and Feng Ping drew a cold breath. Although Yi Yuan seemed to have said it lightly, but that was divine grade. When Yi Yuan entered close seclusion, he could clearly only refine superior grade divine essence pill. Only over 30 days had gone by, and he actually refined a divine grade detoxification pill, unless Yi Yuan concealed his strength. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with the two people's astonishment. His Attention was all on Liang Wanru. Ugh! Liang Wanru emitted a voice as faint as a mosquito. This made Yi Yuan greatly roused. The divine grade detoxification pill really worked. Very soon, Liang Wanru's lips' purple-black color gradually faded away. Her face also gradually became rosier. Hong Yin already finished refining the medicinal strength. Seeing this scene, she could not help being greatly astonished and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. As she said, "Sir Yi, you really did it?" Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head. To be honest, Yi Yuan also felt very accomplished right now. Previously, he completely purged some distracting thoughts and totally never thought about these issues. But now, seeing Liang Wanru take a turn for the better, these thoughts emerged uncontrollably. Divine pills to him was a completely new territory. However, he relied on his talent and hard work to refine a divine grade detoxification pill. This was absolutely something to be proud of, because Yi Yuan knew how difficult it was to refine a divine grade detoxification pill. Finally, Liang Wanru slowly woke up, a pair of beautiful eyes gradually becoming limpid. But when she saw Yi Yuan, the gratitude in her gaze could not be concealed. No matter what, wanting to struggle to stand up, Yi Yuan hurriedly held her down and said, "Don't think about anything. You're still very weak right now. Wait for the toxins in your body to be completely purged before talking." Miss Wanru, when I was at the Wang family, I told Wang Lingbo before that not only was I going to treat your poison, I'm even going to have you open your mouth and talk. Stepping into the divine Tao realm, let those people who bullied you see that you can live even better than them. Liang Wanru could not speak, but hearing Yi Yuan's words, she also felt her heart surged. Stepping into the divine Tao realm, she did not care. But being able to open her mouth and talk was the one thing that she most desired in the depths of her heart. Feng Ping and manager Su also trembled all over. Only then they recalled those proud words Yi Yuan left behind at the Wang family. Just earlier, they still felt that Yi Yuan was too arrogant and even dragged down the myriad treasure tower. But now, they finally knew that Yi Yuan's words were not empty talk. His alchemy talent was too terrifying. Probably no one could have expected that Yi Yuan really had the strength to smack the Wang family's face resoundingly. Manager Su and Feng Ping, these two people exchanged a glance, their faces both revealing a smile. With this, Wang Lingbo really shot himself in the foot. What did you say? He really refined a divine grade detoxification pill? Hearing Manager Su's report, Yang Rui's shock was by no means insignificant. This could be seen from his voice that had a slight change in pitch. Manager Su clearly still had not recovered from the shock. The expression on his face was rather unnatural. Absolutely true. When he gave Miss Wanru the detoxification pill, Feng Ping and I were both present. We are absolutely not wrong. Furthermore, the toxin in Miss Wanru's body is already gradually being detoxified. Yang Yu also did not come back to his senses from this news after a long time. This news was seriously too explosive. When he decided to protect Yi Yuan, he absolutely did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually bring him such an astounding surprise. He just felt that Yi Yuan was a fine sapling and was worthy of nurturing. However, Yi Yuan's improvement was seriously beyond his expectations. One more thing. Yi Yuan had us go and clean up his practice room, but after we sent people to go and clean up, we discovered that the whole place was filled with divine essence pills and detoxification pills. Among them, the number of heaven grades was the most. Each type had no less than several 100 pieces. Manager Su's words were bent on shocking people to death as he continued. Yang Rui's eyes stared like wide saucers as he looked at Manager Su and asked, "What did you say? Heaven grade is the most? Then that's also to say that before this, he did not know how to refine the detoxification pill at all. He used 1 month plus time to go from a rookie to become a master." Manager Su slowly nodded and said, "It should be so." Hiss. Yang Yui drew a cold breath. the imposing manner of giving directions over the dynasty and having everything in control completely dissipated without a trace. At this time, the current him was just like a startled little rabbit. The expression on his face was fascinating to the extreme. After a long time, Yang Rui was suddenly startled and said to Manager Su, "Where's Yi Yuan? Bring him to come to see me." "No, I'll go see him." Yang Rui was just about to move, but was stopped by Manager Su, who said, "Tower Lord, you don't need to go anymore. Yi Yuan already went into closed seclusion." Yang Rui froze and said, "Closed seclusion? Didn't he already refine the divine grade detoxification pill? Still enter what seclusion?" Manager Su shook his head and said, he handed Miss Wanru to Hong Yin, then went to the warehouse and withdrew a large bunch of spirit medicines and directly entered closed seclusion. Yang Rui frowned and said, "What kind of spirit medicines did he take out?" Manager Su said, "The spirit medicines taken out this time are even more than the last time. Just the variety is as many as several dozen kinds. As for the specifics of what he's going to go, it's really hard to judge." Yang Rui fell silent. Suddenly, his gaze looked towards Manager Su scorchingly, and said, "I say, could he be refining the one-star heavenly mark pill?" Manager Su's pupils constricted, his gaze revealing a look of horror as he blurted out, "No way, right? One-star heavenly mark pill even among two-star alchemy gods. There aren't many capable of refining it too, but with you saying so, there's really a possibility. His divine sea is damaged, only the one-star heavenly mark pill can repair the divine sea." Yang Rui suddenly felt that taking in Yi Yuan was really an extremely wise move. Now, even he was somewhat in awe of himself. If Yi Yuan was really able to refine the one-star heavenly mark pill, the significance to the Myriad Treasure Tower was too great. Even though the Myriad Treasure Tower was renowned throughout the entire Heavenspan world, due to the Jewel Hill City not being Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not as glorious as on the surface, since it was setting up a Myriad Treasure Tower in another Heavenly Emperor's territory. Then they naturally had to bear a corresponding portion of the tax. As the saying went, a mighty dragon could not suppress the local snake. The local forces would intentionally or unintentionally suppress the Myriad Treasure Tower. Just take Jewel Hill City for instance. Those able to contend with the Myriad Treasure Tower were the Wang family, Lin family, as well as the Lu family. As for the Liang family, this kind of small faction, there were no fewer than over a dozen in abundance. These small forces mostly clung onto these three families. But the Myriad Treasure Tower had no one to throw their lot with. Therefore, the Myriad Treasure Tower completely relied on this golden signboard to be able to stand tall in Jewel Hill City. The Myriad Treasure Tower was a colossal business empire. But when it came to Jewel Hill City, it was just an insignificant branch. The upper echelons would not attach importance at all. For Yang Rui to be able to maintain the Myriad Treasure Tower, he had also exhausted his efforts. If not for so, he might really not care about a measly little Yi Yuan. After all, he was too desperate for talents. Feng Ping's strength was not bad, but it did not rise above the masses in Jewel Hill City. Even the three great major families' chief alchemists' strengths were a level above Feng Ping's. Yi Yuan's formation Dao pill refinement brought dawn to Yang Rui. Hence, that was why he would have Luo Jian take action, and even not scruple in offending the Wang family. Ignore that first. What he needs, provide it for him. Don't flinch at wasting spirit medicines and divine essence stones too, Yang Rui said. Manager Su smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Tower Lord providing spirit medicines and divine essence stones for Yi Yuan, it's actually us profiting. This boy's efficiency is too high. Simply inconceivable." Yang Rui froze and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Messing around for so long, it was us who owe him." Manager Su nodded and said, "Just that large bath of heaven-grade divine Essence pills are already 100 times profit, worth 100,000 low-grade. Divine essence stones. That boy is generous too, not taking a single cent, returning all of it to us. And what we provided was merely the capital of a single medicinal pills, 10 low-grade divine essence stones. Also the superior grade and heaven grade divine essence pills that he refined. The quality are all very good. Yang Rui's entire body trembled, and he said in surprise, "Such a large profit." Manager Su smiled and said, "Heh, these are just heaven-grade divine essence pills." We ticked off the stock inside his practice room, just the heaven-grade detoxification pill and divine essence pills added up to around 500.
Superior
grade and high-grade medicinal pills even have 1,000. How much profit do you think these added up will be? Yang Rui drew a cold breath. His emotions that had just calmed down became restless once again. What Manager Su said before, he did not care. His focus was all on Yi Yuan, refining the divine grade detoxification pill. Only now did he know that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was simply a pill refining machine. This efficiency was simply too terrifying. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan helping the Myriad Treasure Tower refine so many medicinal pills, he should draw a percentage. But he did not want a single one, giving it all to the Myriad Treasure Tower. This way, the Myriad Treasure Tower made a huge killing. He thought that by providing Yi Yuan so many spirit medicines, Yi Yuan would owe their Myriad Treasure Tower a lot, and naturally could not leave the Myriad Treasure Tower either. But now it was the Myriad Treasure Tower who owed Yi Yuan too much instead. This result was what he did not expect from start to end. This guy is simply a freak. Yang Rui was stifled for a long time and squeezed out this one sentence. His plans previously were totally useless now. Manager Su deeply felt that way too, as he said with a nod, "That's right, this old man thinks so as well." Yang Rui waved his hand and said, "All right then don't need to bother him about this matter anymore. If he can really refine the one-star heavenly mark pill, then it will be when our Myriad Treasure Tower truly rises up. Now, completely seal off the news of the Liang family's girl recovering for me. Don't leak any bit of news. Otherwise, I'll hold you solely responsible." Manager Su was still very capable and experienced when handling matters. He really sealed this news completely shut and did not reveal a hint of breeze. Wang Lingbo naturally knew his own poison feather thousand night very clearly. Counting the medicinal efficacy of a heaven-grade detoxification pill, Liang Wanru's limit was also just 40 days. So early this morning he sent his sister Wang Pianran over. Wang Pianran brought along a large group of people, surrounding the Myriad Treasure Tower until not even water could flow through. What made people's jaws drop was that Wang Pianran actually wore a white-colored morning dress, the tears on her face not yet dry. The surrounding people had quite a number of busybodies as well as the three great families' eyes and ears. Myriad Treasure Tower and the Wang family's conflict had quite a number of people all watching the joke. Of course, it was watching the Myriad Treasure Tower's joke. What the Wang family was most proficient at was using poison, and the poison feather thousand night was even the Wang family's masterpiece, killing people imperceptibly. Everyone all knew that in this Jewel Hill city, no one could resolve the poison feather thousand night's poison. It was precisely because so that everyone's countenance all changed when talking about it. Even the Lin family and Lu family were very wary of the Wang family too. After all, open spears were easy to dodge, but hidden arrows were hard to defend against. Su Linpu, quickly hand over the person for me. My family's Wanru is the Liang family's member in life and the Liang family's ghost in death. Quickly hand over the person. Oh right, didn't your Myriad Treasure Tower's new guest alchemist say that he can cure the poison feather thousand night poison in my family's Wanru? You all call her out for me to take a look. Sniff, sniff. My Wanru, you died so unjustly. Wang Pianran swayed her body of excessive flesh, shouting at the top of her voice, and actually wailed bitterly in front of the myriad treasure towers. Front door. She kept going, my family's Wanru, calling dearly. This acting really caught everyone by surprise. Wasn't this Wang Pianran a wicked woman, putting her hands on her own stepdaughter? What was going on with this play today? Wang Pianran cried very sadly as if her biological daughter had died. Previously, the Wang family already put in sufficient work to stir this matter, up until it bubbled with noise. Wang Lingbo's objective was very clear. Since somebody dared to challenge the Wang family's most formidable Poison Feather Thousand Knight, then the Wang family would take this chance to smack him to death. At the very least, he had to smack that hateful brat to death and destroy his reputation. As long as Yi Yuan's reputation was ruined, that would be a hot potato. The Myriad Treasure Tower absolutely would not dare to keep him anymore, as long as he did not have the Myriad Treasure Tower's protection. However, the Wang family wanted to need Yi Yuan. That was at their free reign. He failed to humiliate Yi Yuan that day, and was instead humiliated badly by Yi Yuan. This made Wang Lingbo unable to stomach this grievance no matter what. Not screwing Yi Yuan to death, he would not give up. A cripple also dared to contend with him. This Jewel Hill's overlord? He really did not know how the word death was written. That fat sow is really disgusting. That body full of fats is almost crushing the ground. Isn't that so? It's fine if she's ugly, her heart is even incomparably vicious to actually give her own stepdaughter the Poison Feather Thousand Knight. Yeah, but what's playing out here today? Could it be that the rumors previously weren't real? However, does the Myriad Treasure Tower really have the ability to cure the Poison Feather Thousand Knight? Once this boast is thrown out, if they can't do it, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. The Poison Feather Thousand Knight can be said to be Jewel Hill City's #1 poison. Unless it's a divine-grade detoxification pill, otherwise, it's incurable. That newly recruited guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower poked a big hole in the basket this time. His days are probably very tough, right? Isn't that so? I heard that this guest alchemist is a cripple. To actually dare let out grand words, saying that he wanted to resolve the Poison Feather Thousand Knight. Isn't this reaching his face out to let people hit? Through the Wang family schemes, the matter of the Myriad Treasure Tower challenging the Poison Feather Thousand Knight already became a hot topic. Not only was no one optimistic about the Myriad Treasure Tower, there were even quite a number of people who were very contemptuous of Yi Yuan, feeling that Yi Yuan was purely a troublemaker, causing such a big problem for the Myriad Treasure Tower. If this matter was not handled well, the impact on the Myriad Treasure Tower would be too great. At this time, Manager Su finally came out after being called repeatedly. Seeing Wang Pianran's head held high acting, he was unbelievably pleased in his heart. Even we didn't expect that Yi Yuan was actually able to refine the divine-grade detoxification pill. Wang Lingbo, you probably didn't expect it. Even if your dreams, right? If they didn't spread this matter, we would have dropped it. Now everybody knows about it, that's digging a pit for yourself to jump. The expression on this dumb woman's face in a while will definitely be very wonderful. Manager Su sneered coldly, his heart being secretly pleased was secretly pleased. But Manager Su was also an extremely shrewd person. How could he show it? Yang Rui making him seal off the news was in order to maximize the interests of the Myriad Treasure Tower and ruthlessly smack the Wang family's face. He pushed Yi Yuan, this alchemy master, out along with it. That way, the Myriad Treasure Tower situation in Jewel Hill City would be greatly improved. As for Wang Pianran, this fat sow's farce, Manager Su just sneered coldly in his heart. This is the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory. It's not allowed for you, woman, to behave atrociously. If you're sensible, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame our Myriad Treasure Tower for not being courteous, Manager Su said solemnly. Seeing Manager Su's appearance, Wang Pianran was even more smug in her heart, and said with a sneer, Su Lin Pu, so many pairs of eyes are watching. I don't believe that you all, such a massive myriad treasure tower, dare to bully me, a woman? Manager Su's brows furrowed, and he said solemnly, Wang Pianran, what the hell do you want? Aren't you scared of throwing away your husband family's face like this? Wang Pianran smiled coldly and said, Hey, your guest alchemist brought along Luo Jian and forcefully barged into the Liang family, abducting our families, Liang Wanru, and seriously wounding my husband and second uncle. Is already bullying people too far. My family's pitiable Wanru, you died so unjustly, Manager Su said unhappily. Frivolous quibbling. Miss Wanru is Yi Yuan's savior. Him breaking into your Liang family to save people is an
questionable moral truth.
Whence the talk of abducting. Rather, you all actually inflicted the poison feather thousand nights poison onto your own stepdaughter. Truly venomous as a viper. Wang Pianran's eyes swiveled around, secretly pleased in her heart. This old punk finally fell into the trap. Su Linpu, you don't throw slanderous charges. Wanru normally hates me the most. She hates that I snatched her mother's position, so she opposes me at home. My temper isn't good, so I quarrel very badly with her. That's true. But poisoning her this time is just lightly punishing her so that she'll be aware of the overwhelming odds against her. I have the poison feather thousand Knight's antidote in my hands. How can I possibly watch her die unfeelingly? No matter how she is, she's my husband's daughter at any rate. Rather, that boy lusted after her beauty and abducted her away, and even ran in front of my brother to let out grand words without feeling shame, saying what he could cure the poison feather thousand Knight's poison. But now it harmed her life. Sniff, sniff. That pitiful daughter of mine, you died so tragically. That boy is the true culprit who caused your death. One had to admit that this fatty's acting skills were really on point. The tears fell on command, crying very miserably. This wail really deceived quite a number of people. Her venomous woman image faded away considerably all at once. Because she confounded black and white, now quite a few people were glaring at Manager Su. Yi Yuan was the real culprit, then the myriad treasure tower was naturally the accomplice. Wang Pianran said it reasonably and logically, and also did not conceal her shrew side, making the surrounding audience unable to hate her instead. Turns out the truth is like this. Even though this fat woman is hateful, that Yi Yuan is even more abominable. Think about it. That's true too. I heard that even though this fat sow is domineering, she is still very affectionate towards Liang Mingyu. Stepmother and stepdaughters don't get along well. Every family is like this. If that's really the case, it makes sense too. This way Liang Wanru was wronged? Pity about this girl. Didn't that new guest alchemist have the ability to cure the poison? Cure my ass. The poison feather thousand Knight's poison, the Lin family and the Lu family have researched for God knows how long and were unable to crack. A cripple can cure the poison? Do you believe it? Wang Pianran's act was clearly prepared for a very long time already. Playing it out at this time, the effects were not bad. She did not hide her wicked mother nature, attributing the source of the conflict to the conflict between a stepmother and stepdaughter. The credibility was very high. Adding on that, even though her reputation spread far and wide these few years, she had indeed contributed considerably for the Liang family. Therefore, this excuse was very believable. With her wisdom, she clearly could not come up with such a flawless excuse. These were all planned by Wang Lingbo at the back. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Pianran was very pleased with herself, inwardly prostrating in admiration towards her elder brother. This way, the myriad treasure tower and Yi Yuan became murderers, while they became the targets of sympathy instead. She did not believe that Yi Yuan could still stay on in the myriad treasure tower. Facing everyone's criticism, Su Linpu's expression became incomparably ugly, but he was already long tickled with joy in his heart. Keep on acting. The more ruthless you do it, the more refreshing it will be. In a while, He suddenly gave a cold snort and said, Wang Pianran, don't feign innocence. Actually, Miss Wanru has already woken up, but she's already utterly disappointed with your Liang family and will never return to the Liang family. From here on, you guys go back. If we really get into a tussle, it won't be good for anyone. The more Su Linpu said so, the more Wang Pianran naturally felt it was to cover things up. Actually, not just her, the rest similarly had this feeling. Could not be blamed on them either. It was true that the poison feather, Thousand Nights' prowess entered too deep into the people's hearts. They totally did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower had the ability to cure this poison. Su Linpa, don't give this old lady that. Today I want to see the person if alive, see the corpse in death. Wanru is my Liang family's daughter. What's the deal with being at your Myriad Treasure Tower? What does everybody say? Wang Pianran asked everyone. Yeah, putting aside that your Myriad Treasure Tower is an accomplice to the murder, you even want to detain people's corpse. Simply shameless. Already at this time, does your Myriad Treasure Tower still want to puff oneself up at your own cost? Hand over the person. Hand over the person. For a moment, the public sentiment actually roused up. Inside a tea-house's reserved room opposite the Myriad Treasure Tower, two middle-aged men were currently sipping tea. Lu Jinghao, I knew that you definitely won't miss this great show today. This tea is pretty good. One of the men opened his mouth and said. Lu Jinghao smiled and said, Wang Lingbo, this person, you and I both know, forbears when not making a move. The moment he makes his move, it must see blood. These two people were none other than precisely the other two great families. Family heads, the Lu family's Lu Jinghao and the Lin family's Lin Zaiyin. Wang Lingbo really had a fine ploy. This time the Myriad Treasure Tower has thoroughly tumbled. Lin Zaiyin said. Yang Rui's ploys all don't have any cause for much criticism. But this time, he still made an error of judgment in the end. I was rather perplexed why he would back a cripple up, Lu Jinghao said. No way of knowing this. But this time the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely suffer a great loss in vitality, Lin Zaiyin said. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower falls, you and I will have to be more careful. Wang Lingbo, that guy, his ambitions aren't small, Lu Jinghao said. Lin Zaiyin nodded, deeply feeling that way too. While at this time, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Su Linpu's face. He suddenly let out a long sigh and said in a clear voice, Miss Wanru's remnant poison isn't cleared and originally needs to recuperate. Who asked you? All to bully people too far, I can only invite her out. Come men, invite Miss Wanru out. Su Linpu's words made the seething crowd instantly quieten down. They were all very doubtful about the authenticity of Su Linpu's words. Su Linpu, don't talk rubbish here. Delaying the time is useless. Wang Pianran shouted at the top of her voice. She did not believe, even if she was beaten to death, that the Myriad Treasure Tower could really revive Liang Wanru. Su Linpu gave a cold laugh and said, wouldn't you know if it's real or fake once the person arrives? What's the hurry? Before long, two beautiful figures slowly walked out from inside the Myriad Treasure Tower. Hong Yin supported Liang Wanru. Her current situation was really bad and not Su Linpu talking nonsense. When Wang Pianran's gaze landed on that hateful to the extreme figure, her entire person was instantly petrified. She rubbed her two eyes, wondering if she saw wrongly or not, but focusing her eyes and looking, who could it be if not Liang Wanru? It's really Liang Wanru. She actually didn't die. My eyesight isn't failing, right? The poison feather Thousand Nights poison was really cured. My God, how in the world did the Myriad Treasure Tower do it? With this, there's really a fine show to watch. Liang Wanru's appearance aroused the crowd's violent commotion. When everyone all thought that she was already dead, she actually stood in front of everyone while still alive. The poison feather Thousand Nights poison was really resolved. The Wang family had tremendous deterrence by relying on this poison. But now, it was actually resolved. Of course, the one with the most fascinating expression still had to belong to
Wang Pianran.
The flesh on her face was plenty, her mouth not large, but currently her mouth was opened even larger than a fist. Impossible. How is this possible? The poison that I personally administered, how can she possibly still be alive? Impossible. Absolutely.
Impossible.
Wang Pianran muttered under her breath. Seeing her appearance, Su Linpu said with a mocking smile, "You seem to be very disappointed that Miss Wanru is alive. Didn't you say just now that you didn't hope for her to die?" Wang Pianran froze and said stammeringly, I. For a long time, Wang Pianran did not know how to follow up with this sentence. Either. Liang Wanru stood still. The gaze that looked at Wang Pianran was filled with indifference. Toward the Liang family, she was really utterly disappointed already. She gestured to Hong Yin a few times. Hong Yin understood and said to a servant, "Serve pen and ink." Very soon, the servants fetched pen and ink and placed in front of Liang Wanru. Liang Wanru took up the paper and pen rather strenuously and wrote. The venomous woman harmed Ru greatly and often beat and scolded. This time, because Ru sponsored Yi Yuan divine essence stones, in her fury, she threw Ru into the dungeons and administered poison in the food, plotting to kill Ru. She, as a stepmother, this action was understandable. But father was greedy, and actually left Ru alone to her devices. Ru's heart is already dead. This life already returned to father, the remaining life bestowed by Yi Yuan. This day forth, Ru makes a clean break from the Liang family, and no longer has any connection. Writing finish, Liang Wanru put down the pen, her eyes already filled with tears. Su Linpu let out a long sigh and said, "Sigh, poor girl. Hong Yin, bring Miss Wanru back and let her rest well." For Liang Wanru's disposition, being able to force her to this step was truly not easy. Even back then, when Liang Wanrong did that sort of dirty thing, she chose to forgive too. But Liang Mingyu's indifference this time truly made Liang Wanru lose all hope. She finally discovered that this Liang family seemed to already completely did not have room for her to survival anymore. Looking at Liang Wanru's frail appearance, the pity in everyone's hearts arose. Spontaneously, her experiences these few years, quite a number of people all heard of it. Wang Pianran suddenly felt that there were a series of unfriendly gazes coming from all around, the scenery suddenly changing. That was the furious gaze after being deceived and made use of. Originally, this version of things was seamless, but the prerequisite was that Liang Wanru was already dead. Now, the main person herself came forward to clarify and even wanted to make a clean break from the Liang family. How the truth was already did not need to go into detail. What do you all want to do? My brother is Wang Lingbo. Wang Pianran shouted at the top of her voice. Pooh! Is the Wang family impressive? A thick phlegm passed through the crowd and spat onto Wang Pianran's face. Accurately. Immediately, a stinky smell burrowed into her nostrils, making her choke from disgust. But before waiting for her to react yet, one mouthful after another of thick phlegm spat over towards her akin to raindrops. Spit. Scram. Spit. Quickly get lost. Spit. Don't make a spectacle of yourself here anymore. Get lost. Cursing sounded out, spit splattering everywhere. Wang Pianran was instantly drowned out by this raindrop like thick phlegms, waves of stench emanating off her body. That appearance was disgusting to the extreme. When those people who were fooled came to realize the truth, that wrath was very terrifying. These people were all expected. Spitting was naturally bullseye every time. Wang Pianran had no place to dodge even if she wanted to. Disgusting to death. You all are dead for sure. Have my brother kill all of you pariahs. Every one of you. Hack. Wang Pianran was currently shouting herself hoarse, threatening others when a thick phlegm directly flew into her mouth. She could not take it anymore and started vomiting loudly. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed loudly. Wang Pianran's threat had no effect at all. As the saying went, the law did not blame the masses. Even though the Wang family was powerful, they did not dare to kill so many people either. Wang Pianran at this time was akin to a rat crossing the street. Everyone shouting to beat it. Even though the onlookers did not dare to kill her currently like this, it was already enough for her to suffer. In fact, it was even more liberating than killing her. Such a venomous woman should be humiliated like this. Wang Pianran puked as she was escorted by a group of underlings away from the myriad treasure tower. Su Linpu had flowers bloom with joy in his heart long ago. Only seeing Wang Pianran leave, did he say in the clear voice, "Now everyone knows that my myriad treasure tower isn't joking around with everybody. Right? In the future, if someone is poisoned, you can come to the myriad treasure tower. Everybody rest assured. I guarantee that the medicines work like a charm." Su Linpu's words were a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. What he said was not poison feather thousand night, but that as long as someone was poisoned, they could come to find the myriad treasure tower. These words were said rather conceitedly. "Manager Su, you're saying that no matter what poison, you all can resolve it?" Someone asked with skepticism. Su Linpu smiled and said, "Of course not. How many poisons are there in this world? How can it be all cured? But in this Jewel Hill city, if even our myriad treasure tower can't cure it, then nobody can cure it." These words were said domineeringly. But the myriad treasure tower, after having Yi Yuan, was this domineering? If without Yi Yuan's inciting things, Su Linpu naturally did not dare to say this kind of big talk. Even the poison feather thousand night was cured. What poison was there that the divine grade detoxification pill could not treat? Everyone clearly all realized this point. The myriad treasure tower resolved Jewel Hill City's #1 poison. They naturally had the confidence to say this kind of words. "Manager Su, could it be that that new guest alchemist of yours refined a divine grade detoxification pill?" Someone asked again. Su Linpu said with a smile, "Speaking of this guest alchemist of ours, Yi Yuan, he's incredible. Presumably everyone knows that because his divine C is damaged, he's unable to condense divine essence. Hence his medicinal pills were all refined and formed with formation Dao." What?
Formation Dao pile refinement.
Is actually formation Dao pill. Refinement. Just what is the origin of this guest alchemist? To actually know formation Dao pill refinement. Manager Su is evading the subject. Looks like the myriad treasure tower really refined a divine grade detoxification pill. Su Linpu saying this immediately caused a hubbub. Everyone was already shocked until it could not be surpassed. No matter whether it was the divine grade detoxification pill or formation Dao pill refinement, these were all things that were fantastical in Jewel Hill City. It was precisely because so that everyone all thought that Liang Wanru died. However, these inconceivable things had indeed happened before everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Linpu smiled until his eyes narrowed. With this, Yi Yuan's fame was considered utterly spread out in Jewel Hill City. In the future, not only would the myriad treasure tower's fame overshadow the other few families, the martial artists seeking Yi Yuan for pills would definitely be more as well. In the tea house, Lu Jinghao and Lin Zaiyan slowly sat down. Until now, they still had not recovered. When Liang Wanru appeared, the two of them were virtually shocked until they stood up at the same time. The poison feather thousand nights poison being cured. This was absolutely an earth-shaking major matter in Jewel Hill City. A major event sufficient to change the current Jewel Hill City's status quo. Using one's but to think, and one would also know starting from today the myriad treasure tower's business would probably be explosive. The Lu family and Lin family's power would definitely be affected. However, the one with the biggest impact was still the Wang family. Old Lu, I seriously can't figure out where Yang Rui went to find such a freak. Lin Ziyan drank a mouthful of tea and said with a bitter smile. Lu Jinghao similarly smiled bitterly and said, "This new guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower is very mysterious, but I didn't expect that his strength was actually so formidable. With him around our two families' days. In the future we'll have a hard time. Yeah, alchemists able to refine divine-grade detoxification pill, we can't find a second one in the entire Jewel Hill city too. However, the one with the biggest headache is still Wang Lingbo. Today's matter will probably be a bolt out of the blue to him, right?" Lin Ziyan said smilingly. Heh. He was digging a pit to bury himself, causing a disturbance for over a month. It was actually such an outcome, Lu Jinghao said rather gloatingly. Toward the events that happened in the outside world, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. To him, every minute and second was precious. Refining a divine-grade divine essence pill and divine-grade detoxification pill was indeed impressive, but these two kinds of medicinal pills were merely just medicinal pills to build the foundation. 1-star heavenly mark pill was 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder than these two kinds of medicinal pills. Even if Yi Yuan used a very short time to refine these two kinds of medicinal pills, 10 years' time was still a bit of a stretch. Yi Yuan fell into a frenzied studying and practicing. Vast knowledge of spirit medicine's medicinal properties practically stuffed his brain full. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and desperately forced himself to digest again and again. Inside the world-suppressing steel, time slowly passed quietly. In a twinkle, it was already close to 100 years. Dustless looked at the divine-grade medicinal pill inside the array formation, overflowing with medicinal fragrance, and was speechless for a long time. Divine-grade 1-star heavenly mark pill. Yi Yuan really did it and only used less than a century. Dustless still did not quite dare to believe it until now, that Yi Yuan completed something which even heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could not do. He already did his best to overestimate Yi Yuan's talent. But he discovered, now that his estimations were a complete joke. This boy in front of him could not be judged with common sense at all. "Senior, it's finally formed." Yi Yuan was also very excited. He knew that he completed a remarkable achievement. "Yeah, it's done. You, kid, are simply born for the sake of alchemy. If it were somebody else, 100 years' time to comprehend these spirit medicine's medicinal properties isn't even enough," Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan comprehending these rank 1 divine rank spirit medicines could simply use enlightening to describe. Ever since entering the selfless realm at that time after learning the rudiments, his speed of comprehending medicinal properties could simply use outrageous to describe. Each kind of spirit medicine, the medicinal properties were different, but it was not to say that they were completely different. Yi Yuan was always able to draw parallels from inference, learning by analogy, and inferring other things from one instance. After that, he learned the medicinal properties fully very quickly. The array formations path, even though Yi Yuan's improvements were not as good as with alchemy, it also made rapid advancements. The array formation to refine the divine grade 1-star heavenly mark pill was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than the lesser divine essence formation. But Yi Yuan only used 20 years' time and thoroughly comprehended it. Didn't Senior also say that because I entered selfless realm and had a correspondence point with heavenly Tao, that's why it would be so smooth? Yi Yuan said with a smile. That might be the case, but being able to enter the selfless realm in itself is also the manifestation of strength and comprehension ability. You, boy, really made me too surprised, Dustless said. Hoo-hoo, many thanks for Senior's praise. I'd best consume this medicinal pill. First, Divine C being damaged for 10 years, not a trace of essence energy. Within the body, I'm already about to collapse. Yi Yuan already could not wait. These few years of becoming a cripple really made him aggrieved to the max. Medicinal pill entering the abdomen. A majestic medicinal strength instantly scoured all the limbs and bones in his body. Very soon, Yi Yuan sensed that his divine C was being repaired bit by bit. Divine grade 1-star heavenly mark pill indeed lived up to its reputation. This century of painstaking effort finally paid off at this moment. Even though the divine grade 1-star heavenly mark pill was just a tier 1. Divine pill, the refining difficulty was not an ordinary kind of great. How much effort Yi Yuan put in these close to 100 years only he and Dustless knew. This 1-star heavenly mark pill is indeed miraculous, to actually be able to trigger heavenly Tao to repair the divine C. Yi Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Dustless said, "That is, of course, no matter what medicinal pill once it reaches divine grade, that's being recognized by heavenly Tao laws. With your injuries, only by refining a 1-star heavenly mark pill can it not leave behind sequela." Yi Yuan nodded, indicating understanding. Him refining heaven grade heavenly mark pill had no meaning at all. Even though a heaven grade 1-star heavenly mark pill was likewise able to repair the divine C, it would cause an irredeemable impact on his future cultivation. But the divine grade 1-star heavenly mark pill would not. This refinement was 10 days and 10 nights. The 1-star heavenly mark pill was just like a refining master sculpting Yi Yuan's divine C with the utmost care. Finally, a trace of spiritual energy entered Yi Yuan's body. After refining, it turned into divine essence and flowed into the divine C. Yi Yuan felt that the feeling of controlling divine essence was really great. Tower Lord, Yi Yuan's seclusion has already been 10 years. The medicinal pills that he left behind are too sought after and were long exhausted clean. These 2 years, our performance has been declining continuously. The Wang family pulled through the most difficult period and is showing signs of raising their heads again now. Ever since Liang Wanru's incident 10 years ago, the Myriad Treasure Tower was really glorious for some times, suppressing the 3 great families. One could say that they outshone others already, especially the divine essence pills and detoxification pills that Yi Yuan left behind. No matter what grade, they were all very popular. The quality of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were all higher than the same grade medicinal pills. Furthermore, they were martial artists running stock medicinal pills which were naturally very popular. The quantity of medicinal pills that he left was considerable, but it could not hold up to the Myriad Treasure Tower's boom in business. Towards the end, the medicinal pills that he left behind were even hiked to a very high price. Even so, it could not stop the buyers' booming enthusiasm either. There would always be those people who did not lack money. Finally, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan left behind were completely exhausted 2 years ago. At that time, it became the turning point of the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. Their performance started to decline. The other 3 families finally grasped this opportunity and counterattacked, strongly reoccupying the market. Yi Yuan did not exit seclusion all along, filled Su Linpu with anxiety. But Yang Rui was not anxious at all and said with a smile, "Oh, old Su, your gaze is too narrow and short-sighted. If they want to jump around, just let them go jump around." Su Linpu smiled bitterly and said, "I say, Tower Lord, why aren't you nervous at all? With the current trend, we'll return to that sort of situation. Previously again before long." Yang Rui said smilingly, "So what then? Don't you forget how Yi Yuan refined the divine grade detoxification pill back then. At that time he only used 2 months' time. Now he entered seclusion for close to 10 years, you think about it. Once he leaves seclusion, what level will his alchemy strength attain?" Su Linpu's eyes lit up, only then discovering that he was indeed short-sighted, and only saw the immediate benefits. He forgot that what brought them this transformation was Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan was around, the Myriad Treasure Tower could rise up anew at any time. Moreover, he entered seclusion 10 years in one go. Who knew what level his alchemy strength would reach? Su Linpu said, "Tower Lord, do you think Yi Yuan can refine the 1-star heavenly mark pill or not?" Yang Rui shook his head and said with a smile, "You're an alchemist. This question you should be clearer than me, right? 10 years' time, how can it possibly refine the one-star heavenly mark pill? However, we can wait." Su Linpu also felt that his question was rather laughable. The difficulty of the one-star heavenly mark pill could be said to be demon level. Even for two-star alchemy gods, extremely few people could refine it too. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was abnormally high, but wanting to reach this step, it absolutely could not be done in 10 years' time. Tower Lord. Then Su Linpu will take his leave. Finished talking, Su Linpu backed out. Manager Su. Su Linpu was just about to enter the Myriad Treasure Tower's lobby but was stopped by a voice. He turned around and could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan, you finally exited seclusion. If you still didn't exit seclusion, our Myriad Treasure Tower can close shop for good already. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Manager Su's joke is overdone. Before this Yi came, wasn't the Myriad Treasure Tower very lively too? Without Yi Yuan, could it be that the Myriad Treasure Tower can't operate anymore? Su Linpu chortled with laughter. Suddenly his countenance changed drastically, and he said stammeringly, Why your divine C, already recovered. The current Yi Yuan, his body faintly emitted powerful undulations, becoming like a different person from before close seclusion. It was clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's divine C was repaired. And heaven rewards the faithful. I finally recovered. Yi Yuan did not hide anything either, directly admitting it. This kind of thing, wanting to conceal it, could not be done either. It was clear at a glance. But to Su Linpu, this sentence was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue. It was too astonishing. He was a one-star alchemy god too, and he was completely aware of how difficult to refine the one-star heavenly mark pill was. To a one-star alchemy god, this was virtually an impossible task. He grabbed hold of Yi Yuan and lowered his voice and said, You really refined a one-star heavenly mark pill. Refining the one-star heavenly mark pill, that was a heavyweight bomb, much more explosive than divine-grade detoxification pill, this thing. More importantly, the pill formula of the one-star heavenly mark pill was not what everyone could know. For Yi Yuan to be able to refine it showed that his background was definitely not simple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't you see it? Without the one-star heavenly mark pill, I can't possibly repair my divine C either. Hiss. Su Linpu sucked in a cold breath and looked at Yi Yuan with an expression like he had seen a ghost and said, You, kid, are really a freak, but the timing you came out is too perfect. Still don't come out, this old man really almost can't hold on anymore. Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look. Where did this come from? Su Linpu said, You aren't aware how popular those medicinal pills that you refined were in Jewel Hill City. Su Linpu briefly recounted the situation these few years. Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that the medicinal pills he refined were actually so sought after. Yi Yuan did not shirk either and directly said, Since that's the case, I'll find time to refine a batch of medicinal pills. I don't dare to say about tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, but ordinary low-grade divine pills shouldn't be an issue. Su Linpu was overjoyed and said, Heh, knew that you, kid, won't shirk. Then this matter will be entrusted to you. Yi Yuan was aware that he owed the Myriad Treasure Tower a favor. After all, without the Myriad Treasure Tower supplying spirit medicines endlessly, he also had no way of refining the one-star heavenly mark pill in 10 years' time. But actually, the profits that Yi Yuan brought to the Myriad Treasure Tower was far from as simple as those medicinal pills which he left behind. In these 10 years, the Myriad Treasure Tower could be said to have limitless glory, crushing the other 3 families until they could not even raise their heads. In this, Yi Yuan had the absolute contribution. Yi Yuan nodded and said, There are quite a new ready-made divine pills inside the practice room. You can send people to go and tidy it up a bit. I took away All of the divine-grade divine pills. If you all need them, I can help you all. Refine. Additionally, you make an inventory list and send the spirit medicines to the cultivation room. I'll go take a look at Miss Wanru first. Su Linpu hurriedly said. That is, of course. These few years Miss Wanru has missed you dearly. Yi Yuan smiled and suddenly asked, Manager Su, are there places of evil spirits near Jewel Hill City? Su Linpu's expression changed and he said, What are you finding lands of evil spirits for? Lands of evil spirits aren't some good place. Dustless told Yi Yuan that apart from the cities in the Heavenspan world, there were all kinds of evil spirit places. The so-called land of evil spirits were places where those martial artists who had abnormal deaths, their divine souls converting to death spirits and gathering in places wherein energy was entrenched, forming a land of danger. The evil spirits of evil spirit lands killed and devoured each other to strengthen themselves. Those able to survive were mostly powerful. Ordinary martial artists. Fighting solo was not a match for the evil spirits at all. Furthermore, the divine souls of martial artists was excellent nourishment to those evil spirits. Once they discovered that there were martial artists who entered the land of evil spirits, they would unleash attacks frenziedly, all the way until devouring the martial artist's divine soul in the end. But the evil spirit lands would also give birth to some inattribute natural treasure. Furthermore, each kind was very valuable. Therefore, quite a number of martial artists would brave the dangers and enter inside to search for treasures. Those with good luck could really make a fortune and even maintain several decades, up to 100 years of cultivation. Hence, the moment Su Linpu heard that Yi Yuan wanted to find a land of evil spirits, his expression changed immediately. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This Yi wants to refine a kind of medicinal pill and needs to use night twill grass, so I want to make a trip to a land of evil spirits. The matter of possessing the soul-suppressing pearl, this kind of Empyrean spirit treasure, Yi Yuan naturally would not disclose it. Hence, he made up a reason. Him going to a land of evil spirits was naturally not really in order to refine some medicinal pill but to search for nourishment for Dustless. The evil spirits of the land of evil spirits were the best nourishment to Dustless. At present, there were only 3 months left from the 10-year period. Yi Yuan already could not afford to delay. If he still did not find nourishment for Dustless, Mu Lingxue would not be able to hold on. Hence, no matter what, this trip to the land of evil spirits he had to go. But the moment Su Linpu heard, he could not really stop him. The myriad treasure tower really did not have the night twill grass. The natural treasures of evil spirit lands were very hard to come by in the outside world. Each time it appeared, they would be seized away. Furthermore, the prices were exceedingly high. It was precisely because of this that those martial artists would enter the land of evil spirits at the expense of their lives, wanting to find some natural treasures. This, in the place 1 million miles in the northeast direction of Jewel Hill City, there's a Wind Denver. That place is the largest land of evil spirits in the vicinity of Jewel Hill City. But the danger there is also much greater compared to other places. It's just that other lands of evil spirits probably don't have the night twill grass, Su Linpu said. Yi Yuan became interested the moment he heard this. Evil spirits that were too ordinary did not have much effect on Dustless. Dustless told him, want to find a useful land of evil spirits, there must have the night twill grass, this level of spirit medicine. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan would say so. He did not expect that there really was one. Manager Su, can you tell me about this Wind Den in detail? Yi Yuan said. Su Linpu nodded and said, That is, of course, the Wind Den is the largest land of evil spirits in Jewel Hill City area. Jewel Hill City has quite a few powerful martial artists who would stay at the Wind Den all year round. Some of the inattribute spirit medicines produced there are highly popular with martial artists. But the danger there is also plain for all to see. The deity realm powerhouses who die at the Wind Den every year are no fewer than 100 people. It's said that the Wind Den's depths, there are even 2-star evil spirits whose strength rivals human heaven glimpse deity realm. Once encountered, the average person would die beyond a doubt. Yi Yuan felt terror in his heart when he heard it too. Grotto Profound Deity Realm was divided into initial stage, middle stage, late stage, as well as grand completion. Each minor realm, the strength disparity was exceedingly great. Middle stage Grotto Profound martial artists could easily crush initial stage. Martial artists. Yi Yuan had currently just recovered his strength and was merely initial stage. Grotto Profound Deity Realm. While 2-star evil spirits, those were existences even stronger than ordinary. Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm powerhouses. Once ran into 2-star evil spirits, they would die without a doubt. Dustless said that the Heavenspan world could not compare to the immortal Grove world anymore. In the immortal Grove world, he would easily devour the Death Soul Tree. But here, he was at most able to deal with a late-stage 1-star evil spirit. Encountering a 1-star grand completion evil spirit, he would have to give a wide berth to. As for 2-star evil spirits, even he had no way of dealing with them either. Yi Yuan did not expect that this trip really had quite a bit of danger. Su Linpu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "If you insist on going, better let Luo Jian follow along with you. Wanru, you're thinking about Sir Yi again, right?" Hong Yin could not help scoffing when she saw Liang Wanru staring blankly. Liang Wanru's face reddened, and she lowered her head bashfully. Hong Yin could not help bursting into laughter when she saw and said, "If you miss him, then miss him, what's the big deal? A genius like Sir Yi, which woman doesn't like? Actually, Hong Yin likes him a lot too. It's just too bad that Hong Yin doesn't have this fortune and know that he definitely won't take Vanki on me." Hong Yin had long seen through that Yi Yuan being so talented. As long as he could repair his divine sea, he would fly to the sky in one move sooner or later. Even if he could not repair the divine sea, just based on his unique skill of formation Dao pill refinement, it was also sufficient to gain a foothold in any place. For the Tower Lord to send Luo Jian out to protect Yi Yuan, this in itself indicated many problems. Liang Wanru could not help but become interested when she heard and looked towards Hong Yin rather interestedly. Hong Yin heaved a melancholic sigh and said, "I'm not joking with you. Not only is Sir Ye's alchemy talent outstanding, but he's also even sentimental and righteous. He did not scruple in going up to the Wang family to plead for your sake. A man like this, which woman won't be moved? It's just too bad that he and I are destined to be people of different worlds." When Liang Wanru heard these words, she could not help feeling down too. After all, not only was she a mute, furthermore, she was just a mortal. To talk about being of different worlds, wasn't she even more so? At this time, a knocking sound rang out outside the door. Hong Yin went to open the door to take a look and could not help being inexplicably surprised. The arrival was actually Yi Yuan. "Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Ah, you recovered your strength?" Hong Yin's small mouth opened into a circle and could not close her mouth for a long time. She had never heard before that after a martial artist's divine sea was damaged, they could still recover their strength. Of course, that was because nobody could refine the 1-star heavenly mark. Pill. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Yeah. 10 years of seclusion. Finally achieved some results. These few years, thanks to you for accompanying Miss Wanru to relieve her worries and boredom." Hong Yin's little heart pounded heavily. Her gaze that looked towards Yi Yuan was filled with worship. Hearing that, she hurriedly waved her hands and said, "What's Sir saying? Wanru and I have long become good friends who tell each other everything. Already, her life experiences are pitiful, but her character is extremely good. With such a close friend, it's also all that I could wish for." Liang Wanru saw Yi Yuan enter and went up to welcome joyfully. When Yi Yuan saw Liang Wanru, he could not help apologizing. "Miss Wanru, These few years, this Yi was in seclusion, leaving you alone out here. Really? Sorry about it. Liang Wanru's face revealed a smile that had not been seen for ages and shook her head, indicating that she did not mind. Yi Yuan smiled and said, but exiting seclusion this time, this Yi brought you good news. The moment Liang Wanru heard, she could not help becoming doubtful, using a probing gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not leave her hanging and took out 2 medicinal pills. Hong Yin's gaze turned intent, and she said in astonishment, Sir Yi, this is Dao Skunda pill. Yi Yuan was rather surprised and said, you actually recognize the Dao Skunda pill? These 2 kinds of medicinal pills were not what the average person could see. Inside the myriad treasure tower, there were absolutely no such medicinal pills, because nobody could refine them. He did not expect that Hong Yin actually recognized these 2 kinds of medicinal pills. It's really the Dao Skunda pill. Over 30 years ago, the Tower Lord requested the Dao Skunda pill from the higher-ups before. Hong Yin was fortunate to have seen it before. I didn't expect that after a time interval of many years. I actually saw it once again. Sir, this was refined by yourself? Hong Yin asked. Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if I didn't refine it, could it be that it fell down from the sky? Hong Yin was unbelievably shocked. She knew how difficult the Dao Skunda pill's refinement was. Among Jewel Hill City's alchemists, no one was able to refine it at all. She did not expect that Yi Yuan actually refined it. I didn't mean that. Hong Yin was aware that she misspoke and hastily said. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, haha, kidding with you. Don't take it seriously. Only then did Hong Yin let out a sigh in relief and asked, Sir, the quality of this Dao Skunda pill of yours is much better than what I saw that time. Oh right, this is the Dao Skunda pill than the other one. Could it be the spirit mending pill? Yi Yuan said with a nod. Miss Hong Yin is really extremely intelligent. That's right. It's precisely the spirit mending pill. Hong Yin could not help recalling the big talk Yi Yuan said at the Wang family. She did not think that he really did it. Liang Wanru being unable to open her mouth and talk was because within her body was missing a portion of heavenly Tao. Want to make up this portion of heavenly Tao, one required the spirit mending pill. The effect of this Dao Skunda pill was to help Liang Wanru be able to break through to the deity realm. In the Immortal Grove world, for people to want to break through to deity realm, one must cultivate the heart realm to the heaven-man unity grand completion, because wanting to break through to the deity realm required the heart realm to harmonize essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths. But the heavenspan world's powerhouses were able to use divine pills to achieve this sort of effect. Hence, using divine pills to help martial artists break through to deity realm, this was not considered much in the heavenspan world. Except, this Dao Skunda pill's refining difficulty was tremendous. The average 1-star alchemy god really could not refine it. Even if they really refined it, the price was also not what the average mortal could afford. Back then, Yi Yuan said to Wang Lingbo not only was he going to resolve the poison feather Thousand Nights poison, he was even going to let Liang Wanru open her mouth and talk, and let her step foot into deity realm. Now it was all realized. No wonder what kind of feeling Wang Lingbo would have when he learned about this news. It was night. A dark shadow flickered and disappeared in the night, entering the Wang family's manor. In front of Wang Lingbo was a black-clothed man in martial outfit. Regarding the black-clothed man's appearance, Wang Lingbo was not surprised. You came. Could it be that the myriad treasure tower had some new movements? Wang Lingbo opened his mouth and said coolly. The black-clothed man had his face covered and could not see his face clearly at all. Yi Yuan exited seclusion, the black-clothed man said. Wang Lingbo's eyebrows raised up. A hint of a strange smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, that punk finally left seclusion. The humiliation that he brought to my Wang family must be settled with him. Properly this time. Heh! His divine sea recovered, the black-clothed man said meaningfully. Wang Lingbo's entire body trembled. His gaze when looking at the black-clothed man was incredible shock. This news was simply akin to a bolt out of the blue to him. He really refined a 1-star heavenly mark pill? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Lingbo cried out involuntarily. The black-clothed man said with a heated gaze. Does this old man have a need to lie to you? Not only did he refine a 1-star heavenly spiritual pill, he even refined a spirit-mending pill and a Dao Skanda pill. Hey, do you feel that your face is burning hot? Wang Lingbo's eyes stared wide-eyed. He was shocked by the news that the black-clothed man brought until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Just as the black-clothed man said, his face was really fiery hot. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan saved Liang Wanru. That slap was thrown extremely, resoundingly. 10 years later, Yi Yuan even refined the spirit-mending pill and Dao Skanda pill, completely realizing the vows back then. Could his face not be burning hot? Only after a long time did he digest his news. His gaze was cold as he looked at the black-clothed man and said, You shouldn't have come this time because you have nothing to do and deliberately came to mock me, right? The black-clothed man chuckled and said, Of course not. Yi Yuan, he wants to go to the Yin Wind Den. 2 people, 2 steeds. Yi Yuan and Luo Jian, one in front, one at the back, galloped on the open road. Today, the sun had not risen yet, and the 2 people already quietly went out of Jewel Hill City. In a blink, they already galloped several tens of thousands of miles away. Leaving the city this time, Yi Yuan was still very cautious. He knew that once the Wang family learned about the news of him exiting the city, they would definitely deal a killing blow. These few years, Yi Yuan had been refining pills inside the world suppressing steel all along, refining a large batch of medicinal pills for the myriad treasure tower. These medicinal pills, Yi Yuan had notified manager Su as well, letting him wait until after he went out of the city before starting to roll them out. The news of him exiting seclusion was also sealed off very tightly. Apart from a few core members of the myriad treasure tower, no one knew at all. After all, he had already entered close seclusion for 10 years. It was impossible for the Wang family to constantly keep an eye on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan knew that for the Wang family to be able to become one of the 3 great families, they had a heaven glimpse deity realm ancestor. Such a great family, Yi Yuan's current strength could not resist at all. Hence, he had no choice but to be more careful. It was just that Yi Yuan never dreamed that the news of him leaving seclusion was long leaked to Wang Lingbo by someone already. The Wang family's assassin was long lying in ambush ahead already. The 2 people were currently galloping when a figure in front blocked the way. There were no villages ahead and no inns at the back in this place. It was precisely a good place to kill people and rob. Swoosh, swoosh. They did not see a person take any action either, but 2 gusts of wind assailed them. Yi Yuan's expression changed, leaping up. Boom! The flying dragon colts that the 2 people were riding were directly blasted into dregs. The Heavenspan world's deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly too. This flying dragon colt was a means of travel, capable of traveling as far as several tens of thousands of miles a day. He did not expect that they were actually annihilated just like this. Judging from the strength that this person exhibited, he was actually a grand completion grotto profound expert. The 2 people landed, and Luo Jian's brows furrowed as he said, Wang Yu gone. The old man smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect that there's still someone who remembers this old man. You're Luo Jian? I heard of you before. Jewel Hill City's up-and-coming star, known as Myriad Treasure Tower's number 1 swordsman. Luo Jian's furrowed his brows but did not answer. Yi Yuan's brows were also tightly locked as he asked, The Wang family's people? Luo Jian nodded his head and said, The Wang family's 4th elder was already grotto profound deity realm 5,000 years ago. He normally doesn't leave seclusion. I didn't expect that Wang Lingbo actually sent him out. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, our whereabouts have been leaked. Looks like the Myriad Treasure Tower has a traitor.
Impossible.
Luo Jian blurted out. Clearly, he totally did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower would have someone be a traitor. Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute. Leaving the city this time, he was already very careful but was still found out by the Wang family's people. A traitor definitely emerged in the Myriad Treasure Tower. This point was indisputable. It was just that Yi Yuan could not guess who would betray the Myriad Treasure Tower. Who is it? Luo Jian suddenly said. There are targets of suspicion but still don't dare to confirm. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Can you deal with this guy? Yi Yuan said. Luo Jian hugged his sword and looked at Wang Yugan and said, I'll give it a shot. You leave first. The moment Wang Yugan heard these words, he could not help bursting into laughter and said, brat who's ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. When this old man roamed unobstructed in Jewel Hill City, you all weren't even born yet. Luo Jian, I know that you're hailed as having the strength that approaches grand completion grotto profound. But in front of this old man, there's absolutely no chance at all. Luo Jian was not articulate. He had always used a sword to talk. Clank. The long sword coming out of the sheath. A cold light appeared. Wang Yugan's laughter abruptly ceased. Luo Jian's sword already arrived in front of him. Grand completion grotto profound. How can that be? Wang Yugan exclaimed. Exclaiming was exclaiming. But the movements of Wang Yugan's hands were not the slightest bit slow. Clank. The long spear came out of the sheath, nailing onto Luo Jian's sword. Accurately. The webbing between Luo Jian's thumb and index finger shocked until it turned numb, his figure directly flying out horizontally. This time Luo Jian met his match. Heh! This old man is really very surprised. You actually just broke through to grand completion grotto profound before coming out of the city. Even though Wang Yugan was shocked, he was not worried. Even if Luo Jian's strength was very powerful, he was also not his match. After all, he was only missing a step to be able to break through to heaven. Glimpse deity realm. It was just too bad that this step was as hard as ascending to heaven. If barring no accidents, it would probably be hard for him to break through in this lifetime. Luo Jian looked towards Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a look of gratitude. It was precisely the divine-grade divine essence pill that Yi Yuan gifted him. In private, that helped him to burst through the bottleneck, breaking through to grand completion grotto profound. His realm had always been stuck at peak late-stage grotto profound but had never found the opportunity to break through. With Luo Jian's current realm, the divine essence pill was long useless to him. Already, unless it was divine-grade divine essence pill. The low-grade tier 1 divine pills Yi Yuan refined also did not have much effect on him. But this divine essence pill was able to keep on consuming until breaking through to heaven glimpse deity realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that consuming it still had an effect. Under the stimulation of the divine-grade divine essence pill, Luo Jian finally broke through the bottleneck that he was stuck at for many years in one stroke. Wang Yugan was shrewd with age and saw through many things with one glance, and could not help saying in surprise, looks like it was this brat who helped you to break through the bottleneck. In your current state, unless it's the divine-grade divine essence pill. Truly inconceivable. This kid refines divine-grade divine essence pills as easily as eating and drinking.
No wonder.
Lingbo, that child is so apprehensive of you. With you at the Myriad Treasure Tower, wouldn't my Wang family forever not have the day to hold our heads up? Hi! Talking to the back, Wang Yugan did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. Luo Jian gave a cold snort and said, "Want to kill him? Go through me first." Wang Yugan smiled and said, "Your breakthrough was indeed out of my expectations. However, this will not change the outcome. You're still too inexperienced in front of me." Done talking, Wang Yugan's long spear was raised, suddenly stabbing a spear out the momentum like a dragon. Luo Jian's face revealed an unprecedented solemnness. Wang Yugan's spear technique was heavy and powerful, with quite the air of a general and may be rated as experienced and vicious. Luo Jian's figure was akin to a sheet of blank paper under this long spear. It could be torn apart by the wind. However, Luo Jian's gale wind sword art took the agile route in the first place. He did not clash head-on with Wang Yugan but moved around him instead. Yi Yuan, you leave first. I'll hold him, Luo Jian shouted. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of moving and said coolly, You won't abandon Brother Luo and leave. Brother Luo, feel free to let loose. If Brother Luo perishes, this Yi will die together with you. These words were said decisively, without the least bit of hesitation. Yi Yuan's voice entering the ear, Luo Jian was incomparably touched in his heart. Yi Yuan was indeed a sentimental and righteous person. If it were another person, they would have fled long ago. The words greatly roused Luo Jian's spirits. The power of the sword in his hands increasing by a bit. Yi Yuan was merely initial stage grotto profound. The disparity between the two was too great, and he could not intervene at all and could only observe. From the sideline, Yi Yuan's strength naturally could not compare to ordinary martial artists. But the current him was unable to cross a major realm to battle like at the Immortal Grove world. Counting the voice of the Dragon God, these trump cards, Yi Yuan's current combat power was also just equivalent to middle stage grotto profound martial artists. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of escaping, Wang Yugan also heaved a sigh in relief. Luo Jian's breakthrough was outside of his expectations. If Yi Yuan wanted to run away, he could certainly kill Luo Jian. But wanting to capture Yi Yuan again would be hard. Luo Jian, your future is really limitless. Just entering grand completion. Grotto profound, and you're already able to fight to this extent with this old man. It's sufficient to be proud. Wang Yugan was also secretly astonished. The height of this Luo Jian's laws comprehension seriously exceeded his expectations. If Luo Jian broke through 10 or 8 years earlier, he might really not necessarily be this Luo Jian's match. But as for now, he was overpowering strongly. Luo Jian was already forced into a dead end. His spear technique was heavy and powerful, but the speed was not slow. Luo Jian's nimbleness was greatly discounted in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Yugan's expression changed. A burst of terrifying sword intent surged towards the sky. Luo Jian's entire person seemed to be burned by fire, his skin becoming wine red. Heaven and earth mutual longevity. In virtually an instant, Luo Jian's entire person's speed and power skyrocketed over tenfold. The originally suppressed Luo Jian actually faintly took the upper hand at this time, his entire person akin to a phantom, charging over towards Wang Yugan. In a blink, the two people exchanged several hundred moves, the speed swift to the extreme. This move was just like a mutual destruction way of fighting. Yi Yuan discerned it. This move was a kind of divine essence burning move, capable of making Luo Jian's strength skyrocket more than tenfold. But this way it would cause a tremendous burden on his body. Furthermore, with the current fighting intensity, Luo Jian could not last long. If he could not finish off Wang Yugan, then what awaited the two of them was only death. Brat, although this move is powerful, you'll croak yourself first before defeating me, Wang Yugan said with a cold sneer. Although his pressure was great, for Luo Jian to want to dispose of him within a short time, it could not be done at all. Another sword assaulted. Wang Yugan responded with a cold smile. This sword was no different from before. He did not hesitate in the slightest, directly raising his spear and striking. But just as his spear tip was about to touch the long sword, Luo Jian's sword bizarrely disappeared from before his eyes. Wang Yugan's pupils constricted, wanting to react again, but it was already too late. Poochie, poochie. Two sounds of metal entering the flesh sounded out. Wang Yugan's long sword passed through the chest, toting Luo Jian in the air, while Luo Jian's sword likewise passed through Wang Yugan's chest.
Mutuelle destruction.
Poo work. Poo work. The two people spewed out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. Especially Luo Jian. His golden-colored fresh blood flowed down along the long spear, his appearance very tragic. The Luo Jian hanging on the long spear was already unconscious. Wang Yugan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Why would that sword just now vanish strangely? But very soon, his gaze revealed a fierce look, frenziedly mustering divine essence, wanting to rotate the long spear. He wanted to grind Luo Jian's innards to pieces. But right at this time, a cold light flashed by. Yi Yuan already rushed over. Yi Yuan's timing was grasped perfectly, not giving Wang Yugan the opportunity to deal the killing blow. Even though Wang Yugan was very strong, he was not yet powerful to the extent where he did not fear Yi Yuan's attack. Fine sword art. It's too bad that you're still too unskilled. Wang Yugan gave a fierce cry. There was no time to rotate the spear directly, extending a leg and kicking Luo Jian flying. This kick was powerful and heavy, directly kicking Luo Jian flying out several tens of thousands of feet away. Wang Yugan's movements were extremely agile. The long spear swung and already pointed towards Yi Yuan. In Wang Yugan's view, with his strength, even if seriously injured, killing Yi Yuan was merely the matter of a move. But right then, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Wang Yugan's gaze turned intent. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon roar sounded out. After arriving at the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan unleashed the voice of the dragon god for the first time. Accurately speaking, it should be the first time Yi Yuan exhibited the voice of the dragon god after breaking through to deity realm. In the immortal Grove world, he was able to muster the power of heavenly Tao. Killing people was just a matter of flicking a finger and did not need to use the voice of the dragon god at all. However, the Yi Yuan who broke through to deity realm unleashing the voice of the dragon god was already totally different from before. The limitation of realms made Yi Yuan completely unable to unleash the true power of this move. His dragon soul awakening directly comprehended the first level of the voice of the dragon god. But due to the limitations of realm, he could only unleash the entry-level power of this move. Furthermore, he could only persist 2 to 3 breaths of time. But now, his limitations were much fewer. This voice of the dragon god move was at the boundary of first-level grand completion. Leaping realms to battle was no object. If Wang Yugan was at his prime, Yi Yuan naturally could not do anything to him. But now it was just perfect. Wang Yugan's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, being shocked by this move until he bled from the 7 orifices. Especially that wound under the catalyzing of the voice of the dragon god. It enlarged abruptly, golden fresh blood spraying forth like a fountain. The battle results which Luo Jian exchanged with his life as the price. Yi Yuan could not waste it no matter what. 10 breaths. This was the limit that Yi Yuan could achieve at present. Anymore, and Yi Yuan would not have strength left over to escape anymore. The disparity between him and Wang Yugan was too great, and he could not kill him at all. Being able to pile on injuries on top of injuries was already the limit. In the next instant, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively, grabbing Luo Jian, and speeding away into the distance. Old fogey, today's grudge. This Yi has remembered it. Your dog head will dwell on your body for the time being. Yi Yuan will definitely come to take it. One day, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared in Wang Yugan's line of sight. Those cold words of Yi Yuan's reverberating in the air. Wang Yugan's complexion was deathly pale. He did not think that the initial stage grotto profound Yi Yuan actually had such a formidable ace in the hole. The heaven and earth laws contained in this level of sound wave attack was too terrifying. If Yi Yuan's strength was a little stronger, he would definitely have to meet his end here today. Wang Yugan knew that Yi Yuan was an alchemist, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's combat strength was actually so strong. Just based on this move, it was sufficient for Yi Yuan to sweep across opponents of the same level already. Even middle-stage grotto profound martial artists might not be Yi Yuan's match. Either. Only late-stage grotto profound powerhouses could steadily win Yi Yuan. Today's matter looked like Luo Jian saving Yi Yuan. Actually, looking from another angle, it was still Yi Yuan saving himself. If not for him helping Luo Jian to break through, even if Luo Jian exhausted all of his trump cards, he could not possibly hurt him too. That move just now was clearly a demon race's supreme martial technique. He is a human. How could he know that martial technique? Wang Yugan consumed a medicinal pill, his gaze full of wariness. His chest had a large hole torn open, looking incomparably grim. The wound that Luo Jian caused was merely the width of a sword. But Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon god forcefully ripped open a large hole in his wound. Except, even though the injuries were severe, it was not sufficient to be life-threatening. Wanting to kill a deity realm powerhouse was very difficult. 3 days later, Wang Yugan's injuries were finally brought under control. He took out a talisman and slowly opened his mouth and said, "The situation has changed. The ambush failed. Send out second elder, third elder. That child absolutely can't be left alive." Finished talking, the talisman emitted a blinding light, vanishing in the air. While at this time Yi Yuan brought heavily wounded and dying Luo Jian and already escaped several tens of thousands of miles away. At the Wang family manor, Wang Lingbo's face was filled with dark clouds. He did not expect that fourth elder personally making a move actually failed. To kill Yi Yuan. About fourth elder's strength he was all too clear. Even though Luo Jian was known as the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman in front of fourth elder, it was completely not enough to look at. However, fourth elder actually failed. If he did not wait until those two people came, then forget it. But fourth elder actually turned to the family to request for help. That explained that they had definitely exchanged blows before. The result was that those two people ran away. This matter was definitely very troublesome. Otherwise, fourth elder absolutely would not turn to the family to ask for help. It was just that Wang Lingbo could not figure it out no matter what. A Luo Jian plus a Yi Yuan, on what basis to be able to make it so difficult for fourth elder? Lingbo, what are you finding the two of us old fellows for? A lean elder walked into. That was the Wang family's second elder, Wang Yutao. Behind him even followed a person. It was precisely the Wang family's third elder, Wang Yuman. These two people were similarly grand completion grotto profound experts. Their strengths were even a notch above Wang Yugan's. The moment Wang Lingbo saw the two people, he recounted Yi Yuan's affairs in haste. "Uncles, if we allow this child to carry on growing, it will likely be very hard for my Wang family to have a foothold in Jewel Hill City anymore. Uncles, please take action. You must cut this boy down in the Inwind Den." Wang Lingbo said with a solemn expression. Hearing the sequence of events of the matter, Wang Yutao also had a solemn expression as he said, "Even though our Jewel Hill City is Heavenly Emperor Fufeng's territory, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's fame is too great. We can suppress the Myriad Treasure Tower and fight for the greatest benefits, but we can't really lose all decorum with them. But this Yi Yuan indeed can't be left alive. This time, it's the best time to kill him." Wang Lingbo nodded and said, "I think so as well. Once he returns to Jewel Hill City or Yang Rui learns about this matter, we'd have no way of making a move anymore." Wang Yutao said, "Old third, let's go through the trouble and make a trip and eliminate this troublesome fellow for the Wang family. I'll listen to second brother." Wang Yuman did not say much and was concise. To the point. "Hey, are you dead? Sit up and let me take a look if you didn't die." Seeing Luo Jian open both eyes, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart finally landed. Experiencing life and death, Yi Yuan also lowered his guard towards Luo Jian. When talking, it also became much more casual. He knew that Luo Jian was already not in jeopardy. That was why he would talk like that. Currently, a month's time already passed since leaving the city. In order to treat Luo Jian's injuries, Yi Yuan expended a huge price. The divine-grade healing medicinal pills that he refined were also pretty much depleted. The effects of low-grade Tier 1 healing divine pills were still a little minor on Luo Jian's wounds. Hence, Yi Yuan could only use numbers to make up for it. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was full of divine-grade medicinal pills on him. The medicinal effects were very strong. That was how it saved Luo Jian's life. If it were others being so seriously injured, they would die without a doubt. Luo Jian gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up, looking at Yi Yuan in amazement. "It was you who saved me?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. "Are there still others here?" "But my injuries." Luo Jian was very clear about his injuries. When he suffered grievous injuries. With Wang Yugan back then, he already harbored the resolve to die. He wanted to severely wound Wang Yugan with death as the price and create an opportunity for Yi Yuan to escape. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said half-jokingly, "Between you and I shouldn't have that kind of life-and-death relationship yet, right? You just stupidly perish together with him." Luo Jian said, "I owe Tower Lord a life. He made me protect you at all costs. If I die, this life will be returned to him." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Is your life so worthless? Now you've also died. Earlier already. And then I've helped you return your life to him." Luo Jian choked, faintly sensing that something was not quite right, but did not know how he should refute. This time he had indeed made a trip to and from the gates of hell.
Ye Yuan's
Words had no problem. It just sounded somewhat weird. "Ho ho. Making a joke. Don't think that much. Your injuries have just healed. You still need lots of rest. But we've already delayed a very long time. We can only grudgingly get on the road." Yi Yuan patted his shoulders and said, smilingly. Yi Yuan knew that this guy was an enigma. Beating with a bamboo pole could not force anything out, very boring. But this guy was indeed loyal enough, putting his own life on the line for a favor back then. This kind of person was worth getting to know. Luo Jian frowned and said, "You saved me? Then what about that Wang Yugan?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "He isn't injured lightly too. But to recover his strength, it's got to take more than half a month too. At this time, he might already be on the way to the Yin-Wind Den to block us." Luo Jian's gaze turned intent, keenly catching some information from Yi Yuan's words. He knew the power of his sword. Even though powerful, it was absolutely not fatal. Resting for a few days and it was basically able to recover already. But Yi Yuan said that he required over half a month's time to recuperate. Could it be that his sword stabbed a critical point? Or it was caused by Yi Yuan? Thinking back, he was penetrated on the long spear. If Yi Yuan did not make a move, it was absolutely impossible to save him. Luo Jian was taken aback with fright by this judgment of his. Even if Wang Yugan was severely injured by him, he was also absolutely not what Yi Yuan could hurt. However, what was going on? An initial stage grotto profound was able to harm grand completion grotto. Profound? Luo Jian instantly felt that he was somewhat flustered. "Hey! Thinking about what?" Yi Yuan patted the dazed Luo Jian. Luo Jian abruptly startled awake, but said, "Our mounts were already killed by Wang Yugan. How to go?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "That's easy. You wait here for me. I'll be right back." Yi Yuan's figure moved rapidly, vanishing in Luo Jian's vision in a blink of an eye. Around an hour's time passed. Luo Jian was suddenly startled. Dust was kicking up in the distance. Two powerful auras were rushing over to the side. These two auras were the auras of divine beasts. Luo Jian had long discovered that this place was adjacent to the myriad beast forest. It was all too normal to have divine beasts run out. In his current state, it was impossible to deal with a divine beast. Luo Jian was just about to turn tail and run, but suddenly discovered that one. A demonic beast, a person was actually riding there.
Ye Yuan.
This guy used an hour and tamed two divine beasts? Luo Jian's eyeballs stared like wide saucers. He did not think that the method Yi Yuan said was actually this. These were two cloud soul sound rending leopard, their speed extremely swift, arriving in front of Luo Jian in a blink of an eye. One of the Cloud Soul sound-rending leopard was precisely that one that besieged Yi Yuan the last time. Only then did Luo Jian suddenly recall that Yi Yuan had once said before, "Whatever beast-taming art at the Wang family." At that back, Yi Yuan even revealed dragon pressure. This way, the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body must be exceptionally powerful. Luo Jian suddenly discovered that the secrets on Yi Yuan were seriously too many. One each. They are much more convenient to work with than the flying dragon colts, Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. "The three of you come here," a guard-looking martial artist was shouting to the three martial artists who were about to enter the Yin Den. Those three martial artists' expressions changed. The martial artist in the lead said unhappily, "What for?" The guard shouted coldly, "The three of you? Put your palms on it." "Humph! Who the hell are you all? You ask us to put, and we'll put. If you don't put, then we'll help you put." What a joke! The three of us brothers had entered this Yin Den no less than 100 times already, and had never seen before such a rude request. Who the hell are you guys, to actually dare be so arrogant? Who we are, you all don't need to care. Just comply, that will do. Then what if we don't do it? Before long, those three people obediently put their palms on that instrument. Very soon, the instrument gave off a green light. The guard shot the three of them a cold glance and said, "Scram, if you did it long ago, wouldn't you have dispensed with physical pain?" The three people did not dare to refute, leaving angrily. At this time, over 10 people were gathered outside the Yin Den. Like a checkpoint was set up. All who wanted to enter the Yin Den must go through that instruments check. This group of guards was naturally the Wang family's men after changing attires. Such overbearing actions they naturally did not dare admit that they were members of the Wang family. Second brother, is this method reliable? What if that boy sees our lineup and gets frightened away? Wang Yugan asked Wang Yutao. Wang Yutao said coolly, "Relax, human cut off his way back, unless he doesn't want the night twill grass, otherwise he definitely has to enter the Yin Den. The first time that boy did when he left seclusion was to find a land of dead spirits. This shows that this place is very important to him. Hill. Definitely come." Wang Yugan said, "I'm worried, no idea what kind of reaction Yang Rui will have if he knows about this matter." Wang Yutao laughed coldly and said, "Heh, if he's already dead, what reaction can he have? Put your heart back into your stomach. We arranged many hidden sentries along the way, and that boy got 2 Cloud Soul sound-rending leopard as mounts from no idea where and is already headed over here. But that kid is indeed quite troublesome. Our hidden sentries had just discovered him and were already disposed of." Wang Yugan deeply felt that way too and said, "Yeah, I also didn't think that. Not only is that kid a master of alchemy, but he's also even a martial arts expert. If not for his realm being too low, I probably couldn't see second brother anymore." Thinking about it now, Wang Yugan also felt lingering fear. Luo Jian's and Yi Yuan's might greatly exceeded his imaginations. At that time, he knew that he most likely could not take care of these two people by himself. That was why he would seek help from the family. Wang Yutao came over very quickly and even brought the auxiliary model. Profound divine artifact, a spectroscope. This spectroscope was able to identify the martial artist's divine soul. As long as there was an item that the other party used before, it would do. This thing was naturally out of fear that Yi Yuan would change his looks and slip by. Behind a pile of debris, 2 people's heads were ducked down. Luo Jian's expression was solemn as he said, "The Wang family laid down an inescapable net, just waiting for us to collide onto the spear tip. Didn't expect that even the spectroscope was deployed." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In order to kill me, the Wang family actually brought out such a massive lineup, truly thinking highly of this Yi." Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan's indifferent expression and could not help saying gloomily, You can still smile. The hidden sentries that we disposed of along the way were already 7 or 8 of them. I reckon that they should have guessed that we've already arrived here. Speaking of this, Luo Jian was impressed by Yi Yuan to the max. Along the way, all of the hidden sentries were all discovered by Yi Yuan. No matter how concealed those people hid, they all could not escape Yi Yuan's arcane sights. This guy was simply a freak. If not for the case, the Wang family would probably wait here in hopes that a hare would kill itself by crashing into a tree trunk, but directly go over to encircle and suppress. It was precisely because they finished off those hidden sentries that they were able to secretly lay low in the vicinity of the Yin Den. Hoo-hoo, why can't I smile? I'm really not scared of things blowing up. Since they came to kill me, they'll have to be prepared to be counter-killed by me, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Counter-kill? Are you joking? Last time was Wang Yugan not being prepared. That's how we succeeded. This time he even called over Wang Yutao. That Wang Yutao's strength is even a notch above Wang Yugan's. Yi Yuan, we'd better return to Jewel Hill City and seek help from Tower Lord. Along the way, Luo Jian himself also did not become conscious that his words with Yi Yuan became more and more. He was still that callous Luo Jian. But facing Yi Yuan, he could not be unfeeling no matter what. The brotherhood established after sharing life and death was so miraculous. Hearing Luo Jian's words, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It's too late. Moreover, returning for help now, it will definitely be what the Wang family hopes for. If my conjectures are right, the way back is long cut off by them already." Being cut off was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Yuan really could not afford to delay. Originally, there were less than 3 months' time left. Now 1.5 months had already been used up along the way, and only a month's time was left. This to and fro he could afford to wait, but Mu Lingxue could not. Luo Jian's expression changed, and he said, "So, what then?" Yi Yuan said, "Your injuries are not yet fully healed. Find a place to hide, and wait outside for me. I'll go in alone." "Absolutely not. Putting aside that you can't clear the Wang family, that hurdle, even if you clear it, the evil spirits inside are also not what you can deal with. I know that your strength is much stronger than it looks on the surface, but the evil spirits in this Yin Den are far stronger than you imagine." Luo Jian immediately rejected this suggestion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. Could it be that I'll send myself to death? Rather, you believe that a traitor arose in the Myriad Treasure Tower now, right?" Luo Jian's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's words really hit the mark. Want to utilize the spectroscope? There must be an item that the person used day to day. Very clearly, if there wasn't the Myriad Treasure Tower's internal staff, this spectroscope had no way to be used at all. Being able to obtain Yi Yuan's and Luo Jian's day-to-day items, this person's position in the Myriad Treasure Tower was quite high. Luo Jian gritted his teeth and said, "If I find out who it is, I'll definitely tear him limb from limb." Luo Jian was a straightforward type. Facing opponents, he could throw his life. But if he was stabbed in the back by his own, he would really be aggrieved to the extreme. Originally, this trip could have been calm and tranquil. Who would have expected that so many unforeseen events would be added? If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be a dead man now. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Relax, you'll definitely have a chance. When we return to the Myriad Treasure Tower, we'll naturally have to settle this score properly. I'm going." Luo Jian raised his head and looked. His pupils involuntarily shrunk. He discovered that the flesh on Yi Yuan's face gave off a series of bizarre transformation, and he actually became another person. At the same time, Yi Yuan's entire disposition also underwent a massive transformation, about the same as those martial artists who entered the Yin Den. Luo Jian smiled bitterly and said, "It's no use, unless you can disguise the divine soul. Otherwise, even if your face-altering skill is any more powerful, it can't hide from the spectroscope too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You just watch." Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered over towards the Wang family's checkpoint just like this.
Halt!
When a house guard saw Yi Yuan come over, he immediately stopped him. Yi Yuan had a panic-stricken expression as he said, What do you all want to do? I don't have divine essence stones on me." The house guard glared and said, "Who wants your divine essence stones? Go over. Put your hand on that instrument." "Ah? Oh, that's easy. That is easy." Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately running over and placing his palm on it. Amidst the rubble, Luo Jian stared at this scene unblinkingly, his heart leaping to his throat. To Luo Jian, he had never encountered an incident that made him palpitate with anxiety and fear like this before. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he revealed a look of incredulity. The spectroscope actually gave off a green light. How is this possible? Luo Jian muttered to himself, being dumbstruck with astonishment by this scene. He had never seen before that the spectroscope would fail. No, wait, not failed, but made a blunder in judgment. The spectroscope emitting a green light indicated that the divine soul imprint on the item did not match, while a blue color represented the person himself. Now, the spectroscope became green color, meaning that it made an error in judgment. No wonder Yi Yuan was so confident. Turned out that he really had the ability to pass through the spectroscope's detection. When Yi Yuan pressed toward the spectroscope, Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan both involuntarily looked at him. However, they did not become suspicious. Yi Yuan's performance was not much different from ordinary bottom-level martial artists. Martial artists who came to the Yin Den were mostly living at the lowest rung. Otherwise, who would be willing to take part in this kind of life? Risking transaction? Yi Yuan's appearance of viewing divine essence stones like his life directly dispelled their suspicions. When seeing the spectroscope become green color, they no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Yuan. A bunch of ignorant fools to actually use such junk in front of this old man, truly overestimating its ability. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness came Dustless's disdainful cold snort, as if using this spectroscope to inspect Yi Yuan's divine soul was a very insulting thing to him. Those in the same profession were foes. These words were not false at all. Who was he? Dustless? That was the ancestor of playing with divine souls. A mere profound divine artifact was really inadequate to look at when placed before him. In front of an Empyrean spirit treasure, this spectroscope was also not much different from a child's toy. Haha, these guys also don't know that I still have a great divinity like you on me. Yi Yuan secretly showered Dustless with flattery. Dustless snorted coldly and said, "Such a junk. If this old man wants it to become green, it will become green. Make it become blue, it will have to become blue. Make it become yellow, it will still have to become yellow." Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Then can Senior make it become blue in a while?" Dustless said, "What's difficult about this? Are you thinking of luring them in?" Yi Yuan said, "That's right. It didn't make the Wang family suffer a bit of a loss. They would really think that this young master is easy to knead." Dustless was also very moved by this suggestion and said, "That's easy. Do the tampering. In the real world." Yi Yuan lightly lifted his hand away and asked the house guard with a startled appearance, "It's fine already, right?" The house guard had an impatient look and waved his hand and said, "Get lost, then." Yi Yuan smiled fawningly and ran like flying. Seeing Yi Yuan pass through the checkpoint smoothly, Luo Jian finally let out a sigh in relief. But regarding Yi Yuan entering the Yin Den alone, he was still rather worried. He did not wait at the arranged place according to Yi Yuan's instructions but waited to see in the rubble pile. Not long after Yi Yuan entered the Yin Den, there was another batch of martial artists who wanted to enter the Yin Den. As usual, they were naturally stopped by the Wang family. But when the first martial artist put his hand on it, a strange thing happened. Blue! It's him! That house guard shouted loudly and was about to take action. That martial artist had a blank look, completely unaware of what was happening. This elder brother, are you all mistaken? Us 7 brothers are known as the Wind 7 heroes, mucking around in the Wind den all year round. How can I possibly be the person that you're finding? That martial artist had also seen before a great spectacle. He did not attack, but opened his mouth to explain unhurriedly. Yeah, this lord, us 7 brothers are also considered to have some minor fame in Jewel Hill City. Quite a few people recognize us, are you all mistaken? Said another person among the 7 people. Heh, how can what the spectroscope detect possibly be wrong? Surrender. Obediently without resistance. The house guard said. The Wong family's people already surrounded the Wind 7 heroes at this time. As long as they dared to move, they would immediately make a move to destroy them. Seeing the spectroscope become blue, Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan were also greatly roused in spirits. But hearing that martial artist's explanation, he could not help becoming somewhat suspicious. The name Wind 7 heroes Wang Yutao had really heard before. These 7 people's strength, they were not weak. They were fooling around at the Wind den all year round, and even sold natural treasures to the Wang family before. The Wind 7 heroes boss, Chong Liang, said carefully, "This lord, let's not attack first. Perhaps there's really something wrong with the spectroscope." The house guard was just about to speak when Wang Yutao divided the crowd and came in. He looked at Chong Liang and said with tightly knitted brows, "You're the Wind 7 heroes boss, Chong Liang." The moment Chong Liang heard, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Precisely. So, this lord, us 7 brothers examined our hearts that we have not offended Your Excellency before. I wonder this." Wang Yutao's brows furrowed even tighter, and he said, "You put your hand on it again and try." Chong Liang knew that this one in front of him was formidable and did not dare to disobey, putting his hand on it as per his words. Green color. Chong Liang's expression loosened up, and he said with clasped hands, "Your Excellency, indeed a mistake, right?" Wang Yutao ignored him and said to the other 6 people, "You all put your hands on it." The few people exchanged glances. Chong Liang glared and said in a low voice, "Still in a daze for what? Didn't hear what this lord said." The 6 people were startled and quickly put their hands on the spectroscope. One by one. Yellow color, purple color, azure color, blue color, red color. Each one that put on it, Wang Yutao's complexion became a shade blacker. Chong Liang's cold sweat was pouring by the side, fearing of angering this lord. Clearly, this one had already reached the brink of eruption. He only hoped not to innocently get involved in a disaster due to others. The last one put his hand on it. Wang Yutao's expression became even more unbelievably fascinating. Various colors of light flickered incessantly and actually emitted a multi-colored light. Poochie. Suddenly, a cloud of azure smoke emanated from the spectroscope. Destroyed. The surroundings were dead silent. No one dared to speak. The last member of the Wind 7 heroes was frightened until he trembled all over, completely did not understand what happened. What's going on? Wang Yugan's had a stunned look, uncertain why the perfectly fine spectroscope would have this kind of thing happen. But Wang Yutao's expression changed, and he suddenly turned around, looking in the direction of the Wind den. Damn it! It must be that punk just now. We were all fooled by him. Wang Yutao reacted very quickly, furious until he thumped his chest and stomped his feet. However, it was already too late. The current Yi Yuan was long gone already. The Wind den extended in all directions. Wanting to catch Yi Yuan was too difficult. Second brother, what on earth is going on? Wang Yugan had yet to react and asked. Wang Yutao's face fell and he said, If I didn't guess wrongly, this spectroscope was definitely spoiled by that punk who went in previously. That punk was definitely the Yi Yuan after altering his looks. Wang Yugan was stunned and said, "That's impossible, right?" When the spectroscope was testing, he was clearly a green color. Wang Yutao shot him a glance like looking at an idiot and said, "Still, spectroscope? This spectroscope is merely a joke in front of that kid."
No idea.
What method that punk used, either breaking the spectroscope. He's provoking us here. Wang Yutao was livid with rage and wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole. Not only did this guy slip away from under their eyelids, he even broke the Wang family's profound divine artifact. Even though this place was the heavenspan world, profound divine artifact. This sort of thing was absolutely not some run-of-the-mill good. The average deity realm powerhouse did not have divine artifacts at all. An ordinary profound divine essence was worth at the very least several 100,000 low-grade divine essence stones too, and this spectroscope belonged to the auxiliary-type divine artifact. The price was even more ridiculous, close to 1 million low-grade divine essence stones. Hearing Wang Yutao said so, Wang Yugan finally came to his senses. Thinking about it, it was clearly that this possibility was the greatest. Second brother, you're saying that the kid deliberately broke the spectroscope to disgust us? Otherwise, he could clearly go inside quietly, but broke the spectroscope. He's clearly telling us that he has already gone in, and that if you all have the capabilities, come and catch me. What is this if it's not taunting us? Wang Yutao said furiously. Anger was anger, but Wang Yutao was still extremely shocked in his heart. The spectroscope was not what anybody could spoil. Even if you let a heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouse come, it was also impossible for him to spoil the spectroscope under the circumstances of not making a sound. Moreover, breaking it, this spectroscope actually changed into all sorts of colors. If not for 7 people coming in one go, they might have made a massive blunder today. This second brother, then what should we do now? Wang Yugan was also rather flustered. He discovered that Yi Yuan's methods emerged in endless streams. He was like a porcupine, making them unable to bite down. The Wang family's initialmost judgment of Yi Yuan was that his pill refining talent was very high, but did not think that he also had such frightening talent in martial arts. Furthermore, he even seemed to have very deep ties with the demon race. Such an opponent really made their heads hurt to the extreme. Wang Yutao swept a fierce glare. While staring at the Wind 7 heroes, he roared, "What are you looking at? Still not scramming for me?" Chong Liang and the rest behaved like they were granted amnesty, running away, like a puff of smoke. This Chong Liang was a middle-stage grotto profound powerhouse too, his strength uncommon. But in front of Wang Yutao it was not enough to look at all. How could he dare to provoke the other party? "Big brother, what the hell is going on here?" Along the way, a brother asked Chong Liang. Chong Liang saw that they had walked far away. That was why he said softly, "The Wang family is catching no idea who." But don't know why he smoked his way through. Not only did he slip through, he even broke their spectroscope. You say, can they not be furious? Everyone was tongue-tied when they heard. "Big brother, how did you know that was the Wang family's people?" Chong Liang said, "Heh, I've met Wang Yutao once before, but we're minor characters, he doesn't remember me. That's all." Goodness gracious, the Wang family put out such a grand lineup and even deployed the spectroscope. Wonder who they are catching. A glimmer of brilliance flashed across Chong Liang's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "Heh, who else can they be capturing? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's most likely that Myriad Treasure Tower's newly ascended guest, alchemist. To be able to make the Wang family take up arms like so, there's also only him. Really have no idea what background this guest alchemist has. Not only is his alchemy skills unparalleled, he can actually even spoil the spectroscope unbeknownst to God and ghosts. Truly remarkable." Turns out, Chong Liang had been feigning ignorance all along. He had long known that the other party was the Wang family's people and even guessed that they were here to capture Yi Yuan. This sort of martial artist who flopped around at the bottom was much more tactful and slippery than ordinary people. If they exposed the Wang family's true colors previously, they would probably have no way of leaving alive anymore. But at this time, Chang Liang was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan, this person whom he had never met. To be able to toy with the entire Wang family in the palm of his hand. There was likely only him, right? The myriad treasure towers Yang Rui and Wang family fought for so long and did not gain any advantage at all. But honestly speaking, the divine essence pill that alchemist refined really have nothing to say about the quality. It's much better than the Wang families, said another brother. Chang Liang nodded and said, I also bought a few by pulling strings the last time. The quality is indeed excellent. If not for the case, the Wang family would not go through such great troubles either. If I were Wang Lingbo, I'd also want to eliminate for good. Only when he saw Chang Liang and the rest went away did Wang Yutao said icily, Yugon, immediately notify Yumin. Have him hurry to the Yin Wind Den. He'll guard outside. We'll all go in. Isn't he provoking us? Then this old man. We'll let him see the price of provoking the Wang family. Humph. Entering the Yin Wind Den, Yi Yuan felt a series of Yin Wind blow from the depths of the cave, making him involuntarily shudder. He hurriedly revolved his bloodline power, instantly blocking this gust of Yin Wind outside. The dragon race's vitality was very powerful. For ordinary Yin Wind to want to corrode Yi Yuan, it really could not be done. In this peripheral, the human martial artists who went in and out were really quite a few. But the further in you go, the lesser the people. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream. An evil spirit rushed out of the corner, biting towards Yi Yuan. The bite of an evil spirit targeted the divine soul, very hard to defend against. When newbies enter the Yin Wind Den, if they did not have veterans leading, it was very easy to fall for it. But when Yi Yuan saw that evil spirit, he was very spurred on. Those eyes were glossy and green, like a starving wolf. Heh! Came right on time. This young master is already unable to hold back my hunger and thirst. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and welcomed it. Creak. Yi Yuan's claw extended out strangely, directly grabbing that evil spirit in his hand like pinching his vital point. That evil spirit only had time to emit a miserable cry and was subdued by Yi Yuan. Senior, your turn, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Heh, still need you, kid, to teach me? Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly activated. A surge of soul vortex opened up with Yi Yuan as the center. That evil spirit was directly gobbled up by the vortex. How does it feel? Too weak. This evil spirit is merely initial stage 1 star, even not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth at all. This, senior, your appetite is also a bit too big, right? Boolsh ***. The soul-suppressing pearl is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Even if you catch a few 4-star, 5-star evil spirits, it's also not enough for this old man to digest. Fine, what on earth should I do then? Late stage 1-star evil spirits and have got to be 300 to 500 no matter what. Senior, this is daylight robbery. How long can 300 to 500 last? Barely enough for 10 years. If I can devour a 2-star evil spirit, I can last 100 years. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said huffily, do you think that I can get you a 2-star evil spirit right now? If I really run into one, whether it is you devouring him or him swallowing me up is hard to say. Haha, I'm just saying. But if I can really devour a 2-star evil spirit, I'll be able to help you cultivate the divine soul and advance the divine soul realm, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, having his heart palpitate with eagerness by Dustless's sentence. After breaking through to the deity realm, Yi Yuan's divine soul cultivating means were somewhat failing to make ends meet. The medicine god's soul canon was just an incomplete article. Could help Yi Yuan cultivate to grand completion tier 9 but somewhat lacked the strength to carry on. Want to walk even further along the alchemy path, one must have a systematic divine soul cultivation method. In this aspect, the soul-suppressing pearl was clearly an expert. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of his main cultivation method. After reincarnating, what Yi Yuan had always been cultivating was the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. In the Immortal Grove region, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was a pinnacle-most cultivation method and could be cultivated all the way to origin, deity realm. But to the current Yi Yuan, this cultivation method was clearly unable to satisfy his ambitions already. Looks like everything has to start from scratch, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Dustless said, Immortal Grove's cultivation method is imprinted inside the world-suppressing steel. His cultivation method was comprehended from the world-suppressing steel and is one of the best cultivation methods in the heaven-span world. If he didn't fall, he might have been able to become a transcendent heavenly emperor. Transcendent heavenly emperor? Yi Yuan asked wonderingly.
En Transcendent Heavenly Emperor.
Actually, it's peak heavenly emperor, the most powerful existence beneath Tao ancestor. Immortal Grove's cultivation method is sufficient for you to cultivate to becoming a transcendent heavenly emperor, Dustless explained. Only NPW was Yi Yuan enlightened. According to Dustless's way of saying things, the cultivation method that Immortal Grove comprehended could be said to be a top-rate cultivation method of the Heavenspan world already. After all, in the Heavenspan world, it was totally impossible to cultivate to the Tao ancestor realm. Achieving transcendent heavenly emperor was already the greatest possibility. However, Yi Yuan fell silent. He mused for a moment and said, Senior, you said, heavenly empyrean. Immortal Grove's cultivation method was comprehended from the world suppressing steel. Dustless said with a cold smile. Heh, your heart is also a bit too big. Reaching the Heavenspan world now, you should know the difficulties of cultivating above deity realm. To actually not have given up on the boundary of Tao ancestor yet. Yi Yuan asking like this, Dustless naturally knew what Yi Yuan was trying to do straight away. But these words were filled with mockery towards Yi Yuan, ridiculing that Yi Yuan overestimated his own ability. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, Senior, I know that reaching the Tao ancestor realm is as hard as ascending to heaven, but the transcendent heavenly emperor realm is utterly meaningless to me. If I want to save Lingxue, I must cultivate to the Tao ancestor realm. Isn't that so? But Dustless said with a cold snort. Compared to cultivating to Tao ancestor realm, this old man still feels that asking a Tao ancestor for help is a little more reliable. If you're really able to cultivate to transcendent heavenly emperor realm, you'll have the qualifications to ask a Tao ancestor for help. But Yi Yuan said stubbornly, this doesn't clash with cultivating to Tao ancestor realm. Dustless choked up and could not help being speechless. Only after a long time did Dustless say, Fine then, this world-suppressing steel was actually obtained by chance by Immortal Grove back then at the Heavenspan Mountain. Incredibly marvelous. It's akin to a limitless treasure trove. When Immortal Grove just obtained it, it was just an ordinary piece of rock. Later, Immortal Grove continuously developed it while its grade also continued to increase. When Immortal Grove cultivated to Empyrean realm, it was already an Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that the world-suppressing steel's background was actually so great. The Heavenspan Mountains might, Yi Yuan already learned of it from Dustless and Kunwu's mouth. World-suppressing steel, turns out it was a piece of rock on the Heavenspan Mountain. In this case, the world-suppressing steel completely doesn't need to be sanctified. It only needs to be developed continuously, and it can advance into a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Dustless said, In theory, it's like this. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, when Senior devours enough evil spirits, I'll enter inside the world-suppressing steel and comprehend my own Tao. Dustless was speechless. He discovered that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was simply a stubborn donkey. Once he decided on a matter, he could not be pulled back no matter how one pulled. It was like this back then in the turbulent spatial flow. Now it was still like this. Elder brothers, I wonder where there are more late-stage one-star evil spirits in this Yin Wind Den. Yi Yuan wandered inside the Yin Wind Den for a long time and discovered that most of them here were all some mortal-grade evil spirits. Occasionally he could run into initial-stage one-star evil spirits. These evil spirits were completely useless to Dustless. Yi Yuan discovered that this place expanded in all directions. Wanting to find late-stage one-star evil spirits was too difficult, and he could only seek help from others. The few people turned around. Seeing Yi Yuan's cultivation, they could not refrain from looking at him with a gaze like looking at a fool. Kid, new here, right? Your bit of strength better wander around the outer ring. This place is already close to the danger zone. Your bit of strength isn't even enough to fill the crevices between the evil spirit's teeth. Chong Liang said. This group of people was precisely the Yin Wind 7 heroes who were shot while lying down at the peripheral. After the 7 people came in, they headed straight for the danger zone. The 7 of them mucked around here all year round and were incomparably familiar with the Yin Wind Den. Whenever there were powerful evil spirits, there would be natural treasures. They had this assumption in their hearts. As for the Wang family, although their strengths were powerful, they were really not familiar with this place. Chong Liang also did not expect that they would run into Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Elder brothers, you all should be very familiar with this place, right? He saw that these few people's gazes were very clear-cut, not like him anyhow, running around like a headless fly. He knew that these few people should be regulars of this place. Chong Liang's brows furrowed and he said, the 7 of us are called the Yin Wind 7 heroes. Do you think we're familiar with this place or not? Kid, we still have to go search for natural treasures and have no time to be long-winded with you. If you don't want to die, wander around this neighborhood and see if you have the luck to pick up something that was missed out or not. Regarding Chong Liang's sincere advice, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously at all. What was important was that Chong Liang, they all were familiar with this place. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Elder brother and the others, since you all are familiar with this place, then bring me to go find late-stage one-star evil spirits. As long as I find the place, I'll give you all 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones as commission. How's that? 5,000 divine essence stones. Chong Liang's gaze turned intent, and he drew a cold breath. To them, 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones were not some small figure. Even though all of the members of the Yin Wind 7 heroes, their strengths were uncommon, spending as long as several years in the Yin Wind Den, the divine essence stones added up for the 7 people would not exceed this sum either. But Yi Yuan's opening offer was 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Furthermore, it was just leading the way. These 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones were earned too easily. Yi Yuan said smilingly, that's right. Here are 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones, take it as a deposit. As long as you all bring me to gather up 500 late-stage one-star evil spirits, the remaining 4,000 low-grade divine essence stones, I'll pay up the sum in full. Yi Yuan helped the Myriad Treasure Tower create such a large profit. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally would not treat him shabbily. Low-grade divine essence stones, Yi Yuan naturally took whatever he pleased. As long as it was not too overboard, the Myriad Treasure Tower would not say anything. 5 to 500. Chong Liang was speechless. This boy was really hell-bent on shocking people to death with words. Over 500 late-stage one-star evil spirits, even the average grand completion. Grotto Profound did not dare to easily engage head-on either. An initial stage Grotto Profound kid actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Chong Liang suddenly felt several strange gazes coming from behind him. No need to turn back, and he also knew that those few brothers probably had killing intent aroused. In this place, killing people to seize treasures was all too normal. Yi Yuan's opening move was 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. The divine essence stones he was carrying on him were probably far more than this figure. As long as they killed Yi Yuan, then the divine essence stones on him were all theirs. Compared to leading the way, they were clearly more willing to clean away the divine essence stones on Yi Yuan. Actually, it was not just his 6 brothers who had killing intent aroused. Even Chong Liang himself also had killing intent aroused. But he, Chong Liang, was able to hang around in the Yin Den for so long, because he was cautious by nature. He could not resist glancing at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to be completely clueless about his brother's killing intent like he was. Completely fine. Chong Liang's heart stirred. The temptation of divine essence stones finally overwhelmed everything. But, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly detected an imperceptible cold smile flashing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Chong Liang's heart thumped. The words when reaching his mouth changed at the behest of supernatural powers. Haha, deal. Little brother is really generous. I, Chong Liang, will make friends with you. Chong Liang received 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones with a hearty laugh. Chong Liang's words made the 6 brothers' jaws drop. When did boss become so easygoing? Yi Yuan smiled and said, lead the way then. Chong Liang said with a laugh, sure, easily arranged. Following that, Chong Liang brought Yi Yuan and made many twists and turns. Indeed, before long, the evil spirits that they encountered become stronger. Chong Liang and the rest became cautious and on the alert one by one. The strongest among them, Chong Liang, was merely middle-stage grotto profound. 2. Encountering late-stage 1-star evil spirits, there was not even time for them to run. They did not dare to approach at all. Ahead is the purple nether cave. That place definitely has late-stage 1-star evil spirits. But, little brother, the few of us don't dare to go in. Chong Liang said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, you all can just wait outside the cave for me. Finished talking, Yi Yuan entered the purple nether cave without turning his head back. Boss, why didn't you make a move just now? I dare to bet that this kid has at the very least no less than 50,000 divine essence stones on him. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the cave, the Yin 7 heroes number 7 could not resist grumbling. Yeah, boss. Normally, you aren't so timid and cowardly. Seeing such a fat lamb, you'd have long taken action, said number 3. Chong Liang's gaze swept over their faces and heaved a sigh as he said, why? Wouldn't I know what you guys are thinking? I nearly made a move just now. Then why did you change your tune again? Now he entered the purple nether cave, so he's probably already dead. For us to take the divine essence stones on him, we'd have to expend a lot of effort, number 7 said. In their view, this Yi Yuan was simply a silly young master flushed with money. He did not know about this Yin Den's terror at all and wanted to barge into the purple nether cave without due consideration. What difference was there from courting death? Chong Liang gave him a glance and said with a cold smile, do you all really think that there are so many idiots in this world? It's precisely because his actions looked very foolish that I felt that this kid was not to be provoked. No idea why, when I was planning on making a move earlier, I felt my heart palpitate with anxiety and fear, just like being locked on by a hunter. Chong Liang's words did not change the group of brothers' views. Number 2 also interjected, boss, merely an initial stage grotto profound. Brat, is there a need to be so careful? Us 7 brothers, there are already 3 middle stage grotto profound. Could it be that we still can't deal with a brat who's wet behind his ears? Chong Liang said coolly, you guys just wait. I dare to wager that he can definitely come out from inside the purple nether cave. Number 7 said, how is this possible? He alone probably can't even deal With an initial stage 1-star evil spirit, can he still deal with late stage evil spirits? Number 3 also said, yeah, big brother. Either way, we also earned 1,000 divine essence stones for nothing. Let's go right away. There's no way he can come out. Chongliang chuckled and said, dare to bet or not? I Chongliang examine my own conscience and feel that I still have some knack in judging people. This kid is absolutely not simple. Number 7 said, being unconvinced, boss, don't you really trigger me? You say, how to bet? Chongliang smiled and said, let's set 3 days as the limit. If that kid comes out, these 5,000 divine essence stones, I'll take 4,000. If that kid doesn't come out, these 1,000 divine essence stones, I don't want a piece, and we'll even top you guys up 1,000 divine essence stones. You all take them and split. With Chongliang saying this, the brothers all laughed. Haha, boss, since you're so generous, then the brothers will kindly accept this wager. You'll lose for sure. Don't talk about 3 days. Even if it's 30 days, he can't come out either. Number 7 said with a loud laugh, boss, when the time comes, you can't renege on your bet. This wager, you lost for sure. Number 2 also said with a laugh, boss, we've mingled around in this wind den for so many years. When have you seen before an initial stage grotto profound can come out from the purple nether cave, this kind of place? What's with you today? Are you alright? Number 3 also laughed loudly and said, Chongliang just smiled and said nothing. He believed in his judgment. This person was meticulous. His vision was extremely sharp. It was precisely because so that he could bring the brothers and slip away from under the Wang family's hands. If it was another person saying one sentence wrong, and they would probably have to be silenced by the Wang family to prevent divulgence of secrets. Second brother, this wind den is so large, the terrain is extremely complicated. How do we find him? Wang Yugan was also made dizzy by the
terrain.
Wang Yutao said solemnly, find some people and ask. That kid is a new face. He's definitely very conspicuous. I believe that for him to come here, it's impossible to find a place with nobody to hide. As long as we ask more people, there will definitely be someone who knows. Wang Yugan's eyes lit up, and he said, second brother is brilliant. Wang Yutao said, the few of you, all spread out for me. Find the local hegemons here and inquire. If somebody saw a new face, you must inquire. Clearly. Understand. Big brother. Us brothers all save you a bit of face. This wager, shall we call it off? Waiting here is so boring. That kid definitely can't come out. Number 7 said, yeah, I say, what's going on with big brother today? Normally you aren't like this. Number 3 also urged. Facing the group of brothers' persuasion, Chongliang smiled without expressing approval nor disapproval and just said, it's just been half a day, and you guys can't wait anymore. Heh. Big brother, we're saving face for you here. Number 7 said. Chongliang smiled and said, please don't save face for me. Even reckoning makes for long friends for us blood brothers. Since this wager was set, then let's continue all the way. At this time, a voice sounded out by everyone's ears like a ghost. What are you guys betting on? Everyone turned around to look, their eyeballs immediately staring wide open. One by one, the one who spoke was precisely Yi Yuan. WWY. Did you come out? No, wait. How did you come out? Number 7's tongue instantly became unable to straighten. The 6 brothers all had expressions like they had seen a ghost, sizing Yi Yuan up and down. After that, they discovered that Yi Yuan's condition could not be any better, just like there were no evil spirits inside the purple nether cave at all. Not just the 6 brothers, even Chongliang was dumbfounded too. He sensed that Yi Yuan was rather extraordinary, but he also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually only used half a day and came out. Him saying 3 days' time was already overestimating Yi Yuan. He did not think that 3 days were too long for Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan heard number 7's words, He could not help being tickled. What are you saying? Of course I walked out. Or could it be that those evil spirits carried me out? But, there are quite a number of late-stage one-star evil spirits. In the purple nether cave, number 7 said with an amazed look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, There are indeed some late-stage one-star evil spirits in here, but the numbers were still too little. I wandered around for half a day and only ran into 7 or 8. There's still a long way from the total of 500. Are there places with even more? Bring me to go. Take a look. Chong Liang was startled and hurriedly said, Of course there are. Bring you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed behind Chong Liang. The group of people headed even deeper into the Yin den. The deeper in, the more the evil spirits they encountered. Furthermore, the more powerful. But Yi Yuan's performance made their jaws drop. Evil spirits that the 7 of them could only finish off after exhausting their strength. Yi Yuan seemed to be like catching a chicken, grabbing with one hand, then, lightly pinching, it shattered. The Yin 7 heroes had mingled around the Yin den for many years. There had never been anyone who killed evil spirits like this. Only at this time did the other 6 people believe how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. Finally, the 7 people escorted Yi Yuan to a second cave before the few people found a chance to talk. Number 7 scooted in front of Chong Liang and wiped away his cold sweat as he said, Luckily, Big Brother is wise. Otherwise, we'd probably already be like those evil spirits, pinched to death by him. Chong Liang also felt lingering fear. If they really made a move previously, the Yin 7 heroes would probably have their names completely struck off the list today. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to crush them to death like crushing the evil spirits. For him to be able to easily deal with the evil spirits, that was all Dustless's credit. But Yi Yuan's method of killing evil spirits made their hairs stand on end. The feeling that this kind of visual impact gave them was that Yi Yuan was very strong, very powerful. Chong Liang also had a bitter look as he said, Honestly speaking, I also didn't expect that his strength was actually so great. Could it be that this guy concealed his strength? An initial stage grotto. Profound guy. How can he possibly be so strong? Number 2 said. Chong Liang shook his head and said, I don't know. Either way, we just have to earn these 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones, and it will do. The rest, better don't be busybodies. Oh right, the matter of wagering, this brother won't be courteous. Talking to the back, Chong Liang had a bright grin. With this, he made a killing. 4,000 low-grade divine essence stones were not a small sum to them. Deducting the normal expenditures, for Chong Liang to want to earn this sum of money, he needed at least 3 to 5 years. Seeing the smug expression on Chong Liang's face, the other 6 people felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. A cooked duck flew away just like this. 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones, originally each of them could be
distributed 7 cents plus.
But now, the 6 of them could only split the remainder 1,000 pieces. A big loss. Don't all have this expression. One must be willing to lose if they bet. Don't say that I, boss, am not righteous. I'll take another step back and only take 3,000. The remainder 2,000, you guys take and split. Chong Liang said. With this, everyone could not help being overjoyed, all thanking Chong Liang profusely. Chong Liang's thinking was more full of schemes compared to his other 6 brothers. Giving 1,000 more pieces of divine essence stone could make the 6 brothers submit more wholeheartedly. This transaction was too worthwhile. Another half a day's time passed, and then Yi Yuan came out of this cave. Except, he just devoured around 10 evil spirits this time as well. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with this number and said to Chong Liang after coming out, Too few. Are there caves with more? Best if there's several dozen. Or 100 at once. That kind. Chong Liang was secretly dumbfounded. He seriously could not figure out how an initial stage grotto profound rookie dealt with those late-stage one-star evil spirits, but he still said, have is have, it's just that the place is a little too dangerous. The few of us brothers don't dare to go. Yi Yuan said coolly, no worries, you all just have to bring me there. At that time, I'll clean up the evil spirits around the cave. That way you guys will be safe. As for the deposit, I'll add another 2,000. Money could make the devil push the millstone for you. Chong Liang and the rest braving all kinds of danger in the Yin Wind Den, wasn't it still because of divine essence stones in the end? Yi Yuan giving such a large sum, how could they not be moved? Moreover, Yi Yuan said that he would clean up the evil spirits in the perimeter. This way they would have no more worries. Chong Liang gritted his teeth and said, done. Around 1,000 miles down, there's a ghost king cave. Not only are there many evil spirits there, but they are also very powerful. After your excellency goes in, make sure not to enter too deep because there is a grand completion 1-star evil spirits inside there. Legends have it that in the Ghost King Cave's depths, there's even a 2-star evil spirit. It's just that no one has ever seen it before. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard that. If he really wanted to do this, then he would really have to be a little more careful. Grand completion 1-star evil spirit could still barely manage to deal with. But 2-star evil spirit, Dustless was still powerful to handle one currently. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, many thanks for the reminder. I'll be careful. Seeing Yi Yuan respond with a stern countenance, Chong Liang judged that grand completion 1-star might be Yi Yuan's limit. But this result was already sufficient for him to be astonished. They left Yi Yuan into the Ghost King Cave and waited outside themselves. But they did not expect that at this time, over 10 figures suddenly dashed in. From all directions, directly surrounding the 7 of them in the center. Hoo-hoo! Searched for you all so bitterly. Didn't expect that you guys and that Yi Yuan punk are actually accomplices. The spectroscope breaking this score. We'll have to settle it properly. Wang Yutao's killing intent-filled words transmitted into the Yin Wind 7 heroes' ears. The appearance of Wang Tutao and the rest caught the Yin Wind 7 heroes by surprise. They were stunned too. But Chong Liang reacted extremely quickly, understanding what was going on, virtually right away. At the same time, he could not help being secretly alarmed. Wasn't it said that the Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemist was a cripple who could not cultivate? How could he have such formidable strength? The current Chong Liang already ascertained that that youth who entered the Ghost King Cave was precisely the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. Was Yi Yuan. This lord. This Chong doesn't understand what you mean? If this Chong has the capability to destroy the spectroscope, then I also wouldn't need to strive in this Yin Wind Den all year round. Chong Liang said with cupped fists. His mind flashed like lightning and knew that only by refusing to admit even unto death at present could he have a slim chance of survival. In reality, he really did not expect that Yi Yuan was the person the Wang family was looking for. But Wang Yutao sneered coldly when he heard that and said, you don't need to quibble anymore. I only believe the truth I see with my eyes. We've already inquired clearly. After that punk entered the Yin Wind Den, it has always been you guys leading the way for him. Just based on this point, you all deserve death. Chong Liang groaned in secret, but his expression was in a daze as he said, Your Excellency, this lowly one really doesn't know what you're talking about. There was a youth who offered 7,000 pieces of divine essence stones to have us lead the way, but this Chong also didn't know that that was the person Your Excellency wanted to find. Wang Yutao said coldly, no matter how glib your tongue, helping that boy is also a fact. Come, men, take them down for me. If there is resistance, capture and immediately execute. Wang Yutao's words thoroughly extinguished the last trace of Chong Liang's hope for a fluke. His expression changed, and he said gravely, Brothers, enter the cave. At this time, the other 3 sides were all blocked off. The Ghost King Cave. At the back was the only retreat path. The figures of Chang Liang, the 7 of them were like lightning speeding over towards the Ghost King cave. Seeing this, Wang Yutao snorted coldly. Raising his hand, it was a palm. A bunch of people who have no idea of life or death. Powerful divine essence instantly exploded. A terrifying air billow swept over towards the 7 people. Chang Liang revealed a horrified look and cried out, "Brothers, you all go in." He unleashed all of his strength in this lifetime, wanting to deal with Wang Yutao's blow. However, this was merely an ant trying to topple a tree. Facing the grand completion grotto profound Wang Yutao, Chang Liang did not have the least bit of strength to resist. However, Chang Liang already made the resolve to die. He wanted to protect his brothers to enter the cave. Although the Yin 7 heroes were not some good people when facing such an imminent disaster, adversity tests friendship. Boss Chang Liang blocked the spear for his brothers without the slightest hesitation. But right at this time, 2 figures suddenly dashed out, covering up Chang Liang's profile. "Big brother, live well and take revenge for us." It was number 3 and number 7. Chang Liang's eyes turned bloodshot, his 2 eyes scarlet red. But Wang Yutao's palm force already arrived. Even if he wanted to do something, it was too late as well. Boom! An enormous force directly blasted number 3 and number 7 together, with Chang Liang flying. However, the majority of the force was blocked by number 3 and number 7. Chang Liang vomited a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah. Number 3 and number 7 beside him had long ceased breathing already. Chang Liang was very decisive. He knew that now was not the time to be irresolute and hesitant. Forcefully crawling up, he headed over towards the Ghost King cave. Although this palm of Wang Yutao killed number 3 and number 7, Chang Liang also borrowed the force of this palm and arrived at the Ghost King cave's entrance, his figure speed burrowing straight into the cave. "Second brother, what do we do now?" Wang Yugan asked. "What else can we do? Go in and capture the people. Right now we're catching turtles in a pot," Wang Yutao said without the least bit of hesitation. At this time, a martial artist said rather fearfully, "Why, Your Excellency, this place is the Ghost King cave." This martial artist was the guide that the Wang family found. Wang Yutao's face fell, and he said, "So what if it's the Ghost King cave?" The guide said, "The Ghost King cave is the most dangerous place in the Yin Wind Den, the evil spirits inside too many to count. Furthermore, the Ghost King cave's depths might have 2-star evil spirits existing. Once we startle the 2-star evil spirit, none of us can escape." Wang Yutao's expression also turned apprehensive when he heard that, but he became relieved very quickly and said with a cold snort, "What about that? Don't believe that that brat dares to enter the depths of the Ghost King cave. Go." That guide was helpless and could only enter the Ghost King cave. Chang Liang 5 people had also never entered the Ghost King cave before. This place was all human martial artists' forbidden area. So after entering, Chang Liang 5 people ran wildly without distinguishing the direction at all. But what made them surprised was that along the way, they actually did not even encounter a single evil spirit. No idea how long they ran either, they suddenly saw that there was a figure ahead, currently sitting cross-legged. "Big brother, it's that kid. If not for this boy, number 3 and number 7 wouldn't have died either. This score, we have to find him to settle it properly. Big brother, kill this kid. Take revenge for number 3 and number 7. These few people were almost in tears when talking. Clearly, the death of number 3 and number 7, they were all unable to accept it. They knew that they were forever not Wang Yutao's match. Therefore, they cast the anger onto Yi Yuan. Chang Liang's injuries were not light. Currently, he was forcefully holding on to a breath. Seeing the appearance of his group of brothers filled with righteous indignation, Chang Liang's expression was also ugly to the extreme. Brothers, every injustice had its perpetrator. Every debt its debtor. Number 3 and number 7 were killed by Wang Yutao. Want to settle this score? We also have to settle it with them. Us and Master Yi only did a transaction. Putting this score on his head isn't fair, Chong Liang said. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chong Liang with some surprise, and slowly opened his mouth to say, "The Wang family being so utterly devoid of conscience exceeded my expectations. But the one who caused the deaths of number 3 and number 7 wasn't me, but yourselves. If you all want to count this score on this Ye's head, this Yi will keep you company." Yi Yuan's words made the few people explode all at once. "We caused the death of number 3 and number 7? Brat, you don't make unfounded accusations. Don't think that by killing a few evil spirits, you can scare us. You're merely a puny little initial stage grotto profound. I don't believe that. You're really us brothers match." Chong Liang's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan's words made him regret to the max. But they heard Yi Yuan saying indifferently, "The 7 of you, each and every one of you had killing intent aroused towards this Yi before. Putting it bluntly, you're all just a bunch of robbers who murder and seize goods. If not because of this, perhaps this young master would have made a move to save previously, and even brought you all into the Ghost King cave." Yi Yuan's words made Chong Liang 5 people shocked inwardly. Turns out that their killing intent, Yi Yuan had long perceived it keenly, was just that he did not expose it all along. Now number 3 and number 7 died. It was a retribution for them having killing intent aroused. Not that they did not wish to kill Yi Yuan, it was just that Chong Liang detected the danger. That was why they did not make a move. Hence, Yi Yuan had no need to be responsible for their life and death. Between them was merely just a transaction. Also, if not looking on account of your brotherly affection, do you guys think that you can still live to see this young master? Yi Yuan said coolly. "Your Excellency, something seems to be not quite right. This Ghost King cave is too quiet." The guide's expression was not too good as he said. Wang Yutao's face fell, and he said, "Enough crap. You just have to care about leading the way. I don't believe that the kid can still overturn the heavens." No need the guide to warn. How could Wang Yutao not know that something was amiss? They had always been on guard after entering the Ghost King cave. But along the way, they did not even run into a single evil spirit. Since the Ghost King cave was one of the Yin Wind Den's most dangerous places, then there should be a lot of evil spirits. Wang Yugan also felt all the hairs on his body stand on end as he could not resist saying, "Second brother, it's better to withdraw. As long as we guard the entrance, will we still be afraid that the kid doesn't come out?" Wang Yugan's suggestion made Wang Yutao palpitate with excitement as well. If he risks his life and just hole up inside here and not go out? Wang Yutao asked. The moment the guide heard that Wang Yutao was moved, he hurriedly said,
Impossible.
"Even Grand Completion Grotto Profound Powerhouse can only last at most a year here. Any longer, the Yin energy here will corrode the fleshy body and cause tremendous damage to the physical body. If mild, it will damage the martial Tao foundation. If severe, one will become a Yin corpse." Wang Yutao's expression changed, not expecting that this Yin Wind Den still had so many things to pay attention to. Since it was like this, he could rest assured. "Okay, we'll withdraw." Wang Yutao's heart was also somewhat pounding as he said. But just as they turned around and were about to withdraw, Yin Wind suddenly stirred up. Woo! Woo! All around, no idea where heaps of evil spirits emerged from either. All late stage 1 star. Looking at the numbers, there were probably no less than 1,000. Such a scale of evil spirits, even Wang Yutao, this kind of powerhouse, felt his scalp tingle too. Although Grand Completion Grotto Profound could casually crush late stage Grotto Profound, it was not to say that Grand Completion Grotto Profound was invincible. Evil spirits were more difficult to tangle with in the first place for martial artists, with over 1,000 evil spirits jumping out all at once. Even if Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan joined hands. They also did not dare say to be able to retreat unscathed. What's going on here? Where in the world did these evil spirits emerge from? Second Elder, what should we do? So many late-stage one-star evil spirits were dead for sure this time. The faces of these Wang family second-generation powerhouses all turned green. An aura of despair was spreading among them. One late-stage one-star evil spirit was already enough for them to suffer. 1,000 appearing all at once. How could they not despair? All shut up for me. Shouting and wrangling, can it scare away these evil spirits? All follow this old man. Kill the way out together. Wang Yutao still had overwhelming prestige. This shout instantly calmed the Wang family's people. At the same time he raised his long spear. A terrifying force struck toward the evil spirits ahead. Howl! Howl! Miserable cries lingered incessantly by the ears. Late-stage one-star evil spirits were still a little too tender in front of Wang Yutao. Except, not only did Wang Yutao's overwhelming blow not frighten away the evil spirits, it made those evil spirits even more crazed instead, pouncing over at the crowd. Yugan, you cover the rear. I'll open up the path in front. The others take precautions on your own. Don't let those evil spirits break in. Wang Yutao had clearly seen a grand spectacle before. Although alarmed, he did not panic, commanding with great composure. He and Wang Yugan, two great experts, protected the team one front and one back. The other people's pressure lessened drastically all at once. However, the number of evil spirits was seriously too many. Furthermore, each and every one of them was ferocious and did not fear death. They just did all they could to bite. Very soon, there was somebody who could not hold on anymore. Arg! A Wang family's guard whose strength was slightly weaker was suddenly brought down by 4 or 5 evil spirits. The evil spirits were seemingly sharks that smelled the scent of blood. Around 20 to 30 evil spirits instantly drowned him out entirely. Before long, that guard ceased breathing. His divine soul was already divided and eaten by the evil spirits. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them felt a chill. Maybe this was their outcome not long after. Those evil spirits, tasting the benefits, only tussled with Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan, while the focus of the attacks was placed on those Wang family members. In the center, very soon, there was another Wang family's member who was taken down. Ling Qiu. Wang Yutao's gaze turned bloodshot from anger. That person who died was his biological nephew. Before coming, he never dreamed that employing the Wang family's power to come and hunt down an initial stage grotto profound brat, he would actually pay such a terrible price. Except sad was sad. He was completely powerless about the reduction in numbers when battling. 100 evil spirits pestered him. Even if his strength was any greater, he was too busy to care as well. A single mishap and he would even stumble himself. 2 late-stage grotto profound experts defending this group of people gradually approached the cave entrance. It was just that miserable cries echoed incessantly in Wang Yutao's ears. His heart was dripping blood. Kill! A terrifying charge. Wang Yutao finally forcefully carved out a bloody path, charging out of the Ghost King cave. The current Wang Yutao's eyes were blood-red, already unbelievably furious. One figure after another charged out. Finally, Wang Yugan also came out and boom! The evil spirits did not have the intention of letting these people off. Large groups rushed out of the Ghost King cave and continued to hunt down everyone. Wang Yutao was aggrieved to the extreme and could only lead everyone to continue fleeing. No idea how long they chased them either. There were finally no more evil spirits behind them. Everyone was all seemingly drained of energy, plopping down onto the ground, panting heavily for air. Wang Yutao swept a glance over the remaining people, the joints of his fingers cracking. When they went in, counting in the guide, they brought a total of 17 people. But now, counting in him and Wang Yugan, there were only 5 people left. This in and out actually forcefully incapacitated 12 people. Apart from the guide, those Wang family's people were all the Wang families. Elites. Quite a number of people were all Wang Yutao's sons and nephew generation. Among them, the majority were all late-stage grotto profound powerhouses. There were even a few who were middle-stage grotto profound. This trip directly cut the Wang family's elites by half. Yi Yuan, if I don't avenge this grudge, I, Wang Yutao, am lesser than a human. This old man swears an oath to heaven that I must cut you down in this.
Yuen Vintin.
Wang Yutao's eyes were blood-red, gnashing his teeth in hatred, already hating Yi Yuan to the max. He naturally would not think that it was actually them pursuing Yi Yuan all along. Either way, others killing the Wang family's members, that was all the other person's fault. Inside the Ghost King cave, Chong Liang five brothers were long dumbstruck. With amazement already, they exchanged glances, all with an expression like they had seen a ghost. Big brother, what did we see just now? Our eyesight wouldn't be failing, right? How did he do it? Those were 1,000 late-stage one-star evil spirits. He's actually able to command late-stage one-star evil spirits. Chong Liang looked at the Yi Yuan currently in meditation, his gaze full of deep apprehension. Only this time did they witness Yi Yuan's true strength. For Yi Yuan to want to kill them, it was truly as easy as turning his palm over. Why, Your Excellency, previously we have affronted. Your Excellency, please, don't take offense. Chong Liang cupped his fists and said respectfully. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, feeling palpitations of lingering fear and rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he did not become enemies with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the 7 of them brothers, the ones who died, would not be just number 3 and number 7. When 1,000 late-stage one-star evil spirits besieged Wang Yutao, they all. Chong Liang was watching from outside. That spectacular scene made it hard to forget all his life. Forget about it happening to Wang Yutao. Even Chong Liang, the spectator, felt his scalp tingle. But seeing the Wang family's people fall one by one, Chong Liang was incomparably delighted in his heart. The Wang family's people were too overbearing, killing 2 of his brothers indiscriminately. Served them right to have this kind of end. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said nonchalantly, not to the extent of taking offense, but as long as you guys don't provoke this young master naturally won't go and find trouble with you all. Originally, I wanted to let you all run your own course without external interference, but seeing the feelings between you brothers run so deep, willing to help each other at the expense of your life, that's why I made a move. Dustless had constantly been monitoring every movement and action in the vicinity. The things that happened outside the Ghost King cave could not hide from him at all. Originally thought that the Wind 7 heroes, these greedy fellows, the feelings between the brothers were probably just like that. But he did not expect that Chong Liang, as well as number 3 and number 7, were actually so loyal. Yi Yuan felt a spur of the moment. That was why he let them in. After Dustless absorbed some evil spirits, his condition improved considerably. All at once, his methods also made Yi Yuan secretly dumbfounded. Dustless simulated the undulations of a grand completion one-star evil spirit, with a secret at commanding these late-stage one-star evil spirits to besiege the Wang family's people. To a late-stage one-star evil spirit, a grand completion one-star evil spirit was an absolute sovereign. One-star evil spirits did not have any intelligence. They acted entirely based on their own instincts. Hence, as long as Wang Yutao they all dared to enter the Ghost King cave, that outcome would absolutely be miserable. Yes, Your Excellency. Previously, the few of us were committing stupidity. The Wang family is too strong, the few of us brothers don't have hopes of taking revenge at all, that's why we would divert the hatred onto you. Hope that Your Excellency pardons it, Chong Liang said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, honestly speaking, I also didn't think that the Wang family would be so utterly devoid of consciousness. Just because you guys were a guide for me, they vented their anger on you all. But the Wang family, this young master will certainly purge their names from Jewel Hill City. If the few of you follow me, there will come a chance to take revenge for your brothers in the future. Chong Liang's eyes lit up, and he said joyfully, "For your excellency to be willing to take us in, it's our honor. The few of us brothers are willing to dash our brains onto the ground and follow your excellency to death." Chong Liang signaled his brothers with a look and prostrated. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And you guys following this young master naturally won't dispense with your benefits. It's just that this young master can't tolerate any mistakes and transgressions. If you all still want to have any filthy ideas like before, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." Chong Liang was alarmed and hurriedly said, "Dare not, dare not." The death of number 3 and number 7 taught this Chong a profound level. Currently, this Chang's only wish is to personally kill Wang Yutao, that bastard, and take revenge for number 3 and number 7. Yi Yuan was just about to open his mouth and speak when suddenly his expression turned grim. Chong Liang's expression changed as well. It was as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Around them, a series of powerful auras emerged, surrounding the 6 of them. In the middle, Grand Completion 1-star evil spirits. "Your Excellency, this, what to do here?" Chong Liang exclaimed. The great battle previously finally still startled these powerful existences. Same as human martial artists, Grand Completion 1-star, this level of evil spirits were not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a strange vortex storm spread out with Yi Yuan as the center. Those late-stage 1-star evil spirits were involuntarily sucked into the vortex, finally being absorbed by Yi Yuan. 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits did not have the slightest bit of resistance, directly becoming dustless food. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Chong Liang and the rest stared like wide saucers. While controlling 1,000 evil spirits was beyond comprehension, Yi Yuan actually devoured 1,000 evil spirits. This was seriously too terrifying. Wasn't he afraid of stuffing himself to death? Chong Liang and the rest had run around here for no less than several hundred years, but they had never seen before someone who dared to deal with evil spirits in this way. Ordinary martial artists, even Grand Completion Grotto profound martial artists, did not dare to devour an evil spirit either. Chong Liang swallowed his saliva, discovering that this lord was truly too mysterious. The Wang family definitely went soft in the head. That was why they provoked such a terrifying foe. Somehow, Chong Liang suddenly was somewhat sympathetic for Wang Yutao. At present, the surroundings had roughly 20 to 30 Grand Completion 1-star evil spirits. These ferocious-looking evil spirits were actually incomparably wary of Yi Yuan at this time. Even though they surrounded everyone, all of them were fearful and did not go forward. These evil spirits all did not have intelligence. But it was precisely because, so that they could faintly perceive the soul-suppressing Pearl's terror. This kind of instinctive dread made them not dare to go forward. Myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Evil spirits were extremely powerful existences to human martial artists. But the soul-suppressing Pearl was their nemesis. Only after seeing this scene did Chong Liang finally let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, at the same time, he was incredibly shocked too. In this Wind Den, human martial artists all made detours when seeing evil spirits. But today, he actually saw evil spirits feeling fear towards humans. Chong Liang felt that the events that happened today simply subverted his worldview. Seeing Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes, Chong Liang could not resist asking, "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" Yi Yuan ignored Chong Liang, but his gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. The depth was a stretch of darkness, unable to see anything. "Since you came, why hide furtively?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Chong Liang and the rest were stupefied. with baffled looks on their faces. Didn't late-stage one-star evil spirits already come out? Could it be that there were still others here? Just as they were wondering, a ghostly light emerged from the depths of the darkness. A figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Right away, when this person came out, Chong Liang 5 people all palpitated. Endlessly, the powerful aura made them unable to move even a muscle. This person was too strong. With his strength, wanting to kill the 5 of them could probably be accomplished with a wave of a hand. How could there be such a powerful existence in the Ghost King cave? The arrival was a man, looking elegant and suave, like a fine and handsome young master. This figure was not much different from ordinary people. But looking closely, one could discover that his body was somewhat illusionary, appearing not so real. You, human, are rather special, the man said with a smile. Hearing the meaning in his words, he was actually not a human. Facing this man's powerful aura, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Hearing that, he also smiled and said, I also didn't expect that inside this Ghost King cave there's really a 2-star evil spirit. Also, didn't think that a 2-star evil spirit was actually as refined as you. T2-star evil spirit? The faces of Chong Liang and the others suddenly changed, their gazes looking at that man in great terror. Although legends had it that there was a 2-star evil spirit existing in this In Wind Den, no one had ever seen it before. They never dreamed that this man in front of them, who was no different from a human, was actually the 2-star evil spirit. Less than 1 in 10,000 ordinary 2-star evil spirits were able to unlock intelligence. What they had was just instinctive devouring. Toward such a 2-star evil spirit, Dustless was really powerless to do anything, because they could only slaughter instinctively. But even Dustless also did not expect that the 2-star evil spirit in this Ghost King cave actually gave birth to intelligence. The man did not deny it either but said, there is an aura that makes me very wary on you. Actually, Yi Yuan was also very surprised. He also thought that evil spirits were all that sort of neither human nor ghost appearance, malicious looking. He did not think that 2-star evil spirits actually turned out to be like this. Moreover, the other party's perception seemed to be very keen. Chong Liang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a face full of terror. He simply did not dare to believe that a 2-star evil spirit would actually say such words. One could say that if a 2-star evil spirit wanted to kill them, it just needed to move a finger and it would be enough. But facing the Yi Yuan, who was only initial stage grotto profound, he was actually so apprehensive. Yi Yuan said smilingly, middle stage 2-star, strength isn't bad. I didn't expect that your intelligence can unlock to this extent. That saved me a bout of trouble. Chong Liang was shuddering with fear, listening by the side, wishing to turn tail and run. This Yi Yuan was too crazy. That was a 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan actually dared to talk like this. Hang on, middle stage 2-star? Chong Liang felt incomparably flustered. What the hell was this? Within the grotto profound realm, a minor realm was a layer of heaven. Then, heaven glimpse realm was naturally even more so. The disparity between initial stage and middle stage was even greater. Also, how did Yi Yuan able to tell that the other party was a 2-star evil spirit? The amount of information was too great. The 5 of them brothers felt somewhat unable to digest. But the man said, how do you know? I won't make a move against you. You're too weak. Yi Yuan said with a smile. If your intelligence isn't unlocked yet, then forget it. Naturally, we can't dispense with a fierce battle between us. But since your intelligence is already unlocked, then you don't have to move against this young master. Yi Yuan said it very assuredly and did not take the man's threat to heart at all. For him to dare say so, it was naturally because there was Dustless, this great divinity there, the might of an Empyrean spirit treasure. Ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Even though Dustless was a tiger that landed in the plains now, for the other party to want to kill Yi Yuan, it was likely really not so easy. The man smiled and said, "Your esteemed self is too confident for me to kill. You is merely the effort of lifting a finger." Finished talking. A terrifying energy was suddenly released, locking onto
Ye Yuan firmly.
It was just that Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but Changliang 5 people were virtually frozen stiff already. They discovered to their dismay that they could not even move a finger anymore. This 2-star evil spirit had yet to make a move, and they already fell down. A surge of faintly imperceptible aura enveloped Yi Yuan up. The Yin wind automatically divided when it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, blowing past towards the 2 sides. The man's pupils shrunk. Only then did he ascertain that Yi Yuan was indeed not simple. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Don't do this kind of pointless probing anymore. It's no use. This young master gives you a chance. Sign a heavenly Dao contract and serve me as your master. This young master gifts you a lucky chance." While talking, Yi Yuan came before Changliang 5 people, extended a finger, and lightly tapped on the 5 of their foreheads. A burst of faint soul force undulation flowed out from his fingertips, instantly spreading through the 5 of their bodies. The 5 people trembled all over. That stiff feeling of being frozen to the bones instantly vanished without a trace. However, what they were shocked by was not this, but the words that Yi Yuan said. These words were too earth-shattering, resulting in that even though the 5 people were able to move, they still opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan blankly. What did he say earlier? Make a 2-star evil spirit that unlocked intelligence serve him as master? His Excellency. He wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? The man was also stupefied and immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "What a joke! An initial stage grotto profound youth actually dares to spout this kind of drivel. Is your esteemed self provoking my bottom line?" The rankings of the martial artist world were stringent. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. Saying these words was a great disrespect. Even if they had no ill feelings or enmity just based on this sentence, the other party had sufficient reason to kill already. Yi Yuan just smiled and suddenly extended a finger, drawing something in the air. Chong Liang and the rest were uncertain what it meant, completely unaware of what strange ideas Yi Yuan was mystifying. It looked like some sort of talismans. He could not help looking in the direction of the man and discovered that the expression on the man's face was currently changing from disdain to thunderstruck, and finally, wild ecstasy. Only then did they know that these incomprehensible talismans that Yi Yuan drew were very extraordinary. Ghost Dao 100 runes. What you drew was the Ghost Dao 100 runes. The man's words were full of shock. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Ho, it looks like you recognize the Ghost Dao 100 runes. It saves this young master his breath." The man trembled all over and said in disbelief, How can you, human, possibly know the Ghost Dao 100 runes?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "How this young master knows, don't need you to be concerned with. You just say whether you're willing to follow this young master or not. Don't have any strange ideas, you only have one chance." The man's gaze turned intent, a look of struggle surfacing on his face. Yi Yuan's warning made him become very conflicted. To an evil spirit, for them to be able to leech within a martial artist's body, it was equivalent to seizing possession, but also not the same as seizing possession, because they were an independent body and did not need to rely on the fleshy body to survive. The strange idea that Yi Yuan said was actually referring to this. What flashed across at the first moment just now was indeed this thought. But Yi Yuan's words shattered his fantasy into smithereens. If it were others, he would seize possession without the slightest hesitation, and forcefully plunder the other party's memories. But Yi Yuan was unusual. From the very beginning, Yi Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. The aura that the soul-suppressing pearl faintly revealed made him extremely wary. At one side, Chong Liang 5 people did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were quietly waiting for the man's decision. They never dreamed that Yi Yuan's words were actually really going to subdue a two-star evil spirit. At least the other party was moved. This lord was really becoming more and more mysterious. Just what kind of existence was he? Alchemy strength was exceedingly terrifying, martial Dao's strength. Unfathomable. Now, he was actually going to subdue a two-star evil spirit. Chong Liang felt that this world was really too crazy. Everything he had seen and heard today was simply even more exciting than his lifetime experiences added up. Time slowly trickled by, and the expression on the man's face flickered incessantly. Yi Yuan did not urge either, just quietly waiting for the other party's answer. He had full confidence that the other party definitely could not resist the temptation of the ghost Dao 100 runes. All right then, I promise you. Finally, the man opened his mouth and surrendered. The moment the contract happened, an inexplicable connection was established between Yi Yuan and the man. Gue Yun has met master, said the two-star evil spirit in submission. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, N. The function of the ghost Dao 100 runes, I believe there's no need for me to say anymore. You just work for this young master contentedly, and I'll slowly impart them to you. If you can comprehend fully, becoming a ghost Dao heavenly emperor isn't impossible. Either. Gue Yun revealed a look of great elation and hurriedly said, Gue Yun, thanks, master. All right, I'll take you into my carry-on space right now. You don't resist. It, Yi Yuan said coolly. Having some spatial-type magic treasure on a deity realm powerhouse was very normal. It was not to the extent of making Chong Liang and the rest overly surprised. Gue Yun did not feel anything off as well. It was just that when his figure appeared in the soul-suppressing space, he immediately felt the extraordinariness. When he saw Dustless, that feeling of beholding a great mountain appeared uncontrollably. Hoo-hoo, little ghost, your luck is pretty good. To be able to give birth to intelligence when at two-star and even ran into this old man, perhaps you'll be the next ghost Dao heavenly emperor, Dustless said with a smile. The dignified two-star evil spirit became a little ghost when it reached Dustless's mouth. Senior, you are? Gue Yun said carefully. Dustless smiled and said, This old man is Dustless, same as you, serving Yi Yuan as my master. Gue Yun suddenly discovered that his apprehension toward Yi Yuan probably originated from this old man. Senior Dustless, what is this place? Why do I feel that this place is very unusual? Gue Yun said. This place is the inner space of an Empyrean spirit treasure. This old man is this place's artifact spirit. In the future, you'll live here together with this old man. As long as Yi Yuan allows it, this old man will naturally impart you the ghost Dao 100 runes, Dustless said. Gue Yun's mind buzzed as if being struck by a bolt of lightning, turning blank. Senior, you're saying that this place is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Gue Yun's tongue could not even be straightened when speaking. The astonishment that Dustless's words brought him was seriously too intense. This news was even more shocking that the ghost Dao 100 runes, Empyrean spirit treasure with Gue Yun's realm, he was totally unable to imagine this level of existence. At this moment, he was incomparably thrilled that he did not carry out seizing
Possession on Ye Yuan.
Otherwise, he would really not even know how he died. If he carried out an attack against Yi Yuan's physical body, Dustless would really be powerless to do anything. But if he dared to seize possession of Yi Yuan, entering Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, then it was no different from seeking death. No wonder Yi Yuan said he would only give him one chance. He really did not bluff him. That's right. It's an Empyrean spirit treasure. Moreover, it's a divine soul type Empyrean spirit treasure. Little ghost, that's why I said that you're very lucky. If this old man's strength recovers a little more, I probably won't take fancy on you anymore. Even if you wanted to be Yi Yuan's servant, there wouldn't be a chance either, Dustless said. Two-star evil spirits were really just a little ghost in Dustless's eyes. If not because he was a tiger that descended onto the plains presently, how could he take fancy on this kind of rookie? But Dustless's one sentence made Guiyun nervous. His current strength was much higher than his master's. But if his master's strength advanced in the future and had no more use for him, would he kill the donkey the moment it had done its job? Dustless clearly saw through his concerns and said with a smile, "You can put your heart back in place. Ikido values ties of comradeship immensely. As long as you work diligently for him, even if he enters the rankings of Heavenly Emperor in the future, he won't do anything to you either. He would even help you break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. You won't believe it even if I say any more. You follow him and in the future you'll naturally know. Now this old man will impart you the first Ghost Dao 100 runes. Ghost Dao 100 runes was a transcendent art for cultivating the Ghost Dao. As the name implied, Ghost Dao 100 runes was 100 runes. These 100 runes contained the transcendent Ghost Dao 100 runes of Ghost Dao, exceedingly extensive and profound. Legends had it that as long as one comprehended these 100 runes completely, they would be able to achieve the Ghost Dao Transcendent Heavenly Emperor, looking down upon the world. This appeal to Guiyun was seriously too strong. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was one of the Heavenspan world's extremely powerful alchemists. He researched the Divine Soul Dao in detail. This Ghost Dao 100 runes was obtained from a Ghost Dao Empyrean, which he killed in the past. The research was also very thorough. With Dustless's strength, teaching Guiyun was naturally nothing difficult. At the outside world, Changliang 5 people were utterly dumbfounded. The events did not develop in the direction that they expected at all. The result made their jaws drop. That was a 2-star evil spirit, an existence that could casually eradicate them with a twitch of a finger. It was actually subdued just like this. When they knew that Guiyun was a 2-star evil spirit, they even thought that they were dead for sure this time. They did not expect that the final result reversed too quickly. This 2-star evil spirit actually became Yi Yuan's servant. Your Excellency, what was that you drew? Why did that 2-star evil spirit serve you as his servant the moment he saw it? Chang Liang plucked up his courage and asked. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You also won't understand if I said it. That's the thing that Ghost Dao powerhouses cultivate. You just have to know that me taking him in is giving him a lucky chance, that's it. Since it's a fortuitous chance, what reason does he have to not serve me, becoming his master?" Chang Liang 5 people sighed from the bottom of their hearts and said, "Your Excellency, you're really too formidable. The 5 of us brothers are convinced." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop flattering. Weren't you all going to personally kill Wang Yutao? How you want to trample him now is up to you." Chang Liang 5 people trembled all over, their gazes revealing a look of wild elation. Yeah, with a 2-star evil spirit by their side, the scene Wind Den, they could roam as they pleased. What did a mere Wang Yutao count as? Thud. Chang Liang 5 people knelt down collectively, and Chang Liang said, "Your Excellency, taking revenge for the 5 of us, the 5 of our rotten lives, will be sold to your Excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Get up. The Wang family and I have already reached the point of irreconcilability. Even if not helping you all take revenge, Wang Yutao must die as well. Second brother, if they don't come out, could it be that we're really going to guard here for a year?" Wang Yugan asked. Even with their strength, they also felt very uncomfortable in this place, wherein wind blew all year round. Wang Yutao said solemnly, "Otherwise, what can we do still? No idea what kind of heretic skill that punk cultivated either to actually be able to control evil spirits. Really, damn it. No wonder he wanted to enter the Wind Den at all costs. It was probably in order to cultivate the heretic skill." Wang Yugan thought about it and said, "Second brother, why not invite big brother here? I feel that this kid is extremely abnormal. Continuing to guard. Like this isn't the way. Wang Yugan's suggestion made him very moved. But he shook his head again very quickly and said, "What kind of face do we have to go and meet Big Brother? With our current appearance? Not killing that punk, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Oh? Second Elder wants to kill me so much? I wonder how this Yi provoked. Second Elder, to make you detest me like so." Right at this time Yi Yuan's voice echoed in the cave.
Ye Yuan.
Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan suddenly stood up, their gaze filled with killing intent. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caught Wang Yutao duo by surprise. But very soon, their figures moved swiftly, directly cutting off Yi Yuan's retreat. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. He did not speak, allowing them to act. "Don't be so nervous, relax a bit," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Wang Yutao's expression turned cold, and he said, "Brat, you're really gutsy, to actually dare come out and court death. You killed 11 of my Wang family's elites. Today, we'll settle this score properly." Seeing Yi Yuan, Wang Yutao's anger reached the limit all at once. Currently, he wished to swallow Yi Yuan's flesh raw. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Your Wang family chased this Yi from Jewel Hill City to the Wind Denver. Could it be that you still don't allow me to fight back?" Wang Yutao snorted coldly and said, "Wanna blame, you will have to blame yourself, and that you shouldn't have opposed my Wang family. This world is the world of the strong. If I want you dead, you have no choice but to die." Yi Yuan laughed. Chong Liang and the others behind him also laughed. Wang Yutao's face turned black, being deeply triggered by the few people's laughter. "You laughed? I hope that you all can still laugh in a while. This old man will let you know what's called a fate worse than death. Yugan, do it!" Wang Yutao shouted coldly, rushing towards Yi Yuan with Wang Yugan one after the other. Two mighty grand completion grotto profound experts making a move at the same time. That aura was truly astonishing. But right at this time, an even more terrifying aura emanated from Yi Yuan's body. Piercing cold wind stirred. Even those as powerful as Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan were also virtually frozen by this gust of wind. The other Wang family members' strengths were lacking. How could they withstand such wind? Their divine souls were directly scattered to the wind. Slam! Slam! Wang Yutao and Wang Yugan fell straight down from midair, slamming severely onto the ground. The two people opened their eyes wide, their eyes full of disbelief. How could such a terrifying wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? They only felt like their divine souls were about to be frozen at this time. This gust of wind was too powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan approach step by step, Wang Yugan panicked inwardly. He struggled, wanting to get up, but his entire body was blown numb by the wind. How could he muster up the strength in a short while? "You, what do you want to do?" Wang Yugan said fearfully. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said coldly, "Do what?" What this young master is going to do, you should be even clearer than me, right? Rest assured, this young master won't kill you right now. How to deal with you, Luo? Jian has the final say. Finished talking, Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, directly sealing Wang Yugan's divine essence and hauling him up like holding up a dead dog. The numbing effects of the wind can last for roughly an hour. Act faster and catch up earlier, Yi Yuan said with Chong Liang. Chong Liang cupped his fists and said with a bow, "Yes, Your Excellency. When us brothers finish venting this frustration, we'll catch up." Yi Yuan nodded his head, his figure moving, vanishing before the few people's eyes. Chong Liang, 5 people looked at the dead dog like Wang Yutao, incomparably pleased in their hearts. "Wang Yutao, you were so awe-inspiring earlier. But now, if I want you dead, you have no choice but to die. Ha ha ha." Chong Liang mimicked Wang Yutao's words earlier, truly ironic to the max. A moment ago, Wang Yutao was still awe-inspiring. A moment later, he became a dead dog. Furthermore, saying this kind of words in front of Yi Yuan was simply ridiculous. Wang Yutao was unable to move all over. But his expression was ugly to the extreme. He had not figured out until now what in the world happened. Why would such a horrifying wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? Wang Yutao, didn't you want to kill us brothers? Get up, number 2 said, with a cold smile. Poochie. Number 4's blade stabbed into Wang Yutao's heart without the least bit of hesitation. When you killed number 3 and number 7, you definitely didn't think. That retribution came so quickly, right? Number 4 gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, to a deity realm powerhouse, puncturing the heart would not be fatal. But that heart-gouging pain shot straight up to his head, making him anguished until he
Veseturi.
Poochie. Another blade, number 5 directly chopped off one of Wang Yutao's palm. Just the likes of you are also fit to raise a hue with Lord Yi Yuan? Ask you to raise a hue. Ask you to raise a hue. Number 5 said with a hideous grin. Ah! Ah! A series of miserable screams lingered on in the air. Chong Liang 5. People's torture made him hover between life and death. Chong Liang 5 people were not some guys who had not seen the world before. They had mingled among the bottom-level martial artists all year round. Disregarding cruel and merciless, the methods of torturing people sprung up in endless variations too. They were nice to their brothers. But toward enemies they absolutely would not show mercy. The deaths of number 3 and number 7 made them hate Wang Yutao to the bones. Si Chong Liang, aren't you all afraid of the Wang family's revenge for daring to treat this old man like this? Wang Yutao endured the intense pain and shouted. Chong Liang 5 people were thrilled the moment they heard and laughed mockingly as they said, "Io brothers, this old fart is threatening us, right? Now what do you think we should do? I'm so scared. Are you all scared or not? Scared. I'm really scared of death. Big brother, why don't we help this old fogey up and beg him for mercy?" Number 6 said. Chong Liang chuckled and said, "Yeah, second elder, spare the few of us. Brothers, all right? I know that we were wrong." Chong Liang laughed as he stabbed Wang Yutao again. Wang Yutao's face was green with pain. He gasped for air as he said, "Don't. You guys forget, the Wang family still has my elder brother." Chong Liang smiled coldly and said, "Using Wang Yuxiang, that old fart, to come and scare your father? Let you be scared of your father. Let you be scared of your father." The 5 brothers slashed one after another. Before long they poked Wang Yutao into a sieve. Their blows were very appropriate, making Wang Yutao agonize to the point of wishing for death, but all these did not take his life. Under the 5 of their torture, Wang Yutao was almost breaking down. He seriously could not figure out where these few people got the confidence to actually not even place big brother Wang Yuxian in their sights. His elder brother Wang Yuxian was an initial stage heaven glimpse powerhouse in this Jewel Hill city that was atop of the class existence.
Ifan Yang Rui
Did not dare to make light of him too. These few barbarians actually did not take him seriously. Not only did they make light of him, but also when he mentioned his elder brother, those few guys also became aggravated instead. Time passed, and in a twinkle an hour's time was almost up. Wang Yutao suddenly felt his body gradually recover a bit of strength. This discovery made him inexplicably thrilled, because he noticed that Chong Liang and the rest only cared about tormenting him and had forgotten about the time. As long as he waited a while more, in a short while their doomsday would be here. He was praying that Chong Liang and the rest really forgot the time. Have you recovered some strength? Do you feel that there's still a hint of hope? Are you thinking of how to sentence us to death? Your father will tell you very responsibly, you're thinking too much. Actually, we did it on purpose. Ha ha ha. Chong Liang's voice was like a devil, shattering the last glimmer of Wang Yutao's hope. Thud. Wang Yugan's body fell onto the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Yugan, Yi Yuan, what's going on here? When Luo Jian saw the dead dog like Wang Yugan, a look of shock was written all over his face. With Yi Yuan's strength, how could he possibly turn Wang Yugan into this manner? But the reality happened before his eyes. It was not up to him to not believe. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to bother with what happened. Brought this guy to you to deal with. Want to kill or dismember, it's up to you." Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan as if he did not recognize the latter. Still being at the initial stage grotto profound, Yi Yuan's realm did not have the slightest hint of change. However, how in the world did he do it? Spare me. Yi Yuan, it was all this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to you and Luo Jian. As long as you let this old man off, this old man is willing to pay any price. Wang Yugan said feebly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said just now, everything is up to brother Luo to decide. If he's willing to let you go, I have no objections either." The one who narrowly escaped death was Luo Jian. Yi Yuan would not make the decision on his behalf. The reason why he brought Wang Yugan here was in order to let Luo Jian vent his frustrations. Luo Jian was not a soft-hearted person. He would definitely kill this fellow. Luo. He had yet to start pleading for mercy when a streak of cold light flashed past. A powerful divine essence directly destroyed his life force. The high and mighty Wang Yugan died just like this. Luo Jian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him at all. With his personality, he would not be long-winded with the other party either. So much crap. This guy was still hoping for me to let him go? Really? Foolish. Luo Jian said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "When people reach a hopeless situation, they always hope to live on. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't plead to live disgracefully." Luo Jian said coolly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How is it? Vented your anger yet?" Luo Jian nodded and said, "Thoughts are running smoothly. Vented the anger." Yi Yuan, "How in the world did you do it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can tell you, but you must help me keep the secret. Even the Tower Lord can't be told. Can you do it?" Luo Jian's expression choked up, and he shook his head and said, "Can't do it. Forget it, you'd better not say. You kid are really a freak, made me worry. For nothing." Luo Jian was very broad-minded though, but it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan regarded him even higher. Yi Yuan could naturally perceive that Luo Jian very much wanted to know what in the world happened, but he did not wish to hide from Yang Rui too. Hence, he forcefully endured asking. As for Yi Yuan, he naturally did not have the need to hide from Luo Jian. Was just that he knew Luo Jian's temperament, that was why he did not tell him. After all, the current Guiyun was Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. Oh right, Wang Yutao and Wang Yumin both came. Where are they? They wouldn't also have. Luo Jian suddenly remembered something and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Wang Yumin has already been killed by me. As for Wang Yutao, he must be savoring it greatly right now." Luo Jian's expression changed several times, and he said huffily, "You this guy are really a freak." Before long, Chang Liang 5 people rushed over, directly kneeling down in unison when he saw Yi Yuan. "Many thanks to your excellency for granting the wish, letting us take revenge. For number 3 and number 7. From this day forth, the 5 of our lives will be sold to your excellency. If your excellency wants us to head east, we absolutely won't head west. If your excellency wants our lives, us brothers absolutely won't bat an eyelid." Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What would I want your lives for? You all take these medicinal pills, go back and cultivate well." Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually threw a small bottle to Chang Liang. Chang Liang received it and took a look, and involuntarily shuddered all over, crying out in shock, "Your Excellency, this is too precious. We can't accept it." Inside the small bottle was actually divine-grade divine essence pills. This kind of thing was originally a priceless item in Jewel Hill City. Having money could not buy it either. Yi Yuan's opening move was 10 pills. Yi Yuan said coolly, just a few medicinal pills? It's not a big deal. Number 3 and number 7 being killed was caused by me in the end. These medicinal pills, just take it as compensation for you all. Chong Liang and the rest felt even more inexplicably grateful. He had already been stuck at middle stage Grotto Profound for many years and kept failing to break through. With this divine-grade divine essence pill, his breakthrough to late stage Grotto Profound was already something that happened without extra effort. Not just him, these few brothers of his, by relying on these divine-grade divine essence pills, they would definitely have a huge advancement too. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Chong Liang 5 people were really on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan this time. What did you say? Say it again. At the Wang family's residence, Wang Lingbo suddenly stood up. He was yelling at a junior managing the ancestral temple. Family head, second elder, third elder, fourth elder, as well as the Wang family elites who were brought out this time, their soul lamps are all extinguished. The junior was grief-stricken as if bereaved of his parents. The so-called soul lamp was lit with a trace of a martial artist's soul force, which could reflect the survival status of the martial artist. Once the soul lamp extinguished, the martial artist was either dead or trapped in some dangerous place. How is this possible? The 3 elders are all Grand Completion Grotto profound powerhouses, who in this Jewel Hill City can eradicate all of them in one go. Wang Lingbo's entire body trembled as he said. That junior said with a mournful face. Family head, I also suspected that I saw wrongly at first, but I checked several times, their soul lamps are indeed all extinguished. Wang Lingbo plopped his bottom back down, his entire person seemed to have lost his soul. These 3 great elders were the Wang family's backbone strength. Once they died, the blow to the Wang family was seriously too great. There was even a possibility that the Wang family would never recover from this setback henceforth. They were to hunt down Yi Yuan. Could it be that they all died in Yi Yuan's hands? But how was this possible? Yi Yuan was just an initial stage Grotto Profound rookie. Even if he had Luo Jian protecting, it was also not possible to make the 3 great elders perish at the same time, right? Wang Lingbo could not figure out after racking his brains. After a long time, he said to the junior despondently, I got it. This matter must be kept secret. If you dare to leak a word, family punishment awaits. The junior hurriedly voiced his assent and took his leave. Wang Lingbo maintained that sitting posture, sitting the whole night. Ever since he received the position of family head from Wang Yuxian, it could be said to have been limitless glory. In the past, there had never been a moment where he was so helpless like now. Finally, at dawn, a haggard-looking Wang Lingbo got up and slowly walked into a secret underground room that was Father! Wang Lingbo shouted using a dry voice. Before long, an aged voice came from inside the secret room. It's Lingbo, huh? Why? Encountered some issues? Wang Lingbo opened his mouth and really did not know how to speak up. This isn't like your style. Could it be that this time it was Yang Rue, who personally took action? Said the old man. After a long silence, Wang Lingbo finally plucked up his courage and used a close to teary voice and said, Father, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle, they all might have already fallen. Boom! The secret room's door directly exploded. A gust of strong wind blew out from inside. Late at night, a figure suddenly staggered into the myriad treasure tower. But when Hong Yin saw this figure, she was taken aback with fright. It was only to see that this figure was covered in blood from top to bottom. It was as if he was hauled out from a blood pool, looking incomparably grim. Luo Jian, what's with you? Where's Sir Yi? Hong Yin recognized the arrival and hurriedly forward and helped him up. This figure was none other than precisely Luo Jian. Q quickly help me to go and meet the Tower Lord. Luo Jian gasped. Oh, I'll help you over right now, Hong Yin said. Right at this time, Feng Ping flashed out from the inner hall and exclaimed, Luo Jian, why have you suffered such serious injuries? Quickly come in, I'll treat it for you. Luo Jian's face was deathly pale. Seeing Feng Ping, he said weakly, Many thanks for Elder Feng's good intentions, but the matter is urgent. My injuries, best treated afterward. Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said, Luo Jian, what in the world happened? Weren't you escorting Yi Yuan into the Yin Den? Where is he? Luo Jian said, The Wang family sent out 3 elders to hunt us down, surrounding us at the Yin Den. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had methods to control evil spirits. That was how he helped me to charge out of the heavy encirclement, making me return to seek help. The Wang family pursued Yi Yuan into the Yin Den's interior, and I lost contact with him. I rushed back, without stopping once to ask Tower Lord for help. Feng Ping's expression changed drastically, and he said, This matter only the few of us know. So how did the Wang family get the intel? Luo Jian shook his head and said, Don't know. Now isn't the time to look into this matter. Continue to drag on, Yi Yuan will likely be a goner.
Hong Yin.
Quickly help me to go see Tower Lord. Hong Yin was also worried about Yi Yuan's safety and hurriedly helped Luo Jian. And after the 2 people left, the expression on Feng Ping's face changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the myriad treasure tower, vanishing into the dark night. Yi Yuan is the myriad treasure tower's money tree now.
Yang Rui definitely
Won't look on with folded arms. Once he makes a move, the lives of those 3 elders of your Wang family will be difficult to guarantee. Inside the Wang family study, Feng Ping's words were clearly somewhat anxious, but his words gave Wang Lingbo hope. He revealed a look of pleasant surprise on his face and said, Is this true? My second uncle, they all are really still in the Yin Den. Feng Ping said urgently, Why would I lie to you? Just earlier Luo Jian returned to the myriad treasure tower covered in blood. He already broke through to grand completion grotto profound. You think about it, apart from your Wang family's 3 elders, who can injure him until like that? There was no time for him to even treat his injuries, and he wanted to go and see Yang Hui. It can be seen how dangerous the situation is. I'm afraid that Yang Rui will beat you to it. So I come to inform you right away. You quickly get Lord Yuxiang to take action. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to
imagine.
This news was seriously too pleasantly surprising, sweeping Wang Lingbo's depressed mood clean. Wang Lingbo hurriedly said, Okay, you go back first, don't arouse their suspicions. I'll go and meet my father right now and invite his elderly self to take action. These 2 days he didn't have any appetite for food over second uncle and their matter. Feng Ling nodded his head and hurriedly said, Okay, I'll return right away. Not long after he left, a person rode a horse out of the Wang family, swift as lightning, galloping over towards outside the city. After Feng Ping came out of the Wang family, his entire person also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had the ability to control evil spirits and was actually able to withstand the besieging of 3 mighty grand completion grotto profound powerhouses. It looked like he really underestimated him. But with Wang Yuxian making a move, Yi Yuan definitely could not escape his doom this time. Yo, it's the evening now. Elder Feng still has the leisurely mood to come out for a stroll. How pleasant. Feng Ping was currently pondering when a voice suddenly sounded out from behind him, making him jump in fright. Turning around to look, Feng Ping's eyeballs popped out.
Ye Yuan, YYU.
Why would you be here? Aren't you? Aren't. The one talking was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. When Feng Ping saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked until he was stumbling over his words. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ping with a smile that was not a smile and said, smilingly, Is Elder Feng trying to say, shouldn't I be trapped at the Yin Den currently? Why would I show up here? Feng Ping said in surprise. Why yeah, didn't Luo Jian say? Ah, great that you're fine. Asha. Feng Ping's reaction was fast too, hastily changing his tune. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Elder Feng, do you think the injuries that this Yi did to Luo Jian was still passable? It seems like even you didn't see through either. Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said in a grim voice, You, what do you mean? Heh, what do I mean? This is nighttime. Elder Feng is coming out of the Myriad Treasure Tower's sworn enemy's residence. I wonder what's the meaning of it? Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Monstrous waves stirred up in Feng Ping's heart, but he still harbored a hint of getting lucky and feigned ignorance and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Which eye of yours saw me coming out of the Wang family? Yeah. Yuan, you don't make unfounded remarks. Make unfounded remarks? Heh, the ones who saw you come out from the Wang family wasn't just me alone, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly, several people appeared behind Yi Yuan. The one in the lead had an incredibly solemn demeanor. How could it be if not Yang Rui? Yang Rui's appearance shattered the last trace of hope in Feng Ping's heart. He finally understood that this play tonight was a total trap. Yi Yuan set up this trap in order to make him head to the Wang family, and he waddled over just like that. Yang Rui looked at Feng Ping and said with a look of pain, When Luo Jian told me this matter, I still didn't believe it. Feng Ping, Yang Rui examined my conscience and feel that I didn't treat you shabbily. Why did you betray the Myriad Treasure Tower? Feng Ping knew that there was zero chance of getting lucky today and said with a cold snort, I didn't betray the Myriad Treasure Tower. I just want this boy dead. With this boy around, Feng Ping, will never come a day where I raise my head up here in the future. The Myriad Treasure Tower can only have one chief alchemist, and that is me, Feng Ping. Hearing these words, Yang Rui looked up at the sky and gave a long sigh, and he said, Hence you gave Yi Yuan's intel to the Wang family and borrowed the Wang family's hands to kill Yi Yuan. Feng Ping said in a solemn voice, That's right, the Myriad Treasure Tower. There's no him if there's me, no me if there's him. Ever since this boy came to the Myriad Treasure Tower, have you looked me straight in the eye once? Yang Rui was enraged until he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said solemnly, You clearly know Yi Yuan's importance to the Myriad Treasure Tower. How could you actually still do such a thing? Feng Ling smiled coldly and said, So what? This boy's origins are unknown, his identity uncertain. You all actually used such a guy and paid no heed to me. I'm doing this all for the sake of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heh. For the sake of the Myriad Treasure Tower, so you even sold out your own. Bro, it's fine if you betrayed me, but Luo Jian has fought alongside you for so many years. How could you bear it? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Those who accomplish great things doesn't bother with trifles. Saying any more is pointless. Before dying, I only wish to know what in the world happened to those three old fellows from the Wang family. Feng Ping said. He was unresigned. He still did not believe until now that Yi Yuan could escape the Wang family's three great elders' pursuit. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, All dead. The Wang family sent out 16 people this time, and all of them are dead.
Impossible.
With your strength, how can you possibly be those three old fellows' match? I don't believe it. Feng Ping's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He was more inclined to believe that Yi Yuan escaped the three of their pursuits and fled back to Jewel Hill City. Clearly, this explanation was much more reasonable. But Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, The reality is, I'm standing here right now while their soul lamps are already extinguished, haven't they? Wang Yuxiang will know whether the three of them were finished off or not if he goes to the Yin Wind Den to inquire. Wang Yuxiang was destined to leave with hope and return full of disappointment. Messing with the Wang family's people if he had nothing to do was also pretty good. When talking up to here, Yang Rui also could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, his gaze carrying some astonishment and confusion. He also could not figure out how in the world Yi Yuan, an initial stage grotto, profound rookie, finished off those three great elders of the Wang family. Those three people were all grotto profound deity realms peak powerhouses. Already, under Heaven Glimpse, virtually no one was their match. Unless Yi Yuan had Heaven Glimpse deity realm strength, otherwise it was very hard to dispose of all three of them. Moreover, they even brought a large group of the Wang family's experts. When he asked Luo Jian was also vague and did not speak in detail. This made Yang Rui even more uncertain. In Yang Rui's eyes, this guest alchemist became more and more mysterious. But what assured him was that Yi Yuan's conduct drew a clear demarcation between whom or what to hate or love. Even under the situation where Luo Jian was heavily injured and dying, he did not escape alone either. Everyone said that time revealed a man's heart. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were all in his sights. Since that was the case, then the more powerful Yi Yuan was, it was naturally not some bad thing for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Sai Elder Feng, you and I have worked together for many years but didn't expect that there would actually come such a day.
Yang Rui heafet asig,
and said. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, yeah, I slogged for the Myriad Treasure Tower all my life, but I didn't think that what it exchanged for was this. Conclusion. Only see the newcomers smile, but don't hear the old-timers cry. Heh. Why does Elder Feng say this? Even though this Tower Lord puts Yi Yuan in an important position, I touched my heart and feel that I didn't neglect you, right? Regardless of whether it is spirit medicines or salary, the Myriad Treasure Tower has never owed you before. Yang Rui said. Humph. Now that it came to this, no need to say any more. Want to kill or dismember? It's up to your preference. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said. When Yang Rui saw that Feng Ping refused to listen to reason, he could not resist letting out a long sigh. He also did not expect that, in the end, it would actually end up with such a conclusion. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said, Luo Jian. Luo Jian received the order, his figure shooting out like a ghost. Ah! Yang Rui, you'll die a horrible death. Feng Ping cried out, miserably. Yang Rui still did not kill Feng Ping in the end, but wasted his divine C, making him become a cripple. Luo Jian escorted Feng Ping again. Yang Rui looked at Yi Yuan with an apologetic look and said, Young friend Yi Yuan, this time, I've made you suffer a shock. I didn't expect that my Myriad Treasure Tower actually produced a traitor. This was Yang's oversight, nearly causing a great disaster. This Yang apologizes to young friend Yi Yuan here. At this point, Yang Rui would not think that Yi Yuan was still that cripple who needed to seek help from the Myriad Treasure Tower anymore. Being able to annihilate the Wang family's three great elders, no matter what kind of trump card Yi Yuan had, he very likely already had means to protect himself. This trump card could even pose a threat to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Powerhouse. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Tower Lord's words regard me too much as an outsider. This matter was all Feng Ping's fault. What has it got to do with Tower Lord? To really say sorry, that should also this Yi saying that. If not, for this Yi, the Myriad Treasure Tower would not have gone so far as to have such a matter happen as well. Yang Rui waved his hand and said, Young friend, you don't need to be like this. Feng Ping has always been the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, with a high position and heavy authority. Hence, his nature was not exposed as, well, even without you, he'll be a hidden danger of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Eventually, with us not knowing when he'll erupt. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then I'll have to thank Tower Lord very much. Tower Lord's grace towards this Yi is as weighty as a mountain. This Yi has no other strengths, only alchemy is passable. How about this? I'll refine a batch of divine-grade medicinal pills. Tower Lord can use this as a gimmick and attract Jewel Hill City's martial artists. Yang Rui was overjoyed the moment he heard and said with a laugh, "Then I'll have to trouble young friend." Talking with smart people was effortless. Feng Ping, being a cripple, Yang Rui still had to report this matter to upstairs and request upstairs to send an alchemist over again. In this period, he would naturally need Yi Yuan to take charge of the overall situation. Actually, even if upstairs sent a 2-star alchemy god over, he would not be as effective as Yi Yuan either. Could 2-star alchemy gods refine divine-grade medicinal pills? After all, Jewel Hill City, this kind of county, grotto, profound deity realm. Martial artists and mortals were the population. In the following period of time, Jewel Hill City entered a relatively peaceful period. Outside of expectations, the Wang family maintained great restraint after sustaining such heavy losses. As for the Myriad Treasure Tower, they ushered in a period of rapid development. The rolling out of divine-grade medicinal pills raised Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation to the highest level. Of course, divine-grade medicinal pills were not what ordinary people could afford to consume, even if it was the lowest level Tier 1 low-grade divine pill. But this did not hinder the rise of the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation. This period of time, the Myriad Treasure Tower's business virtually skyrocketed, snatching away more than half of the 3 great families' business all at once. The Myriad Treasure Tower's glory was unparalleled, while Yi Yuan himself entered close seclusion after preparing sufficient quantities of medicinal pills. His cultivation had already stagnated for very long. Previously, there was always no time to increase cultivation. Now that all of the dangers were already resolved, he could finally settle down and think about the direction of his cultivation in the days to come. Boy, you have to think clearly, comprehending heaven and earth laws on the world-suppressing steel and creating a cultivation method that belongs to yourself. This is a prolonged process. Maybe you can comprehend a heaven-defying cultivation method. Maybe you'll waste massive amounts of time. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Dustless was doing his final urging. After all, the cultivation method that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove left behind was already very heaven-defying. It could be cultivated all the way to peak Empyrean. This was a shortcut, but Yi Yuan refused to take it and insisted on taking a path of no return. Yi Yuan's gaze was firm as he said, "Senior, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I said before, back when we were at the Immortal Grove region, that I want to walk a path that belongs to me, no matter how arduous this path is." Dustless had been with Yi Yuan for a long time and had also figured out Yi Yuan's temperament and knew that saying any more was useless. He could only let out a long sigh and said, "You, this fellow, just like to walk one path till the end. I want to see whether or not you can also be heaven-defying in martial arts." Rumble. Inside the world-suppressing steel space, an enormous mountain rose straight from the ground, charging straight to the clouds. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. A surge of unfathomable aura hit him head-on. It turned out that this was the world-suppressing steel's main body. Ugh! Yi Yuan could not resist using divine sense to probe this large mountain a little, but he was struck by a tremendous force, instantly making his divine soul sustain serious injuries. "You, this punk, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great Tao concepts contained in this lesser heavenspan mountain are sufficient to exterminate heavenly emperor powerhouses, and you actually dared to offend it," Dustless said. "Lesser heavenspan mountain?" Yi Yuan muttered. A surge of gentle breath pervaded around Yi Yuan. Very soon, the injuries that his divine soul suffered became much better. Yi Yuan had obtained the world-suppressing steel for a long time and had yet to see before this appearance. When he faced this lesser heavenspan mountain, it was like when he was still at the Immortal Grove world facing heavenly Tao, that sort of feeling. Vast like the ocean, elusive and intangible. This lesser heavenspan mountain is the world-suppressing steel's main body, holding in store great Tao. Even a heavenly emperor won't dare to investigate it like you either. But you actually dared to profane heaven's prestige, Dustless said. Yi Yuan palpitated with anxiety and fear when he heard that. The rock brought down from the heavenspan mountain was indeed extraordinary. Since that's the case, why did you remind me earlier? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, how would I know that you, brat, are so reckless? I was just about to warn you. But you had already made a move, Dustless also said crossly. Yi Yuan smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. He saw that this lesser heavenspan mountain was extraordinary just now and sent out his divine sense at the behest of supernatural powers wanting to investigate it, but did not know that it was actually so dangerous. Seeing Yi Yuan shut up, Dustless continued, the lesser heavenly empyrean, immortal grove can only be for visualizing comprehensions, so one mustn't use divine sense to investigate it. This lesser heavenly empyrean immortal grove is unfathomable. With immortal grove's realm, he's also unable to pry into 1/10,000th of it. He guessed that this lesser heavenspan mountain might very likely be a supreme treasure inoculated by the heavenspan mountain, containing this portion of heavenly Tao's might. It's just a shame that heavenly empyrean immortal grove did not break through to heavenly emperor realm. Otherwise, he should be able to pry into a trace of the lesser heavenspan mountain's secrets. Yi Yuan's jaw dropped, and he exclaimed in shock, this lesser heavenspan mountain's background is so great. If I fully comprehend the heavenly Tao contained inside the lesser heavenspan mountain, would I be able to reach the realm of Tao ancestor? Dustless smiled coldly and said, heh, you're dreaming. Do you think that this heavenly Tao is so easy to comprehend? Put away that unrealistic thought of yours. For you to visualize this lesser heavenspan mountain being able to fully comprehend the first-level cultivation method within 5,000 years is already very impressive. The cultivation of deity realm powerhouses was easily in the units of 10,000 years. Over 5,000 years, that was really not considered a long time. Dustless's words were already regarding Yi Yuan highly. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the Immortal Grove world, he entered Tao with alchemy, and even triggered the resonance of great Tao. But in martial arts, he did not believe that Yi Yuan still had this kind of heaven-defying talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, got it, senior. I'll be starting now. If the outside world has any activities, wake me up in time. Dustless nodded his head and disappeared. Yi Yuan looked at the lesser heavenspan mountain ahead and murmured under his breath, lesser heavenspan mountain already has such power. I wonder how terrifying the real heavenspan mountain is. Could it be that even Tao ancestor, that level of realm, all have to comprehend Tao on the heavenspan mountain? Yi Yuan discovered that this world-suppressing steel was really a heaven-defying treasure, disregarding that its potential was limitless. For others to want to go to the heavenspan mountain to comprehend great Tao, they must arrive at the heavenspan mountain in person. But as long as he possessed this lesser heavenspan mountain, it was equivalent to Yi Yuan carrying along a heavenly Tao by his side, able to comprehend at any time. This kind of advantage, probably if anyone knew about it, they would all be envious to the extreme, right? Maybe even Tao ancestors would be moved too. Then Heavenly Emperor Zhoshang sending Kanhua into the Immortal Grove world. Maybe the objective was precisely it. It was just that Yi Yuan felt that Heavenly Emperor Zhoshang probably only suspected and did not know the lesser heavenspan mountain's true face. Otherwise, he probably would not send a puny little Kanhua over. This kind of heaven-defying treasure, he would absolutely make a move. Personally, his thoughts arriving here, Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed too. The treasures on him were more heaven-defying one after another. In the future, better be a little more careful, and he mustn't spill the beans. Otherwise, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Especially this lesser heavenspan mountain once exposed what he would have to face would likely be the entire heavenspan world's pursuit. Yi Yuan abandoned all distracting thoughts and started visualizing the lesser heavenspan mountain. This lesser heavenspan mountain was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. But how much one was able to comprehend still had to depend on the martial artist's comprehension abilities. Those with poor comprehension abilities, even if they obtained the lesser heavenspan mountain, it was no use either, their accomplishments limited. But even if one's talent was any better, they also had to accumulate little by little. Ordinary martial artists relying solely on comprehension, they might not be able to break through to heaven glimpse deity realm all their life. With the lesser heavenspan mountain, this process was bound to be shortened by several times. Even if one was any dumber, cultivating to origin deity realm was not a problem too. However, what Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was not just heavenly Tao, but comprehending a set of cultivation methods that belonged to himself from the lesser heavenspan mountain. This difficulty was immense. Put on some people, they might never be able to complete it all their lives. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was a complete cultivation system. He needed to comprehend heavenly Tao while perfecting the cultivation method, all the way until this cultivation method did not have the slightest flaw. Could he start cultivating? With Yi Yuan's current realm, he would definitely be unable to immediately complete a set of cultivation methods. What he could do now was create the first level of the cultivation method so as to ensure that he could cultivate to grand completion grotto profound. In addition, he even had to leave behind scalability for the second level cultivation method, laying down the foundation for him to create the cultivation method in the future. This process did not allow the slightest bit of errors. Using a word to describe, it was hard as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, that was why Dustless would become angry and disappointed. Moreover, creating whatever rank of cultivation method completely depended on the individual's comprehension ability. Those with high comprehension ability could create very heaven-defying cultivation methods. Those with low comprehension ability, the cultivation method created might be hard to continue when cultivated to origin deity realm. Hence, there was a possibility that Yi Yuan doing so would gain less than what was lost. Dustless did not feel that Yi Yuan could create a more powerful cultivation method than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. After all, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method could be cultivated to transcendent Heavenly Emperor realm. No matter how powerful, how formidable could it be? Except Yi Yuan refused to believe in heresy. To Yi Yuan, rather than pinning his hopes on a Tao ancestor helping, it was better to realize it through his own efforts. He did not like that feeling of fate being grasped in the hands of others. Of course, Yi Yuan's ambitions were very big. But when he really started visualizing, Yi Yuan discovered that this was really very hard. Great Tao was boundless. When Yi Yuan started visualizing, he felt like he was seemingly situated in an endless wilderness plain, unable to find the direction at all. In front of Heavenly Tao, this deity realm powerhouse, did not even count as an ant. Time passed day by day. Yi Yuan attempted many methods but was unable to find the entry point. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to find his own path, he must first find a correspondence point with Heavenly Tao. Just like reeling silk from cocoons, without this correspondence point, Yi Yuan would forever not enter the door. It was just that talk was cheap, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Leaves fell without knowing autumn. In a blink, Yi Yuan spent 10 years' time inside the world-suppressing steel space. In 10 years, Yi Yuan attempted countless ways but was still unable to find this correspondence point. This result involuntarily made him somewhat discouraged. Know how foolish you are, right? This path of yours can't work. Moreover, you can afford to wait. But can that little lass afford to wait? By Yi Yuan's ear came Dustless's mocking. Wang family's branch, Wang Yuxiang, has seen Sir Su and Elder Xian. In the Wang family's hall, an old man and a youth were currently sitting in the middle. Even Wang Yuxiang, this Wang family's leader, could only stand in the hall. Wang Lingbo was even only able to stand behind Wang Yuxiang and did not even have the qualifications to speak. Sir Su, who was sitting on the seat of honor, had a high and mighty appearance. Clearly, he did not place Wang Yuxiang in his sights. Wang Yuxiang, your Jewel Hills branch's recent performance has made the main family very disappointed. A Wang family of such a size was actually almost pulled up by the roots by someone. Wang Su said carelessly. On the right-hand seats, cold sweat poured profusely on their foreheads when Wang Yuxiang and Wang Lingbo heard these words. Jewel Hill City's Wang family was merely a branch of the Wang family. The Wang family's main family was in Bright Rays City. The Heavenspan world did not have a number of messy forces. There was only one city after another. Heavenspan world cities were divided into a total of 5 ranks. Namely, counties, capital cities, imperial capital, and great imperial capital. Counties were the lowest level cities. It was the city where powerhouses managed low-level martial artists and mortals. The numbers were abundant. Reaching capital city this level, it was not what the average person could enter. Mortals were absolutely barred from entering capital cities. Even deity realm powerhouses had to meet certain conditions too before they had the qualifications to enter a capital city. The administrator of capital cities were at least all Divine Lord realm and above. Jewel Hill City and Bright Rays City were both counties, both belonging to Wu Meng capital city. It was just that Jewel Hill City was a part of the very weak counties, while Bright Rays City belonged to the stronger counties. 3 years' time had already passed since the Wang family's 3 great elders were killed by Yi Yuan. In these 3 years, Jewel Hill City's Wang family was extremely low-key, drawing back all businesses, waiting for this day. Wang Yuxiang made a trip to the Yin Den, angering him until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. After a little inquiry, he learned that the Wang family's 3 great elders were all annihilated already. The news that Feng Ping brought was utter rubbish. But Wang Yuxiang very quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Being able to wipe out all of the Wang family's elites, regardless of what methods Yi Yuan used, it could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the Wang family already suffered a great loss in vitality. They were already strong in will but lacking in strength to fight with the other families. His thought reaching here, Wang Yuxiang decided to endure the humiliation and bear the burden, informing Bright Rays City's Wang family's main family about the matter on this side. Jewel Hill City's Wang family would have to pay large amounts of benefits as tribute to the main family at Bright Rays City. What they were afraid of was the arrival of this day. 3 years had passed. The Wang family's main family finally sent Wang Su and Wang Xianfeng here. This Wang Su was an outstanding member of the Wang family's younger generation. He was less than 500 years old and already a grand completion. Grotto profound level expert. Wang Xianfeng was even more remarkable. Not only was he a martial arts expert, but he was also even a 2-star alchemy god. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, business was business. Everyone had to observe the most basic rules of the game. Jewel Hill City's 4 great factions were originally balanced in strength. The Wang family was the strongest, the Lu and Lin 2 families followed, the Myriad Treasure Tower the weakest. Now, the Myriad Treasure Tower rose domineeringly with divine-grade medicinal pills. For the Wang family to want to make a comeback, they had to use business methods. Once martial strength got involved, the City Lord Manor would inevitably have to intervene. Although the Wang family's strength was even greater than Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor, what the City Lord Manor represented was Wu Meng capital city, and could not be offended. Sir Su, the fault of the matter this time doesn't lie with the Wang family. That guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower is really freakish to the max. We were caught off guard too, Wang Yuxiang said. Although his realm was higher than Wang Su's, he did not dare to offend him. This was a junior that the main family placed emphasis on grooming. His future accomplishments were limitless. Heh, an initial stage grotto profound turned your Jewel Hill City branch upside down. You guys are really promising. Don't failures always like to give excuses like that? Wang Su said with a cold smile. What you heard may be false, but what you saw was true. Wang Su was naturally aware of the news that Wang Yuxiang reported. But in his view, this was Jewel Hill City's Wang family being incapable, and not that their adversary was very powerful. All these information were mere excuses. Wang Yuxiang did not dare to refute and said to Wang Lingbo, "Lingbo, present the thing and let Sir Su and Elder Xian take a look." Wang Lingbo handed over 2 boxes respectfully. Wang Su carelessly received it and gave a glance. His gaze was still just disdain. Divine grade divine essence pill? Heh, what does lowest grade tier 1 low grade divine pill count for? Don't you say so, Elder Xian? Wang Su said with a laugh. Elder Xian, who had been silent all along, smiled when he heard this and said, "Oh, Yuxiang, just a mere tier 1 low-grade divine pill. It's nothing at all. With this old man around, his myriad treasure tower has to coil even if it's a dragon too." Additionally, when I came, the head elder told me Jewel Hill City's branch family has been conscientious and earnest these few years, and have made great contributions for the main family. Head elder specially permitted for Jewel Hill City's branch family to pick 3 elite disciples to enter the main family's soaring dragon pavilion. Wang Xuanfeng's words made Wang Yuxiang and Wang Lingbo tremble all over, their faces revealing a look of wild ecstasy. The soaring dragon pavilion was the place where the main family specially fostered elite disciples. Upon entering the soaring dragon pavilion, one's future accomplishments would be limitless. The Wang family suffered heavy losses this time, but being able to let elite disciples enter the soaring dragon pavilion was also considered to have gotten a blessing in disguise. "Thank you very much, Sir Su, Elder Xian. Thank you very much, Head Elder," Wang Yuxiang said agitatedly. Wang Xianfeng smiled and said, "With this, Yuxiang, you don't have worries about attacks from the rear anymore, right? These few years, Wang Su and I will be staying here. You guys put in more effort and squeeze the myriad treasure tower out of Jewel Hill City. This is the main point." Wang Yuxiang's gaze turned intent, and he hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Elder Xian, Jewel Hill City's branch family will definitely cooperate fully with the main family." Wang Yuxiang realized that the main family was finally going to seize this chance and make a move against the myriad treasure tower. 10 years, Yi Yuan did not obtain the slightest bit of progress. Rather, Dustless mocked beside his ear non-stop. "Kid, give up. You only spent a year's time, you still have time to turn back now." But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, "Senior, you and I have been together for a long time. You should understand my temperament a little already. I won't give up." Dustless said crossly, "Boy, I acknowledge that your alchemy talent is exceedingly strong, but this martial Dao cultivation method is a completely different matter from alchemy Dao." Yi Yuan suddenly trembled all over, his face revealing a look of wild elation. Slapping his head, he said, "Yeah, why am I so stupid? Giving up a ready-made road and not walking, only caring about taking the roundabout way." Dustless froze, clueless why Yi Yuan was so excited without rhyme or reason. "You kid, what did you think of again?" Dustless said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said excitedly, "Since it's creating a cultivation method that belongs to me, then it should be the cultivation method most suitable for me. Don't you agree, Senior?" Dustless nodded woodenly and said, "That is, of course. Then, Senior, what's my strongest path?" Yi Yuan continued. Dustless said, "Naturally, alchemy Dao. And you want to use alchemy Dao as the correspondence point and create a cultivation method? This is also too ridiculous, right? Then the cultivation method created is specifically used to refine pills." Yi Yuan chuckled but did not say anything, stifling dustless badly. In front of Yi Yuan were divine rank spirit medicines piled like a mountain. When refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill back then, it was a focused practice. All of the medicinal pills he refined was all for the sake of finally refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill. And now, Yi Yuan was going to cultivate initial rank 1-star alchemy god to the limits. In this aspect, the myriad treasure tower's powerful supply system became apparent. Under Yi Yuan's request, Yang Rui found a lot of very obscure divine rank spirit medicines. Now, the spirit medicines piled in front of him were as many as several thousand kinds. Of course, this was not all of Heavenspan World's Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicine type. Yi Yuan also did not require all Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines. He only needed an opportunity to comprehend heavenly Tao. After the first decade, Yi Yuan started a long process of comprehending alchemy Tao. Every kind of spirit medicines, he would experience it diligently, comprehending their medicinal properties. This task Yi Yuan had once done before in the Immortal Grove world. Doing it now was not unfamiliar. It was just that the difficulty increased countless times. Time passed inside the world-suppressing steel. In a blink, 120 years passed. In these 120 years, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the several thousand kinds of spirit medicines' medicinal properties. Yi Yuan's path of alchemy was summed up into just 5 words. A solid foundation, diligent practice, expending 120 years and pouring all of their heart and soul into comprehending medicinal properties. This was an exceedingly dreary thing to others. Even for alchemists, not many were able to withstand such loneliness either. Yi Yuan could. These 120 years laid down Yi Yuan's foundation of refining divine pills very solidly. After 120 years, Yi Yuan finally started refining pills. He refined pills differently from others. He was doing it carefree and unrestrained and not rigidly bound to pill formulas. There were successes, there were failures. This kind of incomparably dreary life, Yi Yuan consumed it pleasantly as if taking sugar plums. Spring went and autumn arrived. Summer left and winter came. Time passed year after year. Finally, one day, a hint of insight flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. This trace of understanding was like a bolt of lightning that tore across the sky. Hence, he put down the pill refining and started visualizing the lesser Heavenspan Mountain in front of him. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain that had no activities all along emitted a blinding light at this time. These lights were resplendent with a myriad of colors, beautiful and magnificent. Yi Yuan, who was inside of it, was akin to have fallen into a wonderland. He finally knocked open this door using alchemy Tao. However, this was just the first step to Yi Yuan. He did not want to create a cultivation method used for refining pills. All along, Yi Yuan cultivated all sorts of cultivation methods, martial techniques. They started rolling around in his mind non-stop. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Evil Extermination Sword Formula, 9 characters True Word Formula. The current Yi Yuan was just like cooking a delicious dish. These cultivation methods and martial techniques were the ingredients, while the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was a large pot. Yi Yuan was immersed inside, completely forgetting the time. No idea how long had passed. Either the elementary form of a cultivation method gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan revised it continuously, perfecting, then revising again and perfecting again. At this moment, at the center of the Heavenspan world, all martial artists, Holy Land, Heavenspan Mountain, it suddenly became incomparably berserk. A tsunami-like spiritual energy flooded down from the top of the Heavenspan Mountain. This wave of spiritual energy was too boundless, unable to absorb at all. The tremendous impact force directly sent the powerhouses currently comprehending Tao on the Heavenspan Mountain flying, miserable cries lingering on incessantly in the air, no matter how powerful their strength was. This was the true heaven and earth's might, not what human power could contend with at all. An incomparably gorgeous afterglow light halo wrapped around the entire Heavenspan Mountain, making the originally mysterious Heavenspan Mountain become even more unfathomable. After several breaths, the Heavenspan Mountain was already devoid of people. What happened to the Heavenspan Mountain? Who the hell knows what happened? Ouch, your father cultivated to the true God realm and has never fallen so badly before. Truly inconceivable. I've never seen before that the Heavenspan Mountain would actually give off such a terrifying heaven's prestige. Below the Heavenspan Mountain, numerous groups of martial artists had fallen into a disorderly mess, looking very wretched. But what they were even more astonished at was why the Heavenspan Mountain had such a change appear. Not good. The spiritual energy is flooding down. Quick, run. Suddenly someone gave a shout. Everyone all kicked off the ground and sprinted wildly. This incomparably majestic spiritual energy descended from the sky like an avalanche. Once buried within the spiritual energy, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. They had never seen before such terrifying spiritual energy. Rumble. The spiritual energy hit the ground, gave off a massive rumble, and rippled out into the distance. Ha ha ha. I'm going to break through. I've been stuck at the bottleneck for several tens of thousands of years already. This time I'm finally going to break through. I'm going to break through too. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that there will come a day when I break through to true God. Too. Ha ha ha. After the spiritual energy landed, it finally became thinner. Under the impact of this majestic spiritual energy, the martial artists cultivating on the Heavenspan Mountain obtained a blessing in disguise. Quite a number of people break through the bottleneck. Those who did not break through the bottleneck, their power also increased by a great deal. Not good. Can't break through now. Another wave of spiritual energy is rushing down. Right at this time, somebody shouted again. It was only to see on top of the Heavenspan Mountain, the nearly materialized spiritual energy poured down like an avalanche once more. At this time, above the void where everyone could not see, several voices were communicating something. Life, among the few of us you lived the longest. Can you tell us what on earth is going on? A deep voice said. Don't know. Since this old man attained Tao, I've never seen before such a violent Heavenspan Mountain. An aged voice said. The moment these words came out, everyone fell silent once more. Suddenly someone said, hang on, the feeling that the Heavenspan Mountain gives me this time is like it's celebrating something. Celebrating? Haha. Thunder Ancestor, are you joking? The Heavenspan Mountain is a dead object. Even though it contains the might of heavenly Tao, how can it be possible to have human emotions? Ha ha ha. This old man has no choice but to be in awe of your wild fantasies, retorted another person immediately. At this time, Tao Ancestor Life suddenly opened his mouth again and said, I feel that what Thunder Ancestor said makes some sense. You all look. This is the third wave of spiritual energy avalanche already. Once such boundless spiritual energy spreads out, who knows how many people will benefit and break through. The feeling that this gives me is like benefiting all life. Tao Ancestor Life's words made everyone fall silent once more. But even if it's as you said, even you haven't seen the Heavenspan Mountain like this before, why would it suddenly become like this? Someone else questioned. Tao Ancestor Life slowly said, that's because the Heavenspan Mountain has never encountered somebody or something that's worthy of it doing so. However, apart from the few of us, who else is worthy of it doing so? Another round of silence. After a long time, Tao Ancestor Life raised his head up and gave a long sigh, and he said, Heavenspan Mountain, oh Heavenspan Mountain, just what kind of existence are you? Just what is there above the mountain summit? What happened? I feel like I'm almost unable to breathe. What's the deal with this huge mountain? Why would such a giant mountain appear in the sky above Jewel Hill City. What terrifying pressure. I almost can't resist kneeling down anymore. It's the Heavenspan Mountain. This giant mountain is very similar to the Heavenspan Mountain. My God, what in the world is happening to Jewel Hill City? It wouldn't fall down, right? If such a large mountain were to drop down, the entire Jewel Hill City would probably be reduced to dust. Just as the entire Heavenspan Mountain was in chaos when the Tao ancestors were forced out of the Heavenspan Mountain, the whole Jewel Hill City was similarly in a mess. Above Jewel Hill City, an enormous mountain appeared bafflingly. That pressure faintly contained the might of heavenly Tao, making everyone prostrate in worship. Not just Jewel Hill City, the entire Wu Meng capital cities region, everyone was able to see this giant mountain. It was too big, boundlessly huge. Elder Xian, let's hurry up and leave Jewel Hill City. Once this giant mountain falls, none of us can escape. Wang Su's expression changed drastically as he said. In close to 30 years' time, Wang Su and Wang Shenfeng had always stayed in the Wang family, causing immense pressure for the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was just that seeing that towering Heavenspan Mountain in the sky, he seriously could not sit still anymore. The pressure that giant mountain brought made his two legs tremble. Wang Shenfeng also looked incredibly grim as he said, "Let's go. Looks like this Jewel Hill City can't be preserved." After the two people conversed, they sped outside the city without even saying hello. Actually, it was not just them. The entire Jewel Hill City's martial artists were all fleeing outside the city. Currently, the city entrance was already blocked until not even a drop of water could seep through, all scrambling one after another. Even the city guards could not do anything about them either. Actually, there were quite a few city guards who also joined the ranks of escaping. That pressure in the sky was seriously too horrifying. How could the might of heaven and earth be what human strength could resist? At the Myriad Treasure Tower, Su Linpu and Yang Rui were similarly looking at that giant mountain in the sky, their expressions flickering incessantly. "Tower Lord, aren't we going?" Su Linpu said. Yang Rui smiled bitterly and said, "Go? Can we leave? No matter how fast our movement techniques are, we can't possibly escape either. What in the world is going on? Why is it Jewel Hill City?" Su Linpu said with a belly full of puzzlement. "Sai, the Heavenspan world has countless cities. Why would it appear at Jewel Hill City? Could it be that the entire Heavenspan mountain flew to Jewel Hill City? But how is this possible?"
Yang Rui mutret.
In a twinkle, 30 years passed in the outside world. Yi Yuan spent 300 years inside the world suppressing steel. However, right when the entire Heavenspan world was raging like a storm, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed rays of brilliant light, his entire person in a state of extreme excitement. His current state was excellent to the extreme. Opposite, the dustless in gray clothes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Seeing him meet his eyes, he used an extremely peculiar expression and asked, probingly, "You, kid, what the hell did you do?" With the cultivation method forming, Yi Yuan was currently excited. Seeing Dustless inquire, he said with a blank look, "Did what? Senior, haven't you been watching all along? I was creating a cultivation method that belongs to me." Dustless himself was also in a state of dumbfoundedness. He was certain that the terrifying happenings in the outside world were absolutely related to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not understand what the hell Yi Yuan did to actually be able to trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity. Do you know that right now, Jewel Hill City is already in chaos? The Heavenspan Mountain actually appeared above Jewel Hill City's sky. Dustless said in immense shock. In Heavenspan Mountain? Yi Yuan currently had a blank look when suddenly the mountains shook and the earth trembled. The Heavenspan Mountain above Jewel Hill City finally slowly landed. Rumble. A boundless pressure made the entire world changed colors. The grand array over Jewel Hill City was akin to paper under the heavenspan. Mountain. Arg! In Jewel Hill City, tragic cries linked up together. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flashed out from inside the world. Suppressing Steel's space, his expression also becoming incomparably ugly. Senior, what's going on here? Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically as he talked. You're asking me? I'm asking you. Wasn't this thing summoned by you? Dustless said huffily. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and said, Me? No way, right? Hence I'm asking you, what the hell did you do to actually trigger such a heavenly punishment? Dustless's voice was almost shrieking. He was very certain that this heavenspan mountain was summoned by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said depressedly, I don't know either. I was really creating a cultivation method and just finished. Heh. Asked you not to mess around, you insisted on doing it. Now you blundered, right? I want to see how you take care of it, Dustless said with an angry and disappointed appearance. Rumble. The heavenspan mountain obscured the sun. The area it covered was not just Jewel Hill City. One small plot of land. Those people fleeing had no place to hide at all. In the midst of everyone's despairing screams, the heavenspan mountain landed with a loud bang. However, it was not like everybody imagined. The end of the world did not arrive. That incomparably huge heavenspan mountain dissipated into nothing, just like that. What's going on again? Where's that giant mountain?
Achat, Saved.
I didn't die. I didn't die. Ha ha ha. Where did that giant mountain go? My God, it was too scary just now. At this time, Jewel Hill City was filled with rejoicing sounds of surviving the disaster. Except, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure flashing, returning inside the world-suppressing steel space once more. That instant he saw the lesser heavenspan mountain, a feeling of being connected by blood welled up in his heart. He discovered that the bottommost region of the lesser heavenspan mountain, the color seemed to have become a little darker. Senior, I feel like I seem to have refined a small portion of the lesser heavenspan mountain. Yi Yuan used an extremely skeptical tone and said to Dustless. Dustless' gaze turned intent, and he said doubtfully, Brat, you mustn't scare me. Immortal Grove obtained this lesser heavenspan mountain for millions of years and also didn't dare to say he refined it. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his mind stirring slightly. The massive lesser heavenspan mountain was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally being placed above the palm by Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Dustless's eyeballs were almost popping out. Yi Yuan really refined it. How did you do it? Dustless said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I don't know either. Senior, you don't use this kind of expression to look at me. I really don't know. I just created the first level of the cultivation method, that's all. Dustless was similarly speechless and could not resist asking, what kind of could not resist did you create? Yi Yuan said, I haven't thought of the name yet, but this cultivation method should be the most suitable for me. This cultivation method originated from the lesser heavenspan mountain, so I'll call it Chaos Heavenspan Cannon. Chaos Heavenspan Cannon? Dustless mulled over this name and muttered, Could it be that this cultivation method you created called down the heavenspan mountain? This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Who cares? Either way, isn't everybody fine right now? Senior, how long was I in seclusion? Over 300 years have already passed inside the world-suppressing steel. Dustless was still somewhat shaken from shock at this time. Before Yi Yuan entered seclusion, he said that Yi Yuan needed at least several thousand years. But now, Yi Yuan only used the outside world's 30 years and created the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon. Already been 30 years? I reckon that Tower Lord Yang they all are anxious. Again, right? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Without his medicinal pills, for the myriad treasure tower to want to stand. Out among the masses it was really not too easy. Yi Yuan was just planning on leaving seclusion but was stopped by Dustless. Hang on. Your current realm has already reached the peak of initial stage. Grotto Profound is just one step away from being able to break through to middle stage. This old man wants to see just how powerful this cultivation method you created is, Dustless said. He was currently full of doubts, very curious about this cultivation method Yi Yuan created. What kind of cultivation method could trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity from the heavenspan world? Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, "What Senior says makes sense. Not late for me to leave seclusion after breaking through." Finished talking, Yi Yuan flicked his long sleeves. A pile of medicinal pills appeared before his eyes. All of them were divine-grade divine essence pills. With Yi Yuan's present strength, refining divine-grade divine essence pills was not considered some remarkable thing anymore. If outsiders saw Yi Yuan's extravagant cultivation style, they would definitely curse him for being a wastrel. Divine-grade divine essence pills were hard to ask for in the outside world, with demand but no supply. But Yi Yuan ate it like broad beans. Actually, Yi Yuan was also very eager toward the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Although this cultivation method was created by him, this was just the cultivation method he derived from visualization based on the lesser Heavenspan mountain. As for how the specific results were, even he was also uncertain himself. Therefore, Yi Yuan started consuming a divine essence pill and assaulted middle stage Grotto Profound. The medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Yuan refined it according to the Chaos Heavenspan canon he created. Then Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. "What wrong?" Dustless asked, rather nervously. Yi Yuan himself also had astonishment written all over his face as he looked at Dustless and said, "Already refined." Dustless's eyeballs stared like wide circles, and he said in disbelief, "What did you say?"
Refinet.
"You're saying that you already refined the divine-grade divine essence pill?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, similarly incomparably shocked as he said, "Yeah. Just revolved the cultivation method, and the divine essence pills were refined into a wisp of divine essence, entering the divine sea." Hang on. The divine essence in my divine sea seems to have become lesser. With this, the two people were utterly bewildered. Dustless also detected it. Just now, Yi Yuan was already just a step away from middle stage Grotto Profound. But in this blink of an eye, he actually became a long way off. What the hell kind of cultivation method did you create? This is also too freakish, right? Even if Dustless had lots of experience and vast knowledge, it was also his first time encountering this kind of situation. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Senior, although the divine essence became less, I feel that my divine essence seems to be much purer." Dustless thought about it and said, "Try refining a divine essence pill." Again, Yi Yuan nodded his head and started doing as said. As soon as the Chaos Heavenspan canon revolved, the divine essence pill was refined almost instantly. One had to know that for ordinary martial artists, even if their cultivation method was a very heaven-defying cultivation method, refining a divine grade divine essence pill needed half a month to a month's effort too. But Yi Yuan instantly refined it. This kind of refining speed was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence pill he refined it could not stir up even a trace of wave when it entered his divine sea. He simply grabbed 3 divine essence pills and stuffed them into his mouth, urging the Chaos Heavenspan canon once more. 3 pills were still too little. Hence, Yi Yuan refined divine essence pills one after another. Very soon, his divine essence pills were depleted fully. Close to 60-70 divine-grade divine essence pills were eaten completely by him, like jelly beans. By the side, Dustless was just dumbstruck with amazement from watching. He had never seen before someone cultivating like Yi Yuan. Those were 60 to 70 divine essence pills. If it were others, their divine sea would probably be stuffed till it burst. This This is simply a bottomless hole. Your initial stage grotto. Profound currently, and the expenditure is already so great. When your realm is high, then the resources expended can be extremely horrifying to describe. Dustless sighed emotionally as he talked. Yi Yuan looked at Dustless with a guileless look and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like I can only earn money non-stop. Otherwise, with my current appetite, it really can't fill me up." Dustless suddenly said, "You sense your divine essence. See if there's any changes or not." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And my divine essence seems to be way purer than before. Once I unleash martial techniques, the power should be able to increase several dozen %." Dustless nodded and said, "Then that's right. No wonder this cultivation method of yours was able to trigger heaven and earth abnormal activity. Truly remarkable. I really didn't think that you, this brat, actually have such a heaven-defying lucky chance." Regardless of whether it was the essence energy Yi Yuan cultivated in the past, or the divine essence he cultivated now, martial artists' cultivation methods were different, resulting in the purity of the divine essence within their bodies to be different as well. The more inferior the cultivation method, the more impurities in the divine essence absorbed as well. Once the cultivation time increased, the divine essence in the divine sea seemed to already be filled to the brim, but in reality the impurities accumulated became more and more. Once reading the cultivation bottleneck, the effect of these impurities would be infinitely amplified, affecting the martial artist's breakthrough from there. Some people were unable to break through a small bottleneck for all their lives. It was this reason. Pure divine essence also had many benefits, such as greatly increasing the power of the martial techniques released, such as even greater battle endurance. All in all, the benefits were too many to enumerate. A powerful martial technique could allow multiplication of the martial artist's combat power, but a cultivation method determined how far this martial artist could walk in the end. If Yi Yuan cultivated Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method, then it would be absolutely impossible for his accomplishments to surpass Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. What Yi Yuan wanted was not just Empyrean or Heavenly Emperor realm. Regardless of whether or not there was a possibility of reaching the Tao Ancestor realm, he had to give it a try. Hence, that was why he thought of creating a cultivation method belonging to him. Looking at it now, the effects were still pretty good. Looks like wanting to break through to middle stage grotto profound, it still needs several hundred divine-grade divine essence pills. Right now, the divine essence pills are already depleted fully. Got to go out and refine anew. Yi Yuan said helplessly. According to this degree of consumption, it was simply unimaginable in the future. When Yi Yuan showed up at the Myriad Treasure Tower, he discovered that inside the Myriad Treasure Tower it was stark empty, the business seemingly very bleak. This situation made Yi Yuan very surprised. Even if his seclusion time was a little long, it was not to the extent of the Myriad Treasure Tower becoming like this either, right? Before he came, the Myriad Treasure Tower even contended with the other three great families. Hong Yin, what's going on here? Why isn't there a single customer in the Myriad Treasure Tower? Yi Yuan said to Hong Yin, who was currently snoozing. At the Immortal Grove world, currently, a storm was arising. Traces of profound power were flowing between heaven and earth. The already decrepit Fong Tian suddenly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. Senior. Bang! Fong Tian's door was directly burst open by someone from outside. Teng Yun's figure appeared in front of him. It was only to see Teng Yun having a look of wild ecstasy as he said, "Senior, do you feel it? Ichahaha, we're finally able to break through to the deity realm." Fong Tian smiled and said, "That's right. Divine Tao laws have finally returned. The Immortal Grove region gained a new lease of life and came back to life. Most importantly, we've confirmed that Yi Yuan is still alive now. Just earlier, Fang Tian distinctly sensed that his realm that was unable to break through for several tens of thousands of years finally had a trace of loosening up. Over the years, he had long already seen through the secular world and severed that trace of thought. He never thought that right on his deathbed, the opportunity to become a deity actually descended upon him. To Fang Tian, breaking through to the deity realm was just lightly striding out the distance of a small step. This immortal grove region, he was bound to be the first martial artist to break through to the deity realm. Tang Yun said excitedly, "Haha! Yes, not only is Yi Yuan alive but he's also living very well. Truly can't imagine it's been less than 50 years, and he already regained heavenly Tao for the immortal grove region." Fang Tian had a look of relief and said, "Yeah, these few years I've always been worried about Yi Yuan's safety and never thought about being able to break through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan really gave me a huge surprise." How could Fang Tian not be surprised? Once he broke through to the deity realm, his longevity would increase greatly. Living another 50,000 years was absolutely no issue. More importantly, with his cultivation realm comprehensions, breaking through to the heaven glimpse deity realm was also something sooner or later. At that time, his lifespan would still have an even greater increase. Yi Yuan really gave him a massive gift. Right at this time, a terrifying aura surged towards the sky. An overwhelmingly powerful divine beast pressure swept across the entire law enforcement hall. Fang Tian's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "It's Senior Sky Distant. Come. Go out and take a look." Up above in the sky, an enormous black tortoise divine beast blocked out the sun and covered the sky. A horrifying pressure spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Ha ha ha. Divine Tao laws finally returned. The thing that heaven took away from me back then finally still came back. Ha ha ha. Skydistant's unbridled laughter was akin to waves of rolling thunder, rippling out, startling countless powerhouses. To others, even if heavenly Tao returned, it was also impossible for them to break through to the deity realm right away. But Skydistant was originally a deity realm powerhouse. Heavenly Tao returning, he virtually returned to deity realm at the first moment. Furthermore, it was grand completion heaven glimpse deity realm. White light. It's really great. Big brother Yuan he's alright. The Lear, who had always been cool and quiet, was also somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. These few decades, she was practically worrying about Yi Yuan every minute and second. All the way until today, a large boulder in her heart finally landed. White Light also had an excited look and said, "Hey, we have to step up our cultivation. Otherwise, when we reach the Heavenspan world, we'll be dragging Big Brother down again." Heavenly Tao returning anew, I believe Big Brother's strength probably advanced by leaps and bounds in these few decades. Lear nodded her head, approving immensely in her heart. These few decades she really did not cultivate properly before. Not that she did not want to, but that she was unable to calm her heart down. All along. Now she wished that she could enter close seclusion straight away and cultivate, striving to break through to deity realm as soon as possible. At the Godsfall mountain range, land of exile, the ancestor here was the same as Skydistant, also returning to the deity realm. "Juner, you really gave birth to a fine son. I truly didn't expect that he actually really did it. Looks like him lifting the curse and letting the clansmen walk out of here is also just a matter of time," said the ancestor. But Ao Jun sighed slightly and said, "It's been hard on him these few years." Ancestor smiled and said, "You don't let your imagination run wild now. Heavenly Tao returning, you have to cultivate well. When you break through to the deity realm, you'll be able to resist a portion of the curse's strength, your lifespan increasing greatly. Otherwise, when Yuaner returns and discovers that his mother is already gone, wouldn't he poke a hole in the sky?" Ao Jun giggled, being tickled by the ancestor too. Nodding, she smiled and said, "What ancestor said is right. With his temper, he might really do that. While at this time, Kunwu looked in the direction of the world-locking gate, and murmured, "That boy really made it there safely. However, what on earth did he do there? It's just been 50 years. Could it be that he already broke through to the Divine Lord realm? That's impossible. So I really envious of Dustless, that old fart, to be able to follow there." Logically speaking, Yi Yuan had to reach Divine Lord realm before he could deliver heavenly Tao and mystic Qi to the immortal Grove world through the two great Empyrean spirit treasures. But it had just been 50 years, and Yi Yuan did it. Only 50 years to break through from initial stage Grotto Profound to Divine Lord realm. This was simply nonsense. "Ah, Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion." Hong Yin was startled, only then realizing that it was Yi Yuan. She was extremely surprised. The closed seclusion this time reached a critical moment, so the time was a bit long. "What's wrong with the Myriad Treasure Tower? Why isn't there a single customer in this hall?" Yi Yuan asked. "Isn't it still the Wang family?" Ever since Sir took care of the Wang family, they were very low profile the first few years, low-key until they were almost non-existent anymore. But later on, they invited a 2-star alchemy god from Bright Rays City's main family, snatching away the Myriad Treasure Towers. Glory all at once. These few years, our Myriad Treasure Tower was jointly suppressed by the City Lord Manor and Wang family. We are already almost unable to hold on anymore, Hong Yin said urgently. 2-star alchemy god? The Wang family really played a big move to actually even move out a 2-star alchemy god. It looks like we were still too benevolent previously, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. With Yi Yuan's temperament after the incident last time, he would have destroyed the Wang family. However, Yi Yuan considered Jewel Hill City's situation and knew that once he made a move against the Wang family, the City Lord Manor would definitely have to intervene, so he let them off. He did not expect that they did not repent and correct their mistakes. It went from bad to worse instead. "Sir Yi, that 2-star alchemy god of theirs is very formidable. Not only did he push forth divine-grade divine essence pills, he even rolled out heaven-grade tier 1 middle-grade divine pills. They are trying to exterminate us once and for all," Hong Yin said indignantly. Inviting a 2-star alchemy god already broke Jewel Hill City's unspoken rules. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally could not fend off. Yi Yuan said curiously, "The Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. Since the Wang family invited a 2-star alchemy god, why doesn't Tower Lord Yang invite a 2-star alchemy god from the higher-ups?" Hong Yin said helplessly when she heard this. "Sir doesn't know this. Myriad Treasure Tower is very weak in the entire Wu Meng capital city area. Not only do we have to bear extremely heavy taxes, but there are also even all kinds of restrictions. Hence, 2-star and above alchemy gods are all scarce resources. Normally, they are all allocated to some larger counties. These few years, Tower Lord has also requested from them, but Jewel Hill City, this kind of small place, the higher-ups simply just turned a blind eye and let us run our own course." Although he had long guessed a little, the Myriad Treasure Tower being so miserable still made Yi Yuan very surprised. The Myriad Treasure Tower was a heavenly emperor's business to actually perform so miserably. "So, we can only rely on our own efforts?" Yi Yuan said. Hong Yin nodded helplessly and said, "It's this logic, but they have a 2-star alchemy god. We can't win this battle, no matter what." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A 2-star alchemy god sounds impressive, but in Jewel Hill City, those that can use up to 2-star divine pills and can afford to use them, how many are there?" Hong Yin said, "But the Wang family's tier 1 middle-grade divine pills quality are all very high. They already squeezed us to the point of death," Yi Yuan said with a nod. "And tier 1 middle-grade divine pills are indeed a problem. Looks like I'll have to break through earlier." Hong Yin was stupefied, somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "All right, I'll go and meet Tower Lord. Oh right, is Miss Wanru still all right? Mentioning Miss Wanru, Hong Yin smiled and said, couldn't be better. Miss Wanru's martial arts talent is really very incredible. Her strength already surpassed mine now. Yi Yuan's brows shot up, and he said, she improved so quickly? Liang Wanru breaking through to the deity realm was also just a matter of these few decades. But Hong Yin was a deity realm powerhouse long ago. In a short few decades, Liang Wanru surpassed Hong Yin. This kind of improvement speed could be described using terrifying. Hong Yin suddenly changed to a wistful expression and said, yeah, I'm all ready. No longer Wanru's match now. I say, sir, you saved Wanru and also discarded her to one side without caring. It doesn't seem to be too good to her, right? Our Wanru thinks about you every day until she's infatuated. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, shook his head, and said, don't talk. Nonsense. This Ye's heart is long committed already. I saved Miss Wanru just because she's my savior and didn't mix in the feelings of men and women. Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and left, leaving Hong Yin behind with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan felt his head swell too. His own affairs had yet to be sorted out, did not expect to leave behind a love debt again here. It was just that Liang Wanru was his savior. Yi Yuan could not sit by idly and remain indifferent no matter what. He owed Lier and Mu Lingxue too much and could no longer accommodate others. In his heart, looks like I'll have to reduce contact with Miss Wanru in the future. Otherwise, she'll probably fall deeper and deeper. Yi Yuan muttered to himself helplessly. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing a bright light in the darkness. Oh my! Younger brother Yi, if you still didn't leave seclusion, our myriad treasure tower would have to close down shop for good. Yang Rui pulled Yi Yuan and said, under this situation currently, Yi Yuan was his only hope. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Tower Lord need not worry. The myriad treasure towers matters. I've already learned from Hong Yin there.
Yang Rui's gaze glinted.
At first it was a pleasant surprise, but very soon, it was doubt again as he said, you really have a way? But it seems like there's still a very long way to go from the middle stage grotto profound. Want to refine tier 1 middle grade divine pills, one naturally required there. Strength to reach the middle grade grotto profound first. The disparity between deity realm powerhouses was too great. Wanting to leap realms and refine divine pills, that was virtually something impossible. After Yi Yuan cultivated the Chaos Heavenspan canon, his realm did not increase but fell instead, looking almost the same as before he went into closed seclusion. Therefore, Yang Rui expressed doubt toward Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Tower Lord, rest assured. You just send the word out. Our myriad treasure tower is going to roll out a brand new tier 1 divine pills. The effects are double compared to the essence increasing pill, the price unchanged. Additionally, this kind of medicinal pill is available in all varieties, from low grade to divine grade. Every time Yi Yuan said a word, Yang Rui would be a degree shocked in his heart. Essence increasing pill was a medicinal pill that middle stage grotto profound used to cultivate. The medicinal efficacy was even greater than the divine essence pill. When martial artists took divine essence pills until it had no more effect, they would normally choose to buy essence increasing pills. The journey of cultivation without the assistance of medicinal pills, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Not many had Yi Yuan's heaven-defying means to be able to refine divine grade medicinal pills unceasingly. Hence, they could only purchase higher-level medicinal pills. Talking solely on medicinal effects, the medicinal effects of divine grade divine essence pills were about the same as high-grade essence increasing pills. However, divine grade divine essence pills were much more expensive than high-grade essence increasing pills. The reason was that divine grade medicinal pills could be consumed limitlessly. It was just that to the vast majority of martial artists, divine grade medicinal pills were just of little help. Even if they could afford divine grade divine essence pills, it was also not possible to consume it long-term. Therefore, divine-grade medicinal pills were generally just a gimmick. Those who really purchased them were actually not many. After Wang Xianfeng came to the Wang family, he rolled out several kinds of heaven-grade Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills which were naturally very popular. Jewel Hill City's alchemists purely had to hit the jackpot to refine heaven-grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan actually said that he was going to launch a brand new kind of Tier 1 divine pills. This made Yang Rui shocked until his jaws dropped. Younger brother Yi, you can't joke around with me, right? D-double. The effect of the essence-increasing pill? Why have I never heard of such a medicinal pill before? Yang Rui felt that Yi Yuan must be joking. Even in Wu Meng capital city, the cultivation medicinal pills that middle-stage grotto profound used were also essence-increasing pills. He had never heard before what kind of medicinal pills' medicinal properties was double that of the essence-increasing pill. Furthermore, the price was even the same as the essence-increasing pill. This was truly too fantastical. Yi Yuan said with a smile. It's also very normal for Tower Lord to not have heard of it before. This divine pill's name is called Essence Cultivating Pill. This Yi saw this medicinal pill in a very ancient classic record. If Tower Lord feel worried about this Yi, then Tower Lord can also promote it. Again, after waiting for this Yi to refine it. Yi Yuan giving Yang Rui a heads up right now was naturally in order to garner eyeballs and let the essence cultivating pill's temperature heat up first. This way, it was naturally beneficial to the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. If launching it after refining, they would naturally lose the initiative in terms of time. Actually, this essence cultivating pill was not what Yi Yuan saw in some records. It was not even taught to him by Dustless. This essence cultivating pill was a pill formula Yi Yuan created when he entered Dao with alchemy. Yi Yuan never adhered rigidly to pill formulas when refining pills. The majority of alchemists, when refining pills, all of them refined according to pill formulas, familiarizing with the medicinal properties through pill formulas. But Yi Yuan's focus was always on the spirit medicines, comprehending pills formulas with spirit medicines as the foundation. If not for so, he would also be unable to create the Tao-defying pill, that kind of heaven-defying pill formula. Did you guys hear? The Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the word. They are going to launch a new kind of medicinal pill called what? Again? Essence Cultivating Pill. Right. It's Essence Cultivating Pill. Goodness gracious. It's remarkable. I heard that this essence cultivating pill's medicinal effects are double that of the essence increasing pill. You believe that too? Do you think that it's selling cabbages at the market? Do you know what kind of concept double is? Makes sense. I reckon that it's the Myriad Treasure Tower can't sustain anymore, deliberately coming up with this gimmick to attract customers. Honestly speaking, our Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower is indeed a little weak. But in order to compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower, the Wang family benefited us, these bottom-level martial artists. Whether or not the Myriad Treasure Tower can stir up any wave, we'll just wait and see. The word that the Myriad Treasure Tower let out continued brewing in Jewel Hill City. But the majority of the people were not optimistic about the Myriad Treasure Tower. Essence cultivating pill, this medicinal pill, nobody had heard of it before, at all. At least, within the entire Wu Meng capital city's area. No one had heard of such a heaven-defying medicinal pill before. Even when Yang Rui heard Yi Yuan's words, he had a look of disbelief. Let alone these ordinary martial artists. At the Wang family's residence, numerous high-level members were all scoffing at this matter. Elder Xian, in your opinion, how great are the chances of the Myriad Treasure Tower being able to bring out this essence-cultivating pill? Wang Su asked. Wang Xianfeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying disdainfully, in my view, not even 10%. The essence-increasing pill's formula has been circulated in the heaven-span world for no less than 100 million years. It had long been developed to the limits already. How can a medicinal pill even stronger than possibly appears? Take 10,000 steps back, even if that kid really has the ability to defy the heavens and improve the pill formula, increasing 5% on top of the current foundation is already reaching the acme of perfection. Double the medicinal efficacy. Nonsense. Hearing Wang Xuanfeng's words, the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts also dissipated into nothing. Since that's the case, then it's the myriad treasure tower that's at the end of its ropes, Wang Yuxiang said. Wang Xianfeng smiled and said, I think they should be failing already. These years, they have probably reached the limit already. Wang Xuanfeng's words made everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. This fierce battle that had lasted for close to 30 years could finally end. Finally, it still ended with the myriad treasure tower's defeat. Wang Yuxiang said joyfully, squeezing away the myriad treasure tower, it was all thanks to Sir Su and Elder Xian. Once the myriad treasure tower leaves, Sir Su and Elder Xian's cultivation resources will be fully covered by Jewel Hill City's branch family. Elder Yuxiang don't need to be courteous. Jewel Hill City's branch family and Bright Ray City's main family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill, Wang Su said with a laugh. Wang Yuxiang was slightly fearful in his heart, secretly alarmed by this Wang Su's experience and cunningness. These words sounded like it was refusing and also like accepting, leaving you scratching your head. It was equivalent to not saying anything, but not saying was equivalent to saying it. Bright Ray City's main family's young generation, the competition was very fierce too. For Wang Su to want to charge out of the heavy encirclement, it inevitably could not dispense with the support of resources from all around. Therefore, saying these words were actually equivalent to accepting Jewel Hill City's branch families drawing closer. Wang Yuxiang was a figure who became shrewd with age as well. He naturally would not fail to discern the meaning of Wang Su's words. Sir Su, Elder Xian, once the myriad treasure tower falls, our Jewel Hill City branch family's grudge can be avenged. A glimmer of cold light flashed across in Wang Yuxiang's eyes. Wang Xianfeng smiled and said, that is, of course, that kid is merely a guest alchemist. With the two of us around, Yang Rui won't dare to be impudent too. Once the myriad treasure tower withdrew, Yi Yuan would be a rootless duckweed. How he was to be needed, wasn't it still up to others? The Wang family had two mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Wasn't dealing with a Yi Yuan capturing with ease? Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, he could not help jumping in fright. An expression, like having seen a ghost. How did you break through? Half a month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a long way off from middle stage. Grotto profound. Half a month later, he broke through? This kind of speed was also a little too fast, right? Ordinary martial artists cultivating, from initial stage grotto profound to middle stage grotto profound, it needed several thousand years no matter what. Even geniuses with exceedingly good talent, extremely powerful cultivation methods under the accumulation of large quantities of medicinal pills, it also needed to expend several hundred years' time. Before leaving seclusion the last time, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not so astonishing yet. But this time it was truly a bit too fast. Breaking through in 15 days, could it be that there was no bottleneck? Yi Yuan smiled and said, had some enlightenment during the previous closed seclusion. The closed seclusion this time broke through the bottleneck in one shot. Tower Lord knows it. Not only do I have divine-grade divine essence pills on me, but also there are even divine-grade essence cultivating pills. Yang Rui trembled all over, and he said in surprise, you really refined the essence cultivating pill? Yi Yuan laughed and said, could it be that Tower Lord really thought that I was joking with you? You look. A small medicinal bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Upon opening, medicinal fragrance overflowed. Such plentiful medicinal strength. Yang Rui received the medicinal pill with pleasant surprise and examined it carefully. When laying eyes on this essence-cultivating pill for the first time, Yang Rui was incomparably certain in his heart that the myriad treasure tower would survive, even though it was impossible to judge the strength of the medicinal strength. From the appearance, that abundant medicinal strength filled him with confidence. Younger brother, can I try it? Yang Rui asked with some agitation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you can." Yang Rui sent the medicinal pill into his mouth with a slight fluster. Once the medicinal entered the mouth, a surge of majestic medicinal strength instantly filled the whole body. He clearly felt his divine essence that had not moved for a long time actually have a slight trace of increase. This discovery made Yang Rui incomparably shocked. Logically speaking, with his realm, this level of medicinal pill was already completely useless to him. Even if Yi Yuan claimed that this medicinal pill's medicinal efficacy was double of the essence increasing pill, but that sort of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. His divine essence really had a slight trace of increase. When the Su Linpu by the side saw that the expression on Yang Rui's face was extremely fascinating, he could not resist asking, "How is it, Tower Lord?" Yang Rui ignored him, but turned towards Yi Yuan with a look of wild ecstasy, and said, "Younger brother Yi, you're really exceptional. I can be sure that, as soon as this medicinal pill is rolled out, probably the entire heavenspan world will go crazy because of it. This essence-cultivating pill truly brings benefits to the entire heavenspan world's bottom-level martial artists." Su Linpu's expression changed, sighing with amazement. The weight of Yang Rui's words were too heavy, benefiting the entire heavenspan world. It could be seen that this medicinal pill was absolutely heaven-defying to the max. This evaluation was too high, but Yi Yuan smiled and fished out a jade slip, saying with a smile, "This is the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula. I'll give it to Tower Lord. These few years, this Yi received the myriad treasure tower's great grace. I have nothing to repay it with. I'll use this essence-cultivating pill's pill formula as payment." Yang Rui's entire body trembled, using an extremely skeptical gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, "Younger brother Yi, you aren't joking, right? Do you really not know what this essence-cultivating pill means?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's precisely because I know it. Hence, that's why I'm giving it to Tower Lord." Yang Rui gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and found that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile. He was startled inwardly and understood very quickly why Yi Yuan did it. This boy has such meticulous thoughts. Gifting pill formula, this move is simply beautiful to the extreme. Yang Rui praised Yi Yuan in his heart. Even Yang Rui could discern the significance of this pill formula, so how could the others not perceive it? Once this essence-cultivating pill spread out, it would definitely be like a plague spreading throughout the entire heavenspan world. That way, the essence-cultivating pill was not only not a good thing to Yi Yuan, but it also became a hot potato instead. So much so that it would invite a fatal disaster. But if the myriad treasure tower possessed the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula, it was completely different. The myriad treasure tower was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. People who dared to have ideas on his business were really not many. Even those true powerhouses would not find trouble with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure because of a measly little Tier 1 middle-grade pill formula. Either. This first point was Yi Yuan's wise and discreet self-preserving move. The second point, just as Yi Yuan said himself, it was in order to repay the kindness. It was just that this big gift was a little too heavy. Once the essence-cultivating pill is released, the myriad treasure tower would definitely be able to sweep across Jewel Hill City like crushing dead leaves. And Yang Rui contributing the pill formula to the myriad treasure tower would definitely obtain the upper echelon's substantial rewards. This favor could not be said to not be big. Of course, Yang Rui understood that if it was in order to keep discreetly out of harm's way, Yi Yuan could completely not take this pill formula out. As long as he did not take it out, everything had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This way, it was sufficient to see that Yi Yuan was someone who valued relationships greatly. He only took out such a bombshell in order to save the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yang Rui sucked in a deep breath and said, "Younger brother Yi, I understand. In the future we'll address each other as brothers. This favor, elder brother, I received it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll be haughty and call brother Yang. Brother Yang, this essence cultivating pill's refinement is rather difficult. If elder Song has any areas he doesn't understand, you can have him come find me." Yang Rui nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Elder Song was the new one-star alchemy god that upstairs sent. It was just that after he came, it did not change the Myriad Treasure Tower's predicament at all. F***ck me. Came late again. You bunch of animals, it's also too early, right? The Myriad Treasure Tower is going to release another batch of essence cultivating pill today. Not coming earlier, can't even drink a mouthful of soup. Damn it, I'll give you 50 divine essence stones, you give your place to me. How's that? Screw off. Want to buy my place with just 50 divine essence stones? 500, not a single piece fewer. Furthermore, after you buy the essence cultivating pill, you must share with me one. I'll buy at the original price. Go to hell, you. As soon as the essence cultivating pill rolled out, it was immediately like a tornado, instantly sweeping across the entire Jewel Hill city. The Myriad Treasure Tower's door was almost burst open. Yi Yuan made use of that half a month's time and refined a large batch of essence cultivating pills. The rest he did not care. In operations, Yang Rui and Su Linpu were clearly much more experienced than him. The two people formulated a series of promotion tricks, recruiting 3 groups of martial artists outside to test the pill for free. In the first batch, quite a number of people harbored doubtful attitudes. Those who really came to test the pill were not many. But it was precisely after this first batch of people tested the pill, the essence cultivating pill's reputation blew up in one go. The essence cultivating pill was a brand new kind of medicinal pill. Consuming this medicinal pill the first time, the effects were the most apparent. Even though everyone doubted the essence cultivating pill's medicinal effects, the people who paid attention were a lot. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the big talk. But after the few people testing the pill consumed the essence cultivating pill, the results were immediate, their auras surging immensely on the spot. This kind of effect was absolutely what the essence-increasing pill could not attain. The people who tested the pills were like having picked up a treasure, all incomparably excited. With this, it stirred up everyone's appetite. Hence, the slots for the second batch and third batch of pill testing. Everyone went crazy. Someone auctioned it off at a high price when they obtained the slot to test the pills. It was said that the highest price was auctioned at 10,000 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. After 3 batches of pill testing, the Myriad Treasure Tower sales immediately became explosive to the max. A never-before explosive. Same price, but medicinal effect was double of the essence-increasing pill. Who would still go and buy the essence-increasing pill? Hence, not just the Wang family, inside the Lu family and Lin family's shops, it virtually became completely deserted overnight. Wang family, everyone all became ants on a hot pan, all going in circles. Anxiously. Elder Xian, didn't you say that it was absolutely impossible for the essence cultivating pill to exist? Now, we don't have any response measures at all, and are very passive.
Wang Shugrambel.
Wang Xuanfeng's face was also very ugly. Of course, even more, it was an embarrassment. He said with certainty previously, declaring that it was absolutely impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to refine whatever essence cultivating pill. Now, this face was smacked resoundingly loud. In reality, Wang Su knew that even if the Wang family responded in advance, facing the essence cultivating pill's powerful offensive, they were still at a complete loss as to what to do. This can't blame me either. Do you all know what this essence cultivating pill's appearance means? Wang Xianfeng said. It means that our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't hold on anymore. Wang Su said crossly. These few decades, in order to challenge the Myriad Treasure Tower, the Wang Family's expenditures were tremendous too. They were originally planning on dominating Jewel Hill City after exhausting the myriad treasure tower to death. But they did not expect that they did not exhaust the myriad treasure tower to death, but instead let the myriad treasure tower deal a head-on blow. This blow was too vicious. It might directly smack them to death. Wang Xianfeng smiled coldly and said, "Foolish, Wang Su, your horizons are too shallow. How can you take on major responsibilities in the future? In my view, this essence-cultivating pill's appearance is going to affect the entire Heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure will make use of this medicinal pill to amass countless riches." Wang Su smiled coldly and said, "Hey, Elder Su, do you think I haven't considered this point? Do you feel that that boy named Yi Yuan will hand over the pill formula? This pill formula's value simply can't be estimated. Facing such huge profits, who would easily spit it out?" Wang Xianfeng froze. He did not think of this layer. Wang Su looked at Wang Xianfeng and continued, "Therefore this kid is digging his own grave. Don't look at how they are rejoicing right now. Before long, that boy and the myriad treasure tower will definitely lose all decorum. When the time comes, heh." Hearing Wang Su's analysis made Wang Xianfeng and the rest kindle hope once more. Wang Yuxiang said, "Then Sir Su's meaning is, we continue to hold, until they fall out." Wang Su nodded his head and said, "That's right." Wang Yuxiang's expression was ugly as he said, "But our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't compete with the myriad treasure tower's vast wealth after all these few years. We've already depleted all of our resources. Continuing to stall, I'm afraid that the myriad treasure tower hasn't fallen, and our Wang family will collapse first." Wang Su had stayed in Jewel Hill City for several decades and naturally had an understanding of the Wang family's financial resources. He thought about it and said, "These 2 days, I'll ask for help from the main family. Have them support Jewel Hill City's branch family. The war is already fought until now. Just see who can last longer." "Elder Feng, how is it? You refined it." The one asking was Wu Meng capital city's myriad treasure tower's Han Tian. The old man opposite him was the myriad treasure tower's chief alchemist, 3-star alchemy master Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "This old man has cultivated alchemy Dao for tens of thousands of years. I've never thought that. I actually can't even refine a tier 1 middle-grade divine pill." Han Tian's shock was by no means insignificant, and he said, "Failed? This isn't possible, right? A mere tier 1 middle-grade divine pill, even you, this peak 3-star alchemy god, actually can't refine it." Half a month ago, Han Tian received the essence cultivating pills pill formula that Jewel Hill City's myriad treasure tower transported over through back channels. After receiving Yang Rui's intel, Han Tian immediately realized a huge business opportunity. Hence, he started mobilizing Wu Meng capital city's myriad treasure towers, alchemists, and started refining the essence-cultivating pill according to the pill formula. But he discovered very quickly that he was too naive. Although the myriad treasure tower was short on manpower, there were still some 2-star alchemy gods. But among these 2-star alchemy gods, there was actually not a single person capable of refining the essence-cultivating pill. In amazement, Han Tian found a 3-star alchemy god to refine. The result was still the same. In the end, Han Tian, who was out of options, finally engaged 3-star alchemy god Xiao Feng. But what astonished him was that even Xiao Feng actually failed. Was this essence-cultivating pill so hard to refine? Xiao Feng let out a sigh and said, "This pill formula seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. If without extremely deep comprehensions toward alchemy, Tao, it's impossible to refine one. This old man is still lacking some level of attainment. Actually, he was already very close to success. It was just too bad that no matter what, he could not break through that final checkpoint." When Han Tian heard these words, he could not help losing heart. When he just obtained the essence cultivating pill formula, he even thought that he picked up a treasure. But looking at it now, it was purely of little value. If it could not be refined, what could be done even if this pill formula was any more impressive? I didn't expect that it was actually drawing water with a sieve. Sigh. Han Tian said helplessly. Xiao Feng thought about it and said, Tower Lord, I have an idea. Han Tian said listlessly. What idea Elder Feng has? Feel free to say. Xiao Feng said, I wish to make a trip to Jewel Hill City. Han Tian froze and hurriedly shook his head and said, This isn't appropriate, right? Elder Feng, your status is exalted. How can you condescend your exalted self to that kind of secular place? You want to meet that guest alchemist, called Yi Yuan, right? If you wish to meet, I'll just send people to fetch him. Here. To them, Jewel Hill City, this sort of place was not worth them heading there at all. But Xiao Feng shook his head and said, That's not right, Tower Lord. As it goes, those who reached first can teach. Since that Yi Yuan already refined the essence cultivating pill, it indicates that his understanding of alchemy must be deeper than mine, at least on the refinement of Tier 1 divine pills. I'm inferior to him. This kind of figure is bound to surpass this old man in the future. We should give him adequate courtesy. Such a genius, once employed by our myriad treasure tower, he'll definitely be a pillar of the myriad treasure tower in the future. Han Tian thought about it and said with a nod, Elder Feng's words make sense. Then, I'll have to trouble Elder Feng to make a trip. If possible, you must bring him to Wu Meng capital city. Xiao Feng said, Hoo-hoo, not a trouble at all. I have a feeling that perhaps this trip is a lucky chance for me. Half a year's time passed in a twinkle since the Myriad Treasure Tower launched the essence cultivating pill. In this half a year's time, the shops of Wang family, Lin family, and Lu family were all completely devoid of people. The launch of the essence cultivating pill was a virtually catastrophic blow. To them, the Lin family and Lu family were still a little better. But the Wang family was already spending more than they earned. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan split that Wang Su said with certainty they kept failing to see it. This half a year's time, Yi Yuan spent it very cozily. Apart from refining a batch of essence cultivating pill every day, it was cultivating inside the world-suppressing steel space, comprehending concepts. This half a year also made Yang Rui crazy with delight. The Myriad Treasure Tower could be described with the saying bringing in bushels of gold daily. Every day, Yang Rui was immersed in the midst of shock. He had a score in his heart, the divine essence stones that the Myriad Treasure Tower earned in this half a year could virtually be placed in the same category as Bright Ray City, that kind of large county. Finally, the Wang family could not sit still anymore. At this time, Wang Su was currently at Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor. Hoo-hoo, younger brother Wang Su, how have you been? I heard that your brother, Wang Song, already broke through to late-stage heaven glimpse, right? City. Lord Chen Yongyan said with a laugh. Wang Su smiled and said, Brother Chen's intel is very up to date. His breakthrough was also a thing of last year. Chen Yongyan said with an envious look, Wang Song's talent is exceedingly high and also has the Wang family as a backer. Unlike us impoverished people, we have got to be busy with secular affairs every day. Wang Su smiled and said, Brother Chen, you're the lord of a city, wielding great power in your hands. Other people are all too envious. Chen Yongyan chuckled and said, Younger brother Wang Su coming this time. It's not for no reason, right? Wang Su silently cursed this sly old fox, but he still had a smile on his face, as he said, That is, of course, but the matter of cultivation, brother. Chen doesn't have to worry either. As long as Jewel Hill City's Wang family pulls through this crisis, Brother Chen's cultivation will be covered by Elder Yuxiang. Don't you agree? Wang Yuxiang by the side hurriedly said, That is, of course. In the past, it was our Wang family who couldn't do it. We hope that City Lord, your Excellency is magnanimous enough to forgive us. This time our Wang family prepared a slight gift. Just take it as an apology. Wang Yuxiang's heart was dripping blood. Even if the Wang family tides over this disaster, the largest share of their income in the future would probably have to be used to pay tributes. Wang Su, Wang Xianfeng, and now throwing in another Chen Yongnian, this expenditure was too great. Grotto Profound Deity Realm martial artists were still a little better. But Wang Xianfeng and Chen Yongnian were both Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm martial artists. Their expenditure to the Wang family, the pressure was still huge. But compared to the Wang family collapsing entirely, clearly this result he could still accept. All of this was brought by Yi Yuan, that punk. Wang Yuxiang had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones in his heart. This Chen Yongnian was Wu Meng Academy's same-year students with Wang Su's elder brother Wang Song. Wu Meng Academy was Wu Meng capital city's government-managed school. The students that graduated from here were mostly dukes or princes of a region, representing the various major counties managed by Wu Meng capital city. After the two people came out of Wu Meng Academy, one came to the remote Jewel Hill City to be city lord, while the other became deputy city lord at Bright Rays City. Although one was head and one was deputy because the cities were different, their statuses were naturally different too. Wang Song, this deputy city lord, had a higher position and more authority compared to Chen Yongnian, this city lord. Furthermore, Wang Song broke through to the late-stage Heaven Glimpse first. Later on, he might even be placed in an important position in Wu Meng capital city. To talk about this Chen Yongnian, he was also an extremely shrewd and wily old fox. The myriad treasure tower and Wang family's struggle, he naturally took it into his sights, but bade his time all along, waiting for the Wang family to come and find him. Now, the Wang family indeed could not hold on anymore. Even though he was the city lord, the various major families' taxes, he had to turn it over to higher authorities. The city lord manor still had enormous expenditures. What he could have from the leftover was naturally not much. Hence, that was why he would use this kind of method to make the Wang family take the initiative to pay tributes to him. These were filling his own pockets. Hoo, Elder Yuxiang is too courteous. You all coming to find this city lord. This time, is it because of the myriad treasure towers matters? Only now did Chen Yongnian lay his cards on the table. A banquet with hidden dangers. Yi Yuan, this banquet you mustn't go.
Yang
Rui said solemnly. At this time, Yang Rui and Yi Yuan both received an invitation in their hands. These two invitations were issued by City Lord Manor. The four families fought for so long. City Lord Manor had always remained silent. This time they were finally making a move. It was just that Yi Yuan received an invitation too. This made Yang Rui very uneasy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just go. Why shouldn't I go? They are aiming at the essence-cultivating pill. If I don't go, this matter will probably never end." Yang Rui naturally knew that they were aiming at the essence-cultivating pill. But if Yi Yuan went, he felt uneasy. Those going this time were all experts. He could not protect Yi Yuan by himself. "I know, but I'm afraid that this invitation will be detrimental to you," Yang Rui said. "No way, right? This time, it's the city lord coming forward personally. No matter how courageous their few families are, they also don't dare to act wildly in front of the city lord, right?" Yi Yuan said puzzledly. Yang Rui sighed and said, "You don't know this. That Wang Su who came from the Wang family's main family, his elder brother came out of Wu Meng Academy with City Lord Chen Yongnian. Before you exited seclusion, the City Lord Manor actually suppressed us directly and indirectly. The intentions are already very obvious." Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said, "You're saying that they are acting in collusion, all targeting us?" Yang Rui nodded and said, "If barring no accidents, it should be so. Hence, for the sake of your safety, you'd better not go." The complexity of Jewel Hill City's situation exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. However, this could not scare him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since they are already riding on top of our heads, we can't avoid it no matter what. Not going today, they will always have a way to come and find trouble again. Rather than that, might as well take this opportunity. Everybody lay it out on the table, that's better. Yang Rui said anxiously. Goodness, why are you so obstinate? That city lord, Chun Yongyan, is a middle-stage heaven glimpse powerhouse. Once he steals his heart to deal with you, I can't stop him. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Tower Lord is overly concerned. Even if they have that layer of relationship, I think the city lord won't make a move without careful consideration too. After all, his identity is placed there. Unable to persuade Yi Yuan, Yang Rui still brought him over. He could only place his hopes that Chun Yongyan could have misgivings about the myriad treasure tower's prestige and not dare to make a move against Yi Yuan. The city lord manor's main hall was very large. The banquet was very sumptuous, too. That young city lord on the seat of honor also wore a broad smile. He looked like he had a good relationship with everyone. It was only after 3 rounds of drinking had passed did Chun Yongyan bring up the topic. Thank you all for giving the city lord this face, to be able to come to the city lord manor and get together. Everyone, all present here are my Jewel Hill city's pillars of strength. Everyone says that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Doesn't everyone agree? Chun Yongyan's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. Everyone immediately felt immense pressure. Even Yang Rui felt tremendous pressure too. City Lord, Your Excellency is right, Lu family's old head said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Everyone says that amiability brings wealth, haha. Lin family's old head also concurred. But Wang Su smiled faintly and said, What Brother Chan says is right. Jewel Hill City is everybody's, not one family's. It's not good to be overbearing. Chun Yongyan looked towards Yang Rui and said with a smile, Tower Lord Yang, what say you? Yang Rui's expression was rather ugly as he smiled slightly awkwardly and said, This? He was very reluctant. When the myriad treasure tower was about to go out of business back then, why didn't you, Chun Yongyan, say so? Now that the Wang family was collapsing, you came forward to posture? Except the pressure that Chun Yongyan gave him was too great. He had no choice but to lower his head. Strength was one aspect, more importantly what Chun Yongyan represented was Wu Meng capital city. Yang Rui's words reached the tip of his tongue, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. Delicious. Too delicious. TSK. City Lord Manor is indeed not an ordinary place. The taste of this dish is excellent. Yi Yuan smacked his lips, enjoying it greatly. In this situation, the Lin family's family head, Lin Zaiyin, Lu family's Lu Jinghao, as well as Wang Lingbo, could only stand at one side. But Yi Yuan was sitting carelessly to Yang Rui's right, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Chun Yongyan's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan directly ignored him and only cared about his eating. Chun Yongyan felt his fist land on cotton, feeling very uncomfortable. Even the initial stage heaven glimpse Yang Rui yielded. This punk actually deliberately came out to cause trouble. Yi Yuan, could it be that you have objections towards the city lord's words? Chun Yongyan said with a frown. It was only after hearing his name being called did Yi Yuan raise his head. He looked towards Chun Yongyan, saying with a blank look, City Lord, Your Excellency, did you say something just now? Your dishes are too delicious. I didn't hear. Pretend. Carry on feigning. When he spoke just now, the entire main hall could hear. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not hear it. But, got to say, Yi Yuan was a very crucial figure today. Otherwise, he would not specially give him a seat either. Chun Yongyan reined in his temper and said, This city lord said earlier, everyone is in the same city and meet frequently. If enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Don't you say so? Yi Yuan was thrilled the moment he heard and said with a smile, Enemy? Who's the enemy? My enemy one is drunken wind in's little red. Could it be that city? Lord knows this Yi likes this and called her here too. Drunken Wind Inn was Jewel Hill City's largest brothel. This Yi Yuan still knew, but Little Red was him talking nonsense. Chen Yongnian was nearly angered until he had internal injuries. This guy was clearly inserting dialogue for comic relief on purpose. Yang Rui sweated profusely as he listened by the side, while Wang Su and the rest had gloating faces. Offending the city lord in Jewel Hill City was not some wise move. Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, but said to Yang Rui, Tower Lord Yang, this city lord only hosted this banquet on account of everybody's contributions to Jewel Hill City for many years, and let everyone bury the hatchet. Is this your myriad treasure towers attitude? This cold snort, Chen Yongnian used the aura of middle stage heaven glimpse. The impetus was very shocking. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he was just about to speak but was intercepted by Yi Yuan, who said, "Ha! Turns out what city lord is talking about is this. Say it earlier. You don't say, how would I know? Burying the hatchet is good. I wonder what brilliant idea city lord, your excellency, has?" Chen Yongnian was just about to suppress Yang Rui with ruthless means and force him to submit. But having Yi Yuan cause a disturbance like this, he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan brought him around a roundabout and circled back again. Wasn't this messing with him? However, Chen Yongnian did not wish to make things too unpleasant either. Was true that he was targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower today, but he would try his best not to make a move to the best of his ability. To actually employing martial strength was a problem too. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not to be trifled with as well. This was a heavenly emperor powerhouse's business. Chen Yongnian endured his anger, snorted coldly, and slowly said, "I have an idea. Everyone, we discuss it a bit, see if it works or not. Tower Lord, if there's money to make, everybody should earn them together. Don't you think so? Your Myriad Treasure Tower's essence cultivating pill is too tyrannical. This way, everybody doesn't have means of subsistence anymore. Why not you all take out the essence cultivating pill's selling rights and share some with the Wang, Lin, and Lu, 3 families? Bullying people too far." The moment Chen Yongnian's voice faded, Yang Rui quickly stood up, with a look of unrestrained rage. This request was seriously too much. Today this was clearly a treacherous plot. Chen Yongnian brought the 3 great families to force an abdication. "Tower Lord Yang, don't get agitated. Sit down. Sit down and talk." Seeing Yang Rui did not sit down, a surge of powerful aura released from Chen Yongnian's body, oppressing Yang Rui. In an instant, Yang Rui felt immense pressure. The strength of middle stage heaven glimpse was much stronger than initial stage heaven glimpse. Yang Rui did not have any leeway to resist in front of him at all. Just as Yang Rui could not bear the pressure and was about to plop his bottom down, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. A wave of faintly discernible aura slowly rose. Chen Yongnian's face changed, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan with astonishment. This aura of Yi Yuan's was not cultivation realm suppression but contained a kind of Tao concept. Under Yi Yuan's surge of aura, Chen Yongnian's aura actually had a feeling of imminent collapse. Chen Yongnian was greatly astonished. If the standoff continued, his Tao heart would collapse. Chen Yongnian withdrew his aura. The pressure on Yang Rui's body suddenly eased up, but his gaze turned toward Yi Yuan in astonishment. "City Lord, Your Excellency, things can be talked through. Overwhelming people with power like this isn't good, right?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. A middle stage grotto. Profound actually made a middle stage heaven glimpse's aura give a wide berth? This was truly too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan's aura originated from the lesser Heavenspan mountain. It also originated from the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Yi Yuan's cultivation method was a terrifying existence that triggered the Entire heavenspan world's abnormal activity. Using cultivation realm pressure in front of him, wasn't it looking for a pummeling? This city lord making him sit down. Isn't it in order to discuss properly? Was Tower Lord Yang who got agitated on his own. The city lord convened everyone together in order to discuss a good countermeasure. Chen Yongyan found a way out for himself. However, this could not conceal his inner shock. Only then did he know that this middle-stage grotto profound boy in front of him seemed to be even more troublesome than Yang Rui. Yi Yuan gave Yang Rui a look, motioning for him to sit down. He then smiled and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, don't blame this Yi for saying unpleasant things. It's truly that you're demanding an exorbitant price. The profits of the essence cultivating pill, everybody is aware. They're 3. Families don't need to do anything and want to have a piece of the pie. How can there be such a good thing in the world? We also didn't say do nothing. What conditions there are, you all feel free to state them. Otherwise, if you really press the 3 of our families, the Myriad Treasure Tower's business can also forget about operating any further." Wang Su said coolly. These words were rather shameless. Use ones but to think, and the person would also know that what Wang Su was referring to was definitely some despicable methods. The meaning was, if I have a hard time, you all can also forget about having a good time. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "That's more like it. Since you want to negotiate, you naturally have to bring out sufficient sincerity. As long as you all are willing to offer enough price, it's also not like this essence cultivating pill can't be given you all." Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. Of course, apart from Yang Rui. "Yi Yuan, you?" Yang Rui said anxiously. The reason why the Myriad Treasure Tower could run a monopoly was because of the essence cultivating pill's advantage. If they gave the selling rights to the other 3 families, their advantage would be all gone. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely would not agree. Yi Yuan gave him a look, indicating for him to hold his horses. Wang Su forcefully suppressed the wild elation in his heart and said calmly, "What conditions there are, feel free to list them. As long as it's not too overboard, I believe everyone won't refuse. Everyone is all in Jewel Hill City. Mutual benefits and coordinate development is the right path." Half a year passed. The essence cultivating pill's reputation already gradually spread to other places. Right now, many other cities' martial artists would also rush to Jewel Hill City without paying heed to the distance in order to buy the essence cultivating pill. At present, the essence cultivating pill's price rose again and again. But the people coming to buy the medicinal pill were still going after it like a flock of ducks. This medicinal pill's profits were too great. How could Wang Su not be delighted? Not just him, the other 2 families' old heads also revealed expressions of wild ecstasy on their faces. They never thought that Yi Yuan actually agreed so easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My condition isn't overboard at all. To you all, it's merely a matter of lifting a finger." Hearing these words, the 3 families' hearts eased up. It seemed like the Myriad Treasure Tower was still afraid of the city lord. Manner in the end. Yi Yuan paused for a bit, but his gaze looked toward Wang Lingbo and said, indifferently, "His life exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling. Right? How is it? It's a good deal, right?" The rest were still okay. But the Wang family's people's faces all changed drastically. Wang Lingbo even pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Brat, what do you mean?" Wang Su's face fell and he said, "Are you making a fool out of our 3 families?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said smilingly, "This is already my greatest sincerity." At the Yin Wind Den, the Wang family's 3 great elders hunted Luo Jian and me down. "Don't tell me that this wasn't your idea. Every injustice had its perpetrator. Every debt its debtor. It's already my greatest benevolence to not let the Wang family be buried in death." Previously, Yi Yuan was afraid of breaking Jewel Hill City's balance and made things difficult for the Myriad Treasure Tower. That was why he would spare Wang Lingbo's life. with his temper directly exterminating the Wang family back then was also not
Impossible.
But now, these few families were already riding on top of his head. How could Yi Yuan possibly show mercy to him? Heh! Make my Wang family be buried in death. Your esteemed self has such high-sounding sentiments. With just the likes of you, a middle-stage grotto. Profound. Wang Yuxiang said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan, everyone said that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Even though the Wang family sent people to hunt you down back then, you're safe and sound right now while their elders are all dead. This is also considered evening up. Give this city lord face and drop this matter at that. All right? Qin Yongnian finally spoke up. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, the essence cultivating pills profits. There's no need for me to say no more. I just have this one condition. Agree everything can be discussed. Disagree. Then there's no need to discuss anymore. Yi Yuan's casual sentence sealed off all of the retreat paths. The atmosphere instantly fell to a freezing point, becoming peculiar. Yang Rui was expressionless, but in his heart, he prostrated in admiration toward Yi Yuan. This move was played too beautifully, directly kicking the ball back to the other party. Wang Lingbo's weight was not light nor heavy, just nice. If it were Wang Yuxiang, then it would appear too insincere. Wang Lingbo was merely a grotto profound realm martial artist and did not count as much. But he was also the Wang family's present family head, his status being extraordinary. At this time, all of the focal points were gathered onto Wang Lingbo. Especially Lu and Lin, two families' old heads. Their gazes faintly looked towards him. What was even more damnable was that Wang Su's gaze also wittingly or unwittingly flitted over. Clearly, he was very conflicted. Who was Wang Lingbo? How could he not perceive the current situation? Wang Su, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're going to kill your own clansmen because of this boy's one sentence? Wang Lingbo's expression changed and asked him. Cough, cough, elder brother has misunderstood. How can this Wang have this kind of idea? Wang Su said, rather awkwardly. One had to admit that Yi Yuan's suggestion indeed made him tempted. Wang Lingbo, this level of martial artist, could easily be found among people in the main family, losing one to exchange for the essence cultivating pills. Selling rights was still very worth it. But this sort of words could not be said no matter what. Those who accomplished great things did not bother with the trifles. He was already weighing it over in his heart, whether or not to dispose of Wang Lingbo in secret and then find Yi Yuan for peace talks. Wang Yuxiang's expression was also very ugly. That faintly imperceptible look of Wang Su's just now, how could he not tell? Making him use his son's life to go exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights, he was not willing even if beaten to death. He would rather fight it out with the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan's condition made the banquet's atmosphere become delicate. Wang Yuxiang's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, we came with sincerity. Can you also show your sincerity? Sincerity? Where's the sincerity? Hoo-hoo, pardon this Ye's eyes for being blind, but I don't see it. You all don't have sincerity. But this Yi came with the greatest sincerity. Wang Lingbo took action against me back then. He should have today's reckoning, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Wang Lingbo was angered until he gnashed his teeth in hatred by the side. He knew that right now, apart from his father, probably everyone wanted him dead. City Lord, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is clearly borrowing a knife to kill people. Don't accept his provocation. Even if we really kill my son, what if their myriad treasure tower reneges? What to do? Wang Yuxiang said solemnly. Chun Yongnian fell silent. His attitude made Wang Yuxiang's and Wang Lingbo's hearts sink to rock bottom. With this city lord around, I believe the myriad treasure tower won't go back on their word, right? Chun Yongnian looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said, Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word but did not answer. Wang Lingbo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, City Lord, What do you mean? Chun Yongyan said coolly. What do I mean? Everybody is doing business in Jewel Hill City, each relying on their own ability. But you sent people to hunt down the other party. It already overstepped the boundary. The moment Old Man Lin heard these words, he immediately concurred. Yeah, everyone is clear about the cause of this matter. Wasn't this all caused by that shameless younger sister of yours? It was your Wang family's wrongdoing to begin with, and then you guys still wanted to exterminate everyone. Too much. Old Man Lu also said, the martial path has the martial path's rules, while business has business rules. Wang Lingbo, you doing this has greatly ruined the rules of business. Wang Lingbo's expression turned deathly pale. He finally knew what was called everyone kicks a man who was down. You all, shameless. Wang Lingbo was angered until he could not even speak. Before coming today, he was still very excited. But he never dreamed that this play today would actually ring the funeral bell. For him, now, this situation, everyone already wanted to kill and be done with it. Even the fellow clan member, Wang Su, was also sharpening his knife. Wang Yuxiang was extremely furious too and rebuked. You two old fogies, shut up for me. You all are really shameless to the extreme. Chun Yongyan said coolly. What they said is right too. Wang Lingbo, since you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Are you doing it yourself? Or do you want this city lord to take action? Chen Yongyan seemed to be talking about a very dull matter, his voice not carrying a trace of emotion. Wang Lingbo trembled all over, his gaze revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he could not escape his doom today. His gaze suddenly looked towards Wang Su, seemingly grasping the last strand of life-saving straw, saying urgently, Sir Su, we're close relatives of the same clan. Could it be that you're also going to be subjected to the sowing of dissension by these despicable villains? He knew Wang Su's status. If Wang Su opened his mouth, Chen Yongyan might not be unscrupulous and brazen. Wang Su looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to give him a glance at all. The matter already developed to this kind of extent. He already had no need to protect Wang Lingbo anymore. Elder brother, it's not that Wang Su isn't saving you. It's truly a situation where the evil we bring onto ourselves are the hardest to bear, Wang Su said. Emotionally, Wang Su's words became the final straw that brought down the camel, shattering all of Wang Lingbo's fantasies. Suddenly, Wang Lingbo's figure moved, speeding outside of the main hall. Humph! Courting death. Chun Yongyan gave a cold snort, directly reaching a claw out. Wang Lingbo's figure abruptly stopped. But right at this time, Wang Yuxiang also made a move. There was no way he could watch his son be killed unfeelingly. Chun Yongyan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, overestimating your own ability. While talking, Chun Yongyan turned his claw into a palm. A surge of immense force emerged in full force. Bang! Just one palm, Wang Yuxiang's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying out backward. In front of Chun Yongyan, Wang Yuxiang was weak until he did not have any strength to retaliate. Following that, Chun Yongyan turned his palm into a claw once more. Wang Lingbo's figure was actually directly burst open by a powerful essence energy, while from start to end, Chun Yongyan just sat still. With a wave of a hand, one dead and one injured, the aura that looked down upon the world was displayed in its entirety. At this time, Wang Yuxiang was still lying on the ground, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. His gaze, when looking at Chun Yongyan, was filled with killing intent. The pupils of Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, also shrunk, looking at Chun Yongyan with incredible shock. They also did not expect that Chun Yongyan was actually powerful to this kind of extent already. It seemed like he was also merely a step away from late-stage heaven glimpse. Chun Yongyan killing Wang Lingbo with ruthless means and bringing down Wang Yuxiang also had the intention of establishing prestige. He already had not displayed his strength in front of the public for many years. Now let them take a look that this city lord, was not someone to be provoked. Of course, the most important was still shocking Yi Yuan, making him realize his promise. The young Rue by the side was long dumbstruck with amazement already. Before coming, he never thought that Yi Yuan's casual few sentences would make the alliance of the three great families and city lord manor to fall apart. Now Wang Lingbo was dead, and Wang Yuxiang severely wounded. The Wang family was virtually crippled already. Not only was this youth's talent extremely high, these means and resourcefulness were also exceedingly formidable. Truly terrifying. Except after witnessing Chun Yongnian's means, Yang Rue no longer had thoughts of getting lucky. Looks like Yi Yuan also knew that the essence-cultivating pill could not be protected anymore. Hence, that was why he would maximize the role of the essence-cultivating pill, using it to knock dead the Wang family father and son. Clearly, he succeeded. Yi Yuan observed all of this from the sidelines the whole time. These people all posed as people of high morals, but they disowned all relatives and friends in front of benefits. Truly laughable. Putting it bluntly, they were a bunch of despicable people who only sought profits. Finished doing all these, Chun Yongnian used an indifferent gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, Wang Lingbo broke Jewel Hill City's business world order. Even death cannot atone for his crimes. Tower Lord Yang, Yi Yuan, what to do next will depend on you all. Depend on us? Depend on us what? Yi Yuan switched to a smiling face and asked with a smile. His words made everyone's faces changed. Could it be that this boy was going to go back on his word? Chun Yongnian's face fell and he said, the condition that you raised, I've already promised you on behalf of their three families. Now it's time for you to realize your promise. Yi Yuan's smile was very radiant as he said, promise? Did I say anything? Did City Lord, Your Excellency, hear wrongly? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Truly laughable. Far away came Wang Yuxiang's mocking and dispirited laughter. At this point, how could the rest still not know that they were tricked by Yi Yuan? From the very beginning, Yi Yuan never planned on giving them the selling rights of the essence-cultivating pill. It was just in order to let them fight. In the nest, their group of people was despicable villains in vain, unexpectedly letting Yi Yuan watch a good show on one side. Wang Su's face was grim as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare to go back on your word and toy with us? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, keeping one's words is reserved for gentlemen. You all, a bunch of despicable people, what integrity is there to speak of? Giving you all the sales rights today, you all will come and annex the myriad treasure tower in the future. But this play just now was still really exciting, letting this Yi see the faces of you all, this group of people clearly. Hehe. Yi Yuan's words were like the emperor's new clothes, tearing off their disguise without any mercy. Their performance previously was like a clown fooling around. Good, very good. Boy, you're using your life to provoke this city lord. Since you did so, then you should have some awareness, right? Chun Yongnian said, with an incredibly grim look. Yang Rue suddenly stood up, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. What do you all want to do? Chun Yongnian, I'm warning you, Yi Yuan is the myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist. If you dare to touch him, that's going against the myriad treasure tower, Yang Rue said solemnly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so straightforward, playing this move with the other party. Now, satisfying was satisfying, but it also incurred public wrath. None of these guys were good people. It was impossible for them to let Yi Yuan go so easily. Chun Yongnian sneered coldly when he heard that and said, Yang Rue, are you scaring me? This place isn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasures territory. It's no use for you to pull out this tiger skin. As long as this city lord doesn't kill you, I don't believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower can do anything to me. Yang Rue's expression changed and he said, if it were before, there's naturally nothing if you killed him. But he handed the essence cultivating pill formula to the myriad treasure tower now. Do you think that upstairs will still sit by idly and remain indifferent? Yang Rui's words made Chen Yongnian and the rest greatly shocked. They all thought that right now the myriad treasure tower was relying on Yi Yuan and that the essence cultivating pill formula was still in Yi Yuan's hands. But they never thought that Yi Yuan actually handed over the pill formula. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though this place was not Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain, the Myriad Treasure Tower's power absolutely could not be overlooked. Otherwise, Chen Yongnian also would not be so apprehensive and not dare to
kill Yang Rui.
Brother Chen, today this punk has to be killed no matter what. Things have already come to this point. If we let him swagger his way out of the City Lord Manor, what face does our three families and the City Lord Manor still have to carry on living in this Jewel Hill City? Since he isn't willing to hand over the essence cultivating pill, that's the outcome of fighting to the death. Nobody can benefit. Wang Su said solemnly. Right at this time, Chen Yongnian thought about it and felt that what Wang Su made a lot of sense. Today this city lord's face was considered utterly lost. If he did not kill Yi Yuan, how would he still rule Jewel Hill City in the future? He nodded his head and said, "What you said is right. Even if really killed, it's also not Myriad Treasure Tower's turn to come and punish this city lord. Humph, Yi Yuan. Today, you're dead for sure." Not just Chen Yongnian, the Lu and Lin two families' old heads also went forward to surround unknowingly, enclosing Yi Yuan duo in the center. This move of Yi Yuan had offended everyone present. Wang Su smiled coldly and said, "Boy, do you think that by handing over the pill formula, everything will be fine? This place is Jewel Hill City. It's Brother Chen's territory. You can't overturn the heavens." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "You guys think too highly of yourselves. Don't think that you can dictate anything. In reality, you all can't dictate anything." Finish talking. Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward the front door. "Humph! Blind, reckless fool." Chen Yongnian gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly shooting out, speeding over towards Yi Yuan. When killing Wang Lingbo and wounding Wang Yuxiang, Chen Yongnian did not get serious. But against Yi Yuan he was really enraged. This opening move was a lightning-quick blow. Yang Rui's face revealed a look of astonishment, feeling like a great mountain was crushing over towards him. At virtually the same time, another surge of powerful aura billowed to the sky, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. "Wang Yuxiang, brat. Not killing you today, I'm less than human," Wang Yuxian roared. Two great experts teaming up for a pincer attack. Even if Yang Rui had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not stop it either. Just as he was going to risk it all, a gust of piercing cold wind suddenly started howling inside the main hall. An additional figure appeared beside Yi Yuan at no idea when. The moment this figure appeared, it gave people a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. Who could this figure be other than Guiyun? It was only to see him flicked his sleeves. A gust of bone-piercingly cold wind howled toward Wang Yuxiang, following which he pointed a finger out, meeting this palm of Chen Yongnian's. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone did not react on time. Wang Yuxiang was seriously injured to being with. This attack was completely hanging on with one breath. This flick of Guiyun's, Wang Yuxiang's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, his figure abruptly stopping, already unable to move when it brushed past halfway. This force wind froze all the blood in his body. When looking again, he was actually completely lifeless already. While Chen Yongnian this side had a frontal exchange with Guiyun. Boom! An explosion sounded out, powerful wind spilling over. Chen Yongnian's figure retreated explosively, even faster than when he came. All the way until his body hit a stone pillar, did he barely manage to hold steady. Chen Yongnian's expression was ugly to the extreme. He felt like his whole body was petrified, unable to move a muscle at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly revolved divine essence. Before purging this frozen feeling, 2-star evil spirit, Chun Yongyan's gaze turned intent. His gaze when looking at Guiyun was full of dread. That blow just now, the superiority was immediately established. Very clearly, he was not Guiyun's match. These few years, Guiyun's strength advanced by leaps and bounds under Dustless's guidance. The Ghost Dao 100 runes, he already thoroughly grasped the first 2 runes. Although he had not broken through realm yet, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Chun Yongyan was not worth mentioning in front of him at all. Guiyun's opening move was similarly 1 death and 1 injured, thoroughly stunning everyone. Turns out that this was Yi Yuan's trump card. This evil spirit's strength made all of them feel appalled. Master, want to kill them or not? Guiyun gave a bow toward Yi Yuan, respectfully, seeking his opinion. This sentence made a chill run down everyone's spine. They did not doubt in the slightest that Guiyun had this strength. Messing around for a long time, this group of people were merely clowns jumping around. Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan did not place them in his sights at all. Yi Yuan's confidence was never some essence-cultivating pill. But this middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Chen Yongyan. He said, with a faint smile, City Lord, today's banquet was pretty good. Putting aside the delicacies, there was even a good show. Now this Yi is going to leave. I wonder if you still have any objections.